You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now, where you going?
To show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire up the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
night, that's what we do.
Caution thrown to the wind from this guy.
And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god! Huge comeback from 1! Chain from Toshang, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this.
We got some more lates in to do, boys. Ladies, welcome! Come on in. What a hell of a day it's gonna be. What? Who keeps letting these people in the chat? We're gonna need some moderators to kick these guys up. This guy, Joby D2. Did Coooley lose yet? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Yep, that's right. That's right. All the ladies up in here, welcome. Please keep your shirts on. This is a family-friendly show. Anyhow, holy shit, boys. DFC 199. We've done 199 episodes of DFC Unlimited, and it's kind of wild, man, when you think about it. But anyways, welcome in, man. Big cheers to you guys. What up, Bruno, Nim, Smaltz, Max? Holy shit, man. Enigma, I see you over there. Deep Blue. Wicked One Ball, my guy. 50 stream streak for the Bruno. Big cheers, brother. He says, is 50 enough for the Hall of Fame? We gotta work on keeping your fingers off those statues, all right? Then we'll talk. Big cheers, brother. Welcome in, guys. This card is pretty insane, I gotta say. We're gearing up. We've got some people popping in here. I think some people are getting ready for DFC 200. We're gonna announce some events, I think, for that in the coming week here. So be prepared for some just wild and random stuff for us to have some fun with in the PvP sector for the big 200, which is coming up. But this, I would say, is the calm before the storm, but I think I would be wrong, because this one is going to be absolute fireworks, man. We've got GoGators versus TrackAmp in some NVD, but not the typical NVD. TrackAmp is a savage on that Shaman Druid, and he's going to be seeing if he's got what it takes tonight to take down legendary returning champion GoGators. This guy, man, it's so good to see him back. Very refreshing, aggressive, savage style, and I think TrackAmp, I think this might be the first time he's ever dueled him, and he's going to have to pick up quick. He's going to have to shape it up and ship it out, because this guy ain't no joke, as I'm sure he probably already knows. Then we've got Jagger Swagger trying to defend that melee belt versus Alex. This guy making big waves, climbing his way back up to the top, and knocking on the door yet again. But this time, can he do it? Can he fell the triumphant Jagger Swagger, the Eagle, the champion? We're going to find out, man. And then, of course, the most dominant LLD champion of all time, DD, looking to hold on to his record as Nimrod also comes knocking at that door. These guys going to have a Warlock showdown in the LLD level 30 dueling division for the title. That one's going to be wild, man. We've got the return. We've got the return of the deathmatch here tonight. This is, it's very rare that we see death matches in the DFC these days, but it happens. All right, and for the first time in a while, we've got somebody on a Warlock going up against somebody else who is not on a Warlock. I know. Hold the tomatoes. Don't throw them just yet. We've got Mr. Crypto Ninja with his very, very intricate, interesting, unique Din build. And he's going to be going up against GDA Master, putting him to the test, putting those resistances to the test, doing everything he can to take down the most busted class to ever be in Diablo 2. And this is a death match. Crypto will only need 2 wins to take the entire match. GDA will need the usual 4. Man, and look who it is. We've got 2 of the most savage Sin players, Enigma and Siri, going up against each other tonight for some Sin PK, and man, I can't wait to see how this one goes down. Siri says he's gearing up for that DFC 200. This is one of my new favorite matches, not gonna lie, man. I used to hate Sins, but I don't know what it is. Ever since we've worked out, what it is, I actually just love seeing 2 Sins go at it. It's probably one of the most savage, most entertaining things in D2 PvP right now. That one's going to be sick, man, with 2 very good Sin pilots. Should be wild. Sin PK guys want to put on a show for 200? Yeah, dude, I heard about that. That's I'm here for it, man. I'm totally pumped for it. We're just talking to Alpha and Siri today. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, that's going to be wild. I hope we get to see it. And look at this, man. We've got some last-minute changes to the card. This might look a little different than if you saw it in Discord, but we've got Jits versus Nim, the trilogy between these absolute legendary Din players. Can't wait to see how it goes, man. Then we've got Montriana, Sawdust, these guys stepping up, doing their thing. This is going to take place on that old game, on the non-ROT dubs. Going to be pretty wild. And then we've got another death match here tonight. Polytheist, he says it's been too long since he's gone up against the Din, and tonight this is going to be a challenge, man. He's not only going up against a savage Din, but he is on the wrong end of a death match. Nimrod will only need to win 1 round versus Polytheist to take the entire thing. Why, you might ask? This is a very, very lopsided duel. It's going to be extremely tough for Nimrod. He's going to have to get in there and surprise Polytheist, catch him off guard, play it in a game of patience. Although he only needs that 1 round, he's got to really make it count. He's going to make every single one of them count. Polytheist, he's going to be doing his Polytheist thing, playing that Shaman Druid like no one else. Probably the best Fire Druid / Shaman player on the planet. He's insane, and that's why it's going to be very tough for Nimrod tonight. You can't help but root for those Dins, but it's so good to see Polytheist up in there too. Gonna be a wild one. And then we've got Sogi versus Synced. Now, this is one that might have already happened. We might have the live play-by-play replay that we get to check out, which was recorded by one of the duelers. They had to do this earlier. They had to do this yesterday, so looks like we're going to have ourselves a sick match to watch in between here, and we'll get to see how this one goes. Sogi is known as the Sin Killer, but Maddie is probably one of the toughest Sins I've ever dueled against on a Din. He's just always got the right answer, man. He plays well. You got to give it to him. Way better than that other guy, Joby D2, that was just in here. Probably has never even heard of a Sin. Probably only plays Din and does it horribly. I don't know why. I don't know how we got off on this tangent, but just to put it in perspective. Then we've got Squigs versus Jinshin, man. Squigs on a Neck or Sin versus legendary Boazon Jinshin. Can't wait to see it. And so many others tonight, man. This is going to be wild. Some more Sin PK. We've got Max returning on the Warlock against Harlot, also on a Warlock. Max is kind of developing this title, this sort of unsung title here of the unofficial top Warlock title. And still, gotta love this. He's stepping into a largely hated class right now and really going against the grain, making some incredible builds, trying things that most other players just don't have the patience or you know, just for whatever reason, haven't wanted to try. And mad props to this guy. Can't wait to see how this goes, or if Harlot has figured out what he needs to do to take down the Warlock champion. That's Max, aka Zychek. Can't wait to see it, man. LLD division, level 30. We've got AF50. Speaking of Warlocks, he's on it again, going up against BRP on the Sork. This could be interesting. We saw a Lock versus Sork duel last week, and it seems as though the Miasma Chain / Abyss Warlock really good in that matchup for a Sork. Well, against a Sork. But does BRP have what it takes? Has he run this a few times? Does he know what he's up against? If he does, AF50 could be in trouble. Then we've got Lol Rages. This guy's Savage Zon player, and you're going to get to see it here tonight as he duels on his Zon in the level 30 division against GDA Master, also on his Zon. Both of these guys in the Zon PK Discord. So very knowledgeable with some heavy Zon play prowess from both of these guys. Can't wait to see how that goes in the level 30 division. Lol Rage is going to be insane, man. GDA also insane. Cannot wait to see that one. That one's going to be a very interesting, very unique one for level 30 duels. And then of course, we've got the melee division, and look at this. It's the return of Coooley. Wow, holy shit. Looks like he's trying to avenge his previous loss against this up-and-coming Savage Din player, AF50. And these guys are going to be throwing down in the melee arena tonight. That Coooley guy is going to be trying to avenge that loss, keep that win streak going. But AF50 might have something to say about that. He's also going up against Darius in some melee bouts tonight. Gonna be so good to see his duels. We've got our boy Ruben in melee on his Din. This guy, he came out of nowhere and he came in strong, man. He's racking up the wins and really proving himself as a rather worthy opponent in this division. And he's got himself a big test here tonight against Andy Man on the Zan. Gonna see how that one goes. And then the legendary Smaltz, this guy, the Druid main, the Savage Druid player. We've seen this guy go 10-0 against people, and we've seen him give a rough time to the best in the biz of melee. And tonight, he's gonna have to do it against Green Lungs in this epic showdown of Drew v. Drew, Fury v. Fury in the melee division. That one's gonna be wild, man. Literally wild. Two wild wolves going up against each other. It's gonna be nuts. And then we've got Thor Jitsu versus Bruno. I believe these guys are in RotW melee. Wild. Melee is the only division that is sort of still in legacy. There's no reason for them to go to RotWs. But there are some players who have, and I gotta say, they definitely must miss the rest of the melee community, and it's so good. I'm glad we got to make this happen. Thor Jitsu versus Bruno. Gonna be a savage throwdown. And man, oh man, boys, I can't wait. Welcome to it, DFC 199. Let's get up in there for a healthy dose of violence, shall we? Make sure you've got yourself something to sip on. I would highly suggest the absolute most potent gas that you can acquire. Let's get in there, boys. Hell yeah, bros. Hell yeah, we up in here. Now look, if this is your first time in the DFC and you're wondering what the hell do I do, right? You've signed up, you've got yourself an opponent, and otherwise you might be lost. You're like, oh shit, what's the next step? Well, you should be in the Discord. You should have yourself a nice little DFC dueler tag, and I'm gonna bring the Discord over here. Don't mind all the... Alright, I guess this is just primo. This is fine. This is fine. Images should be appropriate. But anyway, in all seriousness, you'll see this channel right here. Join the stream. That's going to be your big friend right there. Once you touch base with your opponent, you guys set up a time to duel. You guys, know what's going on. Once you're in game, ready to throw down, pop in here and share your screen. You can see right now we've got Nimrod and Delusional up in here, or Delusioned, and these guys sharing their screen. That's a good indicator that they might be ready to throw down. And then once you do that, that gives us the heads up. We'll throw you in the queue, and we'll say, this is what we'll do. I'm gonna fire up the notepad right now. We're gonna get the queue going. First up in the queue, we've got our boy Nimrod. We're gonna check in with him first, and then Disillusioned. We'll check in there next. See what's going on there. And hell yeah, that's as simple as that. That's as simple as that. Then just be patient if you can. We would love to get to your duel, but that's how it works, man. And then we'll work our way down, pop in, and get to see the violence, get to see the action as it is. But that being the case, let's get this ready. Hold on, let me get my cameras. Let me get my cameras all right here. All right, there we go. Then let's pop this Discord out here. Let's check out Mr. Nimrod's stream. Oh man, it looks like he is really ready to throw down. Oh shit, I can't wait. Let's get up in there, boys. This one's gonna be wild. Well, would you look at this? Nimrod going up against his opponent in the Chaos Sanctuary of all places. Looking like a level 30 duel here. Oh my god, both of these guys just throwing down real tight, real close range. Look at that, dude. Big hits. Now, there was a subtle reminder out there that there technically is no exception to a rule that there was a bit of confusion around, I think, in recent history. There's a rule in the DFC that says, especially for low-level dueling, that you can't use items that are ethereal and don't repair, right? They need to either be indestructible or repair themselves. In LLD, they have to repair themselves, right? Because indestructible is too high of a level. However, there's some exceptions. The Warlock currently is not one of them. Even though using an F weapon on one hand won't take durability, there's technically no exception for the lock. Now, these guys, that being the case, they could agree to whichever rule set they would like. So if you ever see something like that, something crazy happening, it's likely that these guys have agreed upon their own rule set. And by the way, Baloney Pony, what's up, man? Good to see you, brother. So good to see you. Welcome in. The absolute legend himself. Yeah, and sorry, guys, if I'm a little behind checking chat and all of this. I see y'all over there, Enigma with the 40 stream streak over there on the Twitch. And so many people, man. What's up? What's up? Hell yeah, brother. Full circle chronicle complete. Hell yeah. Look at this. These guys are taking some big hits here, delivering some big damage. They might have agreed to F weapons here because this damage is insane. But if they haven't, holy shit, can you imagine? Like, this is just regular damage between these guys. These locks, it hits so hard, man. Echo and Strike certainly a devastating, hard-hitting build in low-level dueling, and I think this is probably the spot where this class feels the most healthy, which is strange. I wish it was like that in HLD, but it's so busted, right? As we know, and it's still pretty strong, very, very strong here. Borderline busted in LLD, and as time goes on, as time marches on, we'll see just how much, right? As people get better items and all of this, and it looks like 4-0 in favor of was this an LLD match right here? Yeah, it looks like it was. Yeah, this was definitely LLD. And yeah, oh, okay, never mind. This was DD Nim. That was DD versus Nim. Oh wow, okay. I had to catch up there. I was like, wait. Looking at the undercard, of course, DD versus Nim. I was like, who just 4-0'd Nim like this? This is unacceptable. But of course, it is the reigning, defending, most savage, dominant LLD DFC champion of all time. DD. Yeah, it looks like these guys just agreed on an F weapon either way. Yeah, they can agree on whatever rules they would like. But theoretically, that's something you and your opponent specifically have to agree on. Otherwise, the traditional rules is no F weapon there. But yeah, and look at this. This gear, like I said, as it gets better for players, this is literally a shape-shifting helm here. Not even the right skill. You know, as items get better... Oh, look at this, though. That's a pretty crazy amulet. Gotta say. That's probably the best LLD piece of gear that I've seen for the lock in particular. Really cool to see that. Because I think it's really going to have to get to that point in low-level dueling. People are going to have to, you know, take their time, find better gear. Right now, like, that's an incredible helm that Nim has. But it's more geared towards, like, a charger, right? That's a nice Ami right there as well. These guys stepping that Ami game up. And all of these items, as you'll see, level 30 there. Very, very different than what you'll see in the HLD division. People using Enigma, teleporting around, right? Very different kind of duel here. And we got to see it for the championship bout right there. I was a little late on that. We should have played the intro. I was a little late.
I'm overburdened.
But wow, epic duel. DD remains the and still LLD champion. This guy, someone's gonna stop him. Someone's gonna stop him. I love it that these guys continue to throw down here. This is actually really cool. Really good to see. At the insight, Joby says he's getting flashbacks. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, and these things hit so hard. They hit so hard. Joby knows firsthand from dueling a charger that some random charger in the DFC that just decided he was going to bring in an F insight. Perhaps to prove a point. Perhaps to get back at Joby from all the shit talking he does. If he does do any of that stuff. I don't know for whatever reasons that person would have brought in an F insight into an otherwise legitimate level 30 duel. However, the point is, Joby got fucking flatlined. And he knows firsthand that even on a paladin those things hurt. Now can just imagine. You got that thing split up into 5 different blades being hurled at you by a warlock. And damn, son. Oh, does it read that? Okay, never mind. We'll have to... Alright, I'm gonna have to make an exception. Never mind. Yeah. Does it read that way? I don't know. I didn't actually check it. I just assumed I wrote it with specific exceptions. But we're gonna have to... Yeah, we're gonna have to edit it. Just because I think that could get out of control, right? Even though it's technically fair, right? It doesn't consume durability. It's... fair to put an F weapon there. It probably should consume durability. I don't know why it doesn't. Skill is so busted. And by the way,
talking smack, he did ask if you lost yet.
Yeah, that guy. I'm not sure if it's the same guy. It can't be the same guy, right? Nah, no way. But by the way, Kyle, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for the Canadian coin tip over there, man. Huge. And also, sorry I missed this, but the on-screen celebration with our boy Diet Bacon, man. Big cheers to you. Really appreciate it, brother. As these guys throw down for some more epicness over here. This is wild. Now you get to kind of see it. You get to see this as it is. Level 30 dueling. There's certainly something that has to be, you know, rule-wise that we're going to have to change. It sucks that we have to add a rule for that. It really does. I hope that they fix this in a future patch. Make it so that Echoing Strike consumes durability, right? That would be a good start. It would be a good start. It sucks to have a rule about that. You know, like, hey, by the way, play this honestly. Don't break the build in the way that the game lets you. And look at this. Both of these guys have reached, or at least DD has reached like a pretty significant piece of the Grail. He's got himself the set items. He's got himself the special portal as well. That's wild. I love that these guys threw down in the Chaos Sanctuary here. That's really wild. Really wild, man. Play Warlock, honestly. LOL. Yeah. There's a lot of shit that's all kinds of messed up, but you know, we patch it the best we can, but it's just scary that I'm sure somewhere along there was some conversation somewhere along the line at Blizzard that was just like, oh, if we break it, that's fine for PvP. They'll handle it with their rules and shit. Said probably completely ignorantly, not understanding how PvP is. I'm sure that was probably said. Come on, someone probably said that in a meeting at one point. All right, it's probably got said. Don't you lie. True, if they even had a conversation about PvP, that more likely didn't happen. Nah, this is straight lemon juice, dude. I would highly suggest it. It's the best thing you can drink. Yeah, didn't even think. True. But yeah, well, guys, I appreciate you keeping this going here, man. I'm gonna pop in and check in with Disillusioned Grizzly over here. We've also got some other people that popped in. We've got Havito and Superdude. I'm just gonna throw these guys in the queue. We've got the Havito Havito and Superdude. And we'll throw those guys up in here. Get those dudes up in the queue as we pop over to Disillusioned Grizzly and see is this? Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. This is actually DD. All right, I get it now. Look at this. We're gonna be moving on real quick here. Look at all of these names throwing me right off. All these names throwing me right off here. All right, well, that's good. That just means we get to kick over to Havito even sooner. As we pop over to this absolutely savage Din player here, this guy, legendary, absolutely legendary. This is Havito. Havito PvP, legendary Din player. He's going up against Superdude. So yes, these guys are versus each other. Havito has got his work cut out for him here tonight, man. He's on a Din. It is a rough life for those Dins out there, whether you're a Hammer Din, whether you're a Smiter. A Paladin is the toughest build to run in PvP, no matter how you slice it. I think a Hammer Din is even harder. It's just tough, man. And oh, but it looks like Havito might actually be on a VT. Sorry, this is actually harder. This is the harder build, especially in this matchup. You have to close the distance. You have to close the distance, get your smites in there, deliver the damage at point blank range, right? With very few things to back you up. You've got potentially, you've got yourself some FOH, which could address some problems from the outside, right? Allow you to keep that distance a little bit, but it's not going to do any huge KO damage from that far, right? You're probably better off closing the distance, landing a smite, and that's what Havito is going to be looking to do. Just like that, man, as he grabs the name lock, pushes the pressure, he makes it look easy, but trust me, man, that shit is hard on a Din. Gets there, gets the name lock, closes the distance, and just like that, puts down Superdude in round one. Superdude's going to have to, he's going to have to manage that distance, really keep an eye on where Havito is. Havito is one of those players. He's quick, man. If you give him the opportunity for a name lock right there, you know he's going to capitalize on it with a very nice stomp, some very nice chains. We've seen this guy at the absolute highest tier of Paladin play, and you've got to give him that form of respect when you're going up against him on a Necro. You got to keep your distance. You got to look for those spears as Havito comes in, right? The spears from a Necro are a lot of people spam Spirit. But don't forget about Spear. Spear is so quick, so fast, and so deadly, right? Spirits are very slow, and while it does suck to get hit by a shit ton of invisible spirits, which can happen, they're typically very slow and very easy to avoid. Spears, on the other hand, not so much. They're very quick, and they give their opponent the least amount of time to react. If you don't grab that name lock super fast, if you don't close the distance, get that stomp, you're gonna get punished with a spear, and it's gonna hurt. Especially with all the wild shit added in ROT dubs, with like magic damage, minus magic resist, all of these things make it very make these spears hurt even more. Beyond about 35 minutes? Hell yeah, man. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait, dude. If it's at a level 18 PvP, don't get the attention it deserves. Where is it? Like, that's the thing. I mean, there's not really a lot of level 18s. I would say a little more than, than there used to be in pub games. But it's not that it doesn't get the attention, it's just the duelers aren't there, right? Like, it isn't like people just snub it. It's just not there. It's hard, dude. I gotta say, it's actually hard to, or it was difficult and took many years to get a consistent like level 30 scene. Years. Low level duelers they're cut from a different cloth, man. I don't know what it is. They're on a different schedule, cut from a different cloth. And now when you put it down to level 18 as well and segregate it even more, it's like, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Would be wild. I would love to see it, don't get me wrong. But yeah. And hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Brian. Good to see you, by the way, dude. It's gonna be a good and violent night of duels. Absolutely violent, man. I gotta fire back up the melee dueler here soon. I gotta make sure I'm all spec'd right. Gotta confirm with AF50 what we're doing. If it's like old rules, new rules, old school, new school. Need to learn the ways, you know. Then we're gonna get locked in. Havito taking some big damage here. He got hit by a spear early on. Oh my god, and there it is. That's exactly what Superdude needs to do. You saw that entire duel right there was won with the spear. That entire round was won with the spear. He caught him going in early with a couple of them. And now he's noticing he's got to keep those up, right? It's so easy on a Necro to kind of keep your distance and think that you're safe. Being like, okay, well, worst comes to worst, I'm just going to increase my distance and I'm going to spam the spirit, right? That's a trap that you don't want to fall into, because that allows your opponent to predict you. It's not as foolproof as you think, and it's also not a very fun way to duel, I would say. Yeah, you could theoretically get there with some random spirits, but more importantly, it's better to take aim with the spears, right? It's better to take aim, be quick, be fast. That's what's going to score you damage over time, and it's only going to take a couple of them. Maybe 3-4 spears versus most paladins, and that's it. By the way, what's up, Hell Inc? Good to see you, man. Gotta remember the button for melee, right? Exactly. Superdude is indeed a beast. This guy really coming in as a Necro connoisseur up in here with a few different variants of his Necro. This guy able to actually go as a hybrid too, as he pleases for certain matchups, right? I think in ROT dubs you're probably better off. I don't know. I shouldn't say this because it's hard to tell. More time, more data needed. But I think you're probably better off just going heavy, straight into magic, right? If you go hybrid and you start focusing on poison, those new boots, bro, they will absolutely shit can what little magic damage you have left. You know, the new Horizon's Legacy boots with magic res. It's just magic res. Those boots didn't need magic res on them. We didn't really need to fuck with magic resistance in the first place, but here we are. And now things are kind of weird. in PvP, goodbye to magic hybrid builds, I think. I think they're kind of a thing of the past at this point, which is unfortunate. Oh, yeah, level 9 PvP. Yeah, again, another one of those things that's super cool. I love it. There just isn't a lot of people. There isn't a lot of people that do it. Yeah. Level 30, certainly the most popular of all the LLD formats, but like, just imagine this, right? This would happen, and it's not to say that there's less LLDs, but just imagine this, right? Like, imagine all of the HLD players, but it was somehow split up between different levels, right? Like, all right, well, level 80 to 85, and then, you know, level 90 or below, and then level 99s, right? Like, it would be kind of a weird split. It'd be kind of a weird split that I'm sure in that case really wouldn't matter as much, but that's what we see if we, like, break up the community of LLD even further. You know, it's just how it happens. The more segregated you get for any specific thing, generally the less people that you can gather for any one given event. Yeah, same here, Hellink. I wish they'd bring him back, man. I don't know if he's single-handedly responsible, but I mean, I think that there's a... I think to put it on any one person to say, like, they need to keep Blizzard in check for every idea that they had in ROT dubs, it's pretty hard. It's a pretty hard thing to do, right? Because it seems as though there's some things that they might not necessarily understand or have understood the impact of adding in certain things, right? It's certainly a hard game. It's a hard game to update. But by the way, we just saw Havito get up in there and land a pretty savage chain smite to, I believe, advance to 2-1. And by the way, stay frosty, man. Gifted a membership to our boy, Mr. Brian Potter. Dude, hey, thanks so much, man. I really appreciate that. Big cheers to Stay Frosty. Whatever y'all are sipping on, make sure to tip him back to this guy. What a savage, man. All right, now it's 2-2. Those new minus magic res are insane. Yeah, dude, that new belt, Geed's Wager, is like, man, it's a no-brainer for most Necros, right? It fights back against the Horizon's Legacy boots, but if your opponent doesn't have them, it's so ridiculous. Like, if they're not wearing them, -7 to enemy magic res is such a vicious way to, like, increase your damage and not really have it show up on the stat screen. I'm not sure, Kyle. I'm not sure. I don't believe Vamp is. I did reach out to Vamp, see if he was interested, but I think he's got a lot going on. But yeah, I don't know, man. I would hope to see Doombringer. That'd be cool. I'd be curious to see how maybe his Cold Sword would actually do against the Lock. I wonder if he might have the ability to beat one. Can you imagine? It'd be huge. I think what we will do is one of a few different side games for DFC 200. One of them is going to be called Arch Enemy, and it's basically going to be, I haven't decided how many players yet, but it will be some number of players versus one Warlock player. And the Warlock player is the arch enemy. It'll probably be like 5 or 6, I would guess. And that will be like one challenge, and hopefully we get enough people for that. But Julawane, holy shit, man. Thank you so much for parking the Prime over here on Twitch, man. Really appreciate that. Big cheers. Yeah, dude, I hope you do. If you do, keep me posted, man. Because if we get a shit ton of LLDs, level 18s, or even level 9s, that's what it takes. It takes players showing up for an event, right? That's the hardest part, has been for years. They definitely exist, but getting everybody scheduled to match up consistently, it's a tough thing to do. Tough thing for sure. Yes, it would. It would stay frosty. Yep, so it would be like a 50% addition or 40, whatever it is. Yep. Just like the old grandfather used to do. Oh, nice name lock there from Havito as he charges in. Dangerous thing to do there, man, but he gets it. Gets in, lands a charge. Doesn't score any huge damage for his troubles there, and does eat a spear. But I would say a pretty even trade, all considered. In this very even, very close match between Din and Necro, the age-old showdown between the original Magic damage players here. Although Havito not necessarily on a Magic build. He is on a Smiter build, or a VT. Vindicator is what it is. You'll notice he's dropping down that FOH as well. Probably has a considerable amount of points statted into that to keep his opponent honest with his light res, right? That's what you got to do. I think it's important for a VT to be able to present some other form of damage, or you know, a smiter in general, and that's over time why the VT has kind of prevailed, right? It has the ability to address from a distance, but it also has the sheer power of smite. Now here's the big thing about smite, right? It's assumed to be so overpowered, right? If you just look back at D2, oh my god, nice catch there from the Lord of Sanctuary. Havito from the brink of defeat there comes back and takes it. Holy shit, 3-2, I believe. That was insanely good. This guy never scared, man. Even though he's low on life, still closes the distance, gets in there and makes it dirty, dude. That's what you've got to do as a smiter, and that's what I was just saying. I don't think a lot of people understand that. You know, it's assumed that smite is so overpowered and it always hits. If you would have talked to people 10, 15 years ago, when, you know, or actually when Grief came out even, you know, about, oh wow, now smiter's so OP. Well, really, it's only OP in the hands of the right players, right? That's always been the case. You gotta be able to close the distance. You gotta be able to get those name locks quickly. You've got to be able to chain. You've got to know the cadence of a smiter. It's not just click and hold like it is for, say, Uber Tristram, right? Like, it is literally it is the most skillful paladin build in PvP. And the greatest players, when you get a player in here like Havito, scoring these hits, scoring these wins in these rounds, they make it look so fun and smooth and simple and easy. But trust me, it is not. It is actually very hard to close the distance on an opponent that is trying to get away from you constantly with teleport. It's very, very hard to close the distance on that. You've got to be quick, you've got to be clean, you've got to be accurate. And that's what Havito is. That helm is pretty sick, huh? Yeah, I hope we get a gear flash here in a bit. And hey, thanks, Maddie. I appreciate that, man. Good old reminder. Liking the stream is free, and it also sends a message. Actually writes a letter to YouTube. We have it set up that when that happens, it mails an actual physical letter to YouTube to tell them to put us in the algorithm more, you know, whatever that means. And by the way, Donger, my guy, 5 months parking the prime here. He says, finally streamed where I don't need to be auto-bander. Dude, hell yeah, man. Really appreciate you, Donger. That's awesome, man. Big cheers to you. Huge. Yeah, Donger's name gets him auto-banned on YouTube, which is fucking hilarious. It's not me. Trust, I didn't do it. It's YouTube. And by the way, there it is, man. Havito comes out on top. I can't stress to you how difficult of a matchup this is for a Din. It's a very, very difficult matchup. Necros, they have the distance, they have a ranged auto hit skill of their own, right? It's very tough to close the distance profitably on a Necro. There's so many tricks that they have. You've got to be skilled. You've got to predict your opponent. You got to get in there. You got to learn them quick and allow yourself to deliver that violence, just like Havito did there. That was crazy. That was crazy, man. Looks like someone might have tried to pick off their belt there, and that probably exited them out of trade. That's what it was. Look at that thing. 20 FCR. 20 FCR and a 10 roll on the all res there. That's actually really nice. Geed's wager. And by the way, I love MF. Welcome in, man. Thank you so much for the raid. A big cheers to this guy. We are commencing some violence in Diablo 2 here, checking out our weekly show of the DFC, where we look at dueling on all levels. We all get together and we make it happen. We just saw an epic Necro v Paladin match in the high-level dueling division, where Havito came out on top with the Paladin. Very impressive with a smiter. It's very tough to catch those Necros, and you can see this gear right here. Man, how would you feel about finding some of this stuff? How would you feel about MF and some of this stuff? I love MF. Holy shit, like that thing right there. Holy shit. This is just absolutely wild. The toppest of the top tier gear from the toppest of the top tier savages in PvP. What's up, guys? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, and thank you again, dude. Appreciate it. Epic showdown between these guys, man. That was sick. That was sick. Let's take a look. I think that clears up the queue, and if it does, we might have something for you here. Oh, I think we do. We have got, bros, we've got something special. Let's get up in there. Let's get up in there and let's get ready, shall we? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, cool. All right, there we go. Bros, we've got a special video here. A duel that happened in the past, but luckily, we might get to see it. As though it's right here, right now. It's the first time I'm seeing this. It's the first time I'm seeing this. I'm going to bring this over. We're going to get to view this together. We're going to see if Maddie was felled by Sogi, the absolute sin killer. These guys, they wanted to duel on the card here tonight, but unfortunately couldn't make it happen. So they got it in last night. And now we're going to get to see it. This is crazy. Well, boys, let's get in there and let's check this out. And let's see how it went between Maddie and Sogi. The wild duel between the wild boys. Let's check her out. Oh man, and here we go. This is Maddie. This guy is, I gotta say, all right, he is a pretty savage Sin player, Druid player. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, a lot of different classes that he's very savage on. Even nationally renowned, recognized from recognized in those lists of, in the infamous list of Pheno rankings. Even recognized as better than most duelers in the world. Certainly better than that Joby guy. Tier 2 dueler, LOL. LOL, I believe. We hear a little bit of, oh man, this is great. We actually get to hear the keyboard here of Maddie. Probably some epic mashing going on. You'll get to hear the real live cadence and how savage this guy is on the keys. He might even, who knows, maybe he'll even talk some shit about those dins. As Sogi gets in, maybe gets those wins. We're gonna see how it goes, man. See who comes out on top with this. Now, Sogi is also, you know, we've talked up Maddie a bit, and he does deserve it. A very, very good player, very good Sin player. But Sogi, an equally savage Din player. I believe in the DFC, I think if you look at the data alone, I think he has proven himself as the most dominant VT player of all time in the DFC. So this is a critical match right here. Critical match between Maddie and Sogi. Let's fast forward a little bit. Looks like this is a 34-minute video. So the good thing is we get to skip through rounds, right? Let's check it out. As Maddie gets buffed up here, and here we go. All right, hold on. We'll rewind it a bit. Here it is, round one. Look at this. Sogi is on Zung. We're looking at this from Maddie's standpoint, so we're gonna see it from the Sin standpoint. You're gonna see him pop open his his skill tree, his stat screen, and you might be like, oh, is this a misclick? What's going on here? He's doing that so that he can cast his traps even further. Looks like these guys had a false start here. They're gonna start it over again, and here we go. And you see the arrows flying, man. This is the signature right here. This is, if you ask me, this just shows how versatile of a player Sogi is. Willing to bust out that bow and do the craziest things, really mix it up as a VT player and keep his opponent guessing. I really think in this matchup, when the Din busts out the Widowmaker, starts shooting guided arrows from so far away, it's actually a very important move versus a Sin, because they have the range on you, right? It's just such a vicious range. Even though every one of those arrows isn't necessarily going to hit, maybe it'll get weapon blocked, maybe it'll get eaten by the shadow, maybe it'll just miss, right? But the fact is, when you launch enough of them, some of them connect, and it can change the way your opponent plays. It can make him close the distance, just like that, just like what Maddie did there. He saw the bow flying, and he started closing the distance. That gave Sogi the opportunity he was looking for, and he landed some big damage on him as Maddie looks for that name lock. Wisely doesn't stomp, though. He's just looking for the name lock to hold down Mind Blast on him. Little bit of remote damage from afar, doing that physical damage, stunning his opponent a bit, allowing him to utilize that range, that distance, right? That's all what Maddie wants to do in this build. Nice setup with the traps there. That was insane. And by the way, Nissan, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That is wild. Big cheers to this guy. Bro, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Put me and Bruno in the queue. Got you, Thor Jitsu. Hell yeah, man. Thor Jitsu v Bruno melee in the new school. New school melee. Joby greater than Sogi? I don't know. I don't know, man. I would have to see some VTPK between those guys with no purple pots involved. And then I can decide, all right? Then I can decide. Looks like, though, Maddie has pulled ahead in this duel. You notice the range that he's utilizing here. Opening up the skill tabs, the skills, skill and stat tabs here. Giving him that range to cast those traps. That is something that I will say Maddie does far better than most trappers. And if you're not ready for it, if you're not used to dueling against trappers that can CT cast like an absolute pro, you're gonna get felled by somebody that can, right? If you're stuck in the trenches dueling people that can't do that so effectively, it's not gonna feel good when you duel somebody who can, because the range is gonna feel insurmountable. And that's Maddie's game plan here. He got caught early on from Smite, but now he's literally just leveraging that game, that long distance game, and pressuring his opponent with pressuring Sogi with some big traps. And look at that. There it is. Gets round 1. That was pretty savage, man. Very, very savage. Beating on these Dins. Gosh, this guy. Friggin' bully. Friggin' bully. Bullying these Dins. All right, here we go. Round 2. Yeah, he smothered him pretty well, man. I gotta say, that was insane. And Maddie was trying to do a little bit of baiting there, which usually doesn't work against Sogi. He almost paid for it. He almost paid for it in the first part of that duel. Trying to bait him, as in he CT casts this 5 stack of traps, and then he tellies into it in such a way that is almost enticing for Sogi to come after him, close the distance, and try to get some smites in. Just like that right there, right? What Maddie wants is for Sogi to kick around in those traps a little longer than he should. And he's willing to close the distance. He's willing to take a little bit of a risk to put his digital life on the line. Oh man, nice stomp there from Sogi. Now Maddie's in trouble. Some big hits there. Sogi reaching out with FOH from all the way across the screen and just landing a nasty telly stomp with some CT casting of his own. I think that's a good way to say it right there, Maddie. That was perfect. That was perfect. Yeah, I think that's the actual, if you look at the data, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, no, that's a great question. He's opening up, and we talked about this earlier, the skill tab, the character screen, that's to give him leverage on casting his traps, and also teleporting. So you'll notice that when he opens up any one of those UI screens, his character shifts over to the other side of the screen. Now, that's not just a choice of how the UI screen comes on board. It actually does move your character over on the screen and gives you more leverage, a greater distance at which you can cast your spells. So if you click your cursor and drag it past that screen, or in D2R, you can actually set the screen off you can set the UI off the side of the screen a bit, so you can actually just naturally click past it. Once you do that, you're casting traps further. You're teleporting further every time you teleport out. There it is. Maddie just gets tapped by some life tap there. Nice closing of the distance from Sogi. Sogi, the Sin Killer, man. This guy's notorious for taking down Sins in the Blood Moor on a VT. Something that's very, very hard to do. It is definitely not a good matchup for any sort of Din. Certainly not a VT. The Paladin doesn't really have that many good matchups where when they're pitted against a certain class that it's not an easy win, but it's not difficult, right? They have one class, I think. It's a Barb. Against a Barb, it's the easiest win they have. It's the easiest matchup they have. It's still not 100%, but it's the one and only quote-unquote easy matchup that a Paladin has. Everything else is such an uphill battle. It's an uphill, it's a climb. So he's in a very good position versus Maddie here, and it looks like he might be trying to utilize some CT FOH to hit Maddie from way on the outside with FOH. It's a little risky, it's a little tough to do, because the FOH can be weapon blocked. FOH can be weapon blocked. At this point, with Maddie's resistances, it's probably only going to do about 50 to maybe 75 damage, depending on how much Sogi has committed to it. But right now, Sogi's just having trouble landing it. He's having trouble landing any of it. Not only could it be weapon blocked, but it could also just get sucked up by the Shadow Master. Maddie is very, very low here. It looks like we saw it there. That actually did some big damage. That did like 200 damage. That FOH was big right there. All right, so Sogi went in big on it. He went in big on it, man. He might finish here with this. He probably wouldn't have conviction because as you'll notice here, he's never in range for conviction. He very likely wouldn't stat it, and if he did have conviction, it would come from a scepter, right? Like he would swap to a scepter, which gives +1 to conviction, or +3 maybe. But it's usually rare to see a Din stat conviction who's using FOH in PvP. Why, you might ask? Your opponent can just overstack for it. If you rip 150 res away, they'll just stack 150 more res on there. And then it's just a pointless aura. Pointless skill investment. And that's really no problem to do, right? But more importantly, even if he had it, he's rarely in range for that to go off, or for that conviction to actually grab hold. I know, dude. I'm hearing it, man. That's some top level shit right there. Most people, you know, you got people like Polytheist to put the camera on their hands, you know, show you the absolute savagery. Maddie just lets you hear it through the mic. Yeah. If you listen closely, you can hear it. You can hear this guy absolutely mashing. Top tier Canadian terror shit right there. Yeah, it takes a sec, which can be a good thing or a bad thing, right? Like, you could apply it and then swap to another aura, and it's actually still there, still applying. You know, but all of that pretty, all those pretty little tricks are kind of hard to pull off in PvP. Wow, and Maddie from the brink of defeat gets there. What is this noise? What is this noise? Picking on these Din players. Now look at this. He's got himself, he actually has himself a nice 2015 Griffins. Wow. I remember when this Sin used to be a little budget Sin. I remember when this guy was swapping his Enigma back and forth between his different HLDs. How far that boy has come. Yeah, no, he's probably not using the quick cast. I think it's very rare to see somebody in PvP use quick cast. There are certain drawbacks to it where you can name lock and you can chain, but it's like way harder. And it's certainly strange. There's a lot of reasons as to why, like switching skills and chaining with left click is like practically, it's a lot harder. Oh hell yeah, LOL Rages, we'll throw you in there, brother. LOL Rages v GDA, and holy shit, what was that? The good thing about watching this like this is we get to rewind. Look at this. Maddie's actually caught some damage here pretty early on. What did Sogi do here? He's shooting with that bow. This is changing how Maddie's playing. And look at this. Just closes the distance. No fucks given about the traps. Advancing now to 1-2 versus this Savage Sin player. All right. And they're going in for round 4 here, it looks like. Yeah, that was insane. I actually love this. We get to kind of watch it back, you know? They grow up so fast. Yeah, I gotta say, yeah, Maddie's a very, very good Sin player, man. I gotta say, very, very good. So it's even more impressive when you see somebody on a Din. Yeah, look at this. Maddie gets tapped, clearly frustrated early on here, but the good thing about playing a Sin is that you have Fade up, right? So Fade is gonna make it so that if you do get life tapped, your opponent has a very short window to actually capitalize on it, right? We're talking literal seconds, maybe less than 10 seconds, far less than 10 seconds to capitalize on it. So I'm sure Sogi would have wished that life tap happened at a different point in the duel. I think he might have scored it with an arrow. Yeah, pretty much everyone who played LOD doesn't use quick cast, right? True. Then there's Bruno, played LOD, uses quick cast. Dude, look, I think there's some, I think there's some benefits to it too. I just think that if you're in the mindset and you've never used it, it feels very awkward, and I think it's a big reprogramming of your brain to have to use it. That's for sure. Copyright music alert after this round? All right, thanks, brother. But we were loving the fucking button mashing and shit. I really think it adds some good stuff up in there. Appreciate you. Thanks for the heads up, Maddie. Yeah, I think the muscle memory is big. It's hard to reprogram the brain, and I'm not really sure if it's worth it either. I don't think it's a huge advantage. Perhaps on some classes it might be. I haven't played it enough. I really haven't played it enough. You know, and really felt it at the highest level. And you would it's essentially not just me that would need to do that, right? I think if it was a big thing, we'd see it on more of the top duelers. You've learned to like quick cast AF50. No shit. No shit. It might take some time. AF50 is a really good dueler too. Very, very versatile. Many different formats he plays. Yeah, so that's interesting. I think it has its merits. I think that it could be with some classes. It's good. Oh, nice hits there from Sogi. Sogi's being very patient, waiting for Maddie to come in, trying to address him from the outside with these arrows, change the way he navigates the map. But look at this. Maddie has kind of caught on to that. Nice close into the distance there from Sogi. Now Maddie in trouble here in this round. What up, Gaming Mode? Welcome in, welcome in. Have you heard of someone using a controller in PvP? In PvE, that's a pretty dope on some classes. True, yeah, actually Smaltz. Really cool dude, man. He makes some amazing videos on YouTube as well. Love his shorts. And he is actually a notorious controller player. Now, that being said, he often plays melee in PvP. I think controller in the Bloodmoor is a little fucky because you can't teleport, right? Like, you have no real control of your teleport. Yeah, but I mean, it's possible. I don't think anyone does it seriously, though. And there it is, man. Sogi tied up the round here, 2-2 versus Maddie. I knew this was going to be a savage bout right here. I knew this was going to be a savage one. Very close. This is crazy. Tie game between these guys. Man. Maddie says, is that just T-Gods? Look at this. Well, JTuber, in a very overly simplistic way, that is basically how it is. Whoever can click the best. But clicking is very hard in PvP. Because not only do you have to click on your opponent, grab a name lock with a lot of builds, but you got to follow up. You got to know how to recenter your... And I'm glad you say that, because there's a lot of things that you can miss if you're not familiar with, like, the actual specific movements that you need to do in PvP, right? Like, with chaining, something that we probably won't see from Maddie's standpoint here. He very likely won't chain Sogi for any reason. But on Sogi's end, what he has to do, and I'll try to replicate it with my mouse here, right, is after he grabs a name lock, right, he'll lock on, grab someone's name. After he locks onto it, as he goes for the teleport, in a very crucial, very specific window, he has to quickly return his cursor right back to the center of the screen. Just like grab the name lock, teleport, quickly return the cursor to a very specific pixel, like very small area. And he has to quickly return his cursor there so that he can let the name lock go, re-grab it as he goes in to do it again, and commence what's called a chain lock. It's extremely hard to do. But if you're really good at clicking like that, you will be an insane paladin player. But it is very difficult. Yeah, that's basically how LLD is now, and has been for a long time. It's just no potions. I think so, Odin. I think so. I think you are. PS5 controller sucks when trying to tell your firewall, wake of fire, etc., especially if auto aim is on. Blade warp and leap attack can turn pretty much into instant death. Yep. It's strange. Controller opens the door for some skills, right? Like, you can auto aim a blizzard, which is really cool, but you can't really choose the distance at which you teleport, right? Which can be difficult. It can be extremely difficult. I think playing on a controller in the Bloodmoor, again, when you have the option to play on mouse and keyboard, is a big disadvantage. And then there's Baloney Pony, of course. Actually, Baloney Pony was playing on, he was playing a Shaman Druid or Fire Druid on controller, which, speaking of auto-aiming and, kind of teleporting it at mid-range distances, it's kind of perfect, for that build. And by perfect, I mean, I think it's still a disadvantage. However, if you're gonna try to pull it off on a build, that's probably the one. Now, the problem comes from when your opponent gets a nice chain lock on you, it's borderline impossible to break it, right? When they get a sick chain, and I think that's the problem Baloney Pony would run into against some really good duelers every once in a while, is like, they get that chain and it's so hard to break it. It's just so hard to shake the chain. Yeah, auto-aim Kano. But that's the trade-off, right? The trade-off is auto-aim Kano, auto-aim Fisher, Molten Bowler, not as big of a deal, but still important to some degree. Usually you're doing that at point-blank range anyway, but... Oh, not true, J-Tuber. Just seeing that. Yeah, not true at all. All builds certainly not viable without Enigma. Enigma enables all of the builds. It is the best item ever made. It saved D2, man. If we get rid of Enigma, you kill the game. Yeah, auto-aim Kano, Armageddon makes him pay. That's what it is, dude. There are a few classes where controller can be abused, but mostly it limits you. True. Yep. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good sum up of the controller argument. It's just like, there's a few abusable niche cases for it, but overall, I think that the drawbacks that it gives you, like, the biggest thing is you can't break the chains. You can't break chain locks. Like, when your opponent is chain locking you, you're fucked. If they're really good, you're fucked. Auto aim Abyss? Yeah, oh my god, get out of town. Yeah, Abyss is the only skill in Diablo history that's just straight up, the only offensive skill that's just straight up banned. It caught a ban before it was even went live. The skill is so busted, so ass, like... It's so crazy. Can you imagine? Yeah, I think you'll probably see, you might even see, this would be add some insult to injury. Pub controller players on Abyss locks, just auto-aim Abyssing people. Insult to injury, right? Bozan, I don't think they have any offensive skills that are banned. But, oh, are you talking about versus Abyss? No, they get shit canned. But a Bozan could pull off no Enigma for sure, but even the best Bozan players in most matchups are going to use Enigma. Yeah, charge is great until you have to actually close the distance on your opponent, right? Like, and they can teleport. Well, now you've got to teleport too, right? Like, but yeah, if nobody could teleport, yeah, Paladins would be great. That'd be interesting. I think this is how I see it. Teleport is Diablo 2. It is the mobility mechanic of Diablo 2. As easy as it is to be like, well, this game would be different and we need to limit it. It's so powerful. Right, it's powerful. And it's how it is. Like, it is D2, right? It's what's made D2 for the longest time. And by the way, Hell Link, what is this? My guy, 5 gifted subs. What a savage. Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much. And I also missed a puff vape here from our boy Contagious Marijuana, the 420 himself. Hall of Fame is just basically people who've been subbed for a long time, big donos, people that have like made some big like positive contributions in one way or another to DFC. It's like big recognition in one way or another. Gonna tell my kids to tell his staff I shop is Enigma. Yeah, so I mean, I know it's easy, it's a divisive argument with Enigma, but it's like, it kind of is D2, whether we like it or not, right? Like, it is the mobility of D2. So, like it or not, if you change it, you change the entire game, very likely for the worst. Maddie's in a lot of trouble here. I believe he advanced to 3-2 in the previous round. No balance in PvP? No, there's really good balance in PvP, and it's been like that for a while. It was the original end game. The original devs had a very big eye for PvP. They changed items. The 08 items were changed with PvP in mind. They introduced an always balanced changes. The infinite pierce of the guided was a PvP change. Everything was a lot of things were based around PvP in the early days. It's unfortunate that in recent history, like, ARPG games don't focus on it as much, but that's always how it was with Diablo 2. PvP was the big one. Sogi making some big moves in this round. Yeah, until the Warlock came in, right? And then it's like, and now it's suddenly not balanced, and the Warlock is just fucking ass. It's like more powerful than everything. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. That's what we get for adding modern ARPG stuff into the Mona Lisa of ARPGs, right? You're gonna break it. You can't do it again. It's impossible. Like, don't fuck with it. Don't fuck with it. Holy shit, man. Sogi very low in this round as well. Maddie took a beating early on, but he could come out of this. This is wild. We've got 2 minutes left in the video, so I would imagine this round is going to wrap up quickly here. I was going to say, we might, if this goes 3-3, we can pause it and add a little bit of suspense for the final round. Holy shit. Honestly, dude, I would have paid a straight $25 for the rune stacking, gem stacking, loot filter, all of that stuff, and nothing else. I would have paid it just for that. New tabs. If they would have just done that, I think it would have been update of the year. Yeah, hybrid Zons are one of the best PvP classes. Or one of the best PvP builds. Now, granted, that does require you to be a good Zon player. They certainly are the most, oh man, divisive, I would say. Like, they either have really good matchups or really bad ones a lot of times. But all in all, more often than not, they have a good matchup against a lot of things. Look at this, Maddie repping to full here. Repping to full in real dueler fashion, making it even more difficult for Sogi as this duel goes on. Because when Sogi comes in, Maddie can look for that Mind Blast and whittle down. He's going to whittle down the life rep of his opponent here, and it's going to make it very, very difficult for him. He can't rep life back as safely as Maddie can in this duel here. Maddie now repping past 1300. It's getting wild. And the longer this goes on, I can see what Sogi's doing here. He's trying to play to his outs because he is he's very low. So he's trying to pick an angle from the outside, get a nice angle on Maddie and try to surprise him. But the longer he does that, the more he loses his window to actually beat Maddie in this round, right? It's given Maddie all this time to rep back life. Look at this, Maddie playing with some screen shake there. The Bloodmore gets terrorized just as he gets in there and gets it done. 4-2 in favor of Maddie. What a savage. This guy picking on fucking Dins. What the hell is wrong with him? Damn, son. All right, we've got Thor Jitsu versus Bruno next up. After this, we've got LOL Rages versus GDA. I'm also going to check the queue here in a little bit, but we're going to pop in to Bruno's screen here. One of the most creative Diablo duelers of all time. This guy's stepping back in. He's back to it, boys. We get to see the return of the Bruno. And what the actual fuck is this guy? He's on a Warlock. This guy is on a Warlock. Friggin' Bruno. Here we go, boys. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Cleave Warlock. I gotta say, that's actually pretty impressive. I thought the cleave always hit, but I guess it doesn't. Cleave looking pretty clean over here. Holy shit. Yeah, so you sign up on a class, and what we do is take what class you signed up on and try to get a fair duel for you, right? Like, try to pair you up against something that's a fair duel. Sometimes people will sign up with the option of multiple classes, and then we just kind of give them an option if it's fair. Give both players an option. You can pick whatever. Either one will be a fair match. But yeah, so you can't, like, counter pick. After your match is assigned, that's what you're on. Holy shit, man. Does Amazon slow cast frames cause a problem for them in dueling? In PvE, I find their teleporting quite slow. Nope, not necessarily. I mean, they're, like I said, one of the best classes. The Zon needs some sort of drawback, right? Because it's very powerful otherwise. And I think that it's a pretty fair trade-off that it's slow with casting. The thing that single-handedly, the decision that brought the Zon from 0 to 100, from like literally a A-tier dueler to a God-tier dueler, they made one bad decision in patch 2.4, I believe. Not just the FHR change, but specifically with the Zon. They made it so that dodge, avoid, evade doesn't lock you out anymore. It doesn't, like, you can't get locked up with dodge, avoid, evade. That literally made the Zon God tier. It's kind of shitty because it fucked a lot of matchups. I'm sure they did it for the shitty players who just would, for whatever reason, put points into dodge, avoid, evade and teleport into souls and be like, how come it didn't save me? It's like, well, you, A, don't tele into souls, right? But B, if you do, or if you're prone to that, don't put points into dodge, avoid, evade. Right? It was like the drawback. You're invincible, but you're not, you can't kick around, right? And they just literally threw that out the window. They were like, nah, we need you to just be invincible. And it's like, well, okay, well now there's no drawback to them. And catching your opponent in dodge, avoid, evade animation in PvP is just very tough. Like, you can't do it. It doesn't even slow them down. Bruno on a Warlock. This is interesting. These guys have, like I said, most melee duels actually take place in non-ROT dubs. Melee dueling it takes place in legacy mode, right? But Bruno has stepped up as a special opponent versus Thor Jitsu here tonight. And these guys are in ROT dubs, and Bruno is on a Warlock, which is very interesting. And I gotta say, there's no real rules for the Warlock because, you know, it's melee doesn't take place in that form. But you can see Bruno coming in here, and I actually love what he's done. He's chosen a very fair skill for this throwdown right here. But the thing is, I think the problem that we're seeing him run into here is just the sheer attack frames and the sheer attack speed based on, you know, versus a Zon here. We're seeing the strengths of the Zon, much like what we talked about, right on full display here. They have not only the max block, a little bit of defense, not necessarily as much as other classes, but they got the max block, they got the DR, and then they have dodge, avoid, evade. It is so hard to hit in Amazon because there's just so many things that make them completely immune to everything going on. Oh, look at that. Fade proc from Thor Jitsu. That was wild. Holy shit, that is wild. I was like, what just happened to his character? He's wearing the new jewel, man. He got that fade proc. Yeah, the IS is just insane. And they've got a skill that's just meant for melee like that, right? Like that jab is basically like the Amazon Zeal, right? Like it's wild. Wonder how this would look with Ward absorbing the first few thousand damage. Well, I guess we're gonna see. He definitely has Ward up here. But you mean if you really take a focus on it and, like, you know, really buff it up? Yeah, okay, there it is. Or maybe he just wasn't using it before. True, he's probably not 45 lifers. But I wonder with Cleave if 45 life skillers are better, or if you're better off with like max damage AR charms. I love that Bruno has called his character Doctor Strange Fate over here. The Warlock soul looks like Doctor Strange. Big allusions to it with the sling ring and everything, man. Holy shit. I love his character name here. You can't normally, but with melee rules, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I think these guys are kind of... They're making it work. They're doing whatever here. They're in a strange realm for melee, if you will, right? ROT dubs is a strange realm. Ooh, what is this? Now Bruno blocking some shots there, but you see also when the Warlock gets hit here in melee, he gets put into this stun animation, and like no other class here, boy does that hurt. On any other melee class, you've got these rapid hitting classes like a Fury Druid, a Zon, a Zealot. All of these things where like you're kind of mid animation and it takes a lot to actually interrupt that. But with Bruno's Warlock here, he's going on, he's going on Cleave. I think he's on Mirrored Blades now, or he's trying it. Either way, when you get hit and knocked out of that animation, there's a big knockback. Like, it just sets you back so much. Look at that. That was with Mirrored Blades, and I think the dodge, avoid, evade there was like absolutely just, you can see from a skill like Mirrored Blades, it just totally misses. Like, it can miss because of the dodge, avoid, evade on a Zon, which shouldn't be the case. That was another thing that they did with the Zon that was just kind of an unfair change for PvP. They made it so that it, and I think it was like this from when they remade D2R. It's been like this forever, but it's definitely not supposed to be this way. Skills that always hit can be dodged, avoided, or evaded. Skills that always hit can be dodged. That shouldn't be the case. It's not how it was in LOD. All these little things that you notice in the PvP realm.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think the lock is really made for melee. It has some of these pseudo melee skills, such as cleave, and I think they tried with some of these abilities to make it have a melee approach, but it's a caster, right? Like, even echoing blades, it's like you're casting those. Strange, but mad love to Bruno for getting in here and making it happen. Look at this renewed bone break here for Thor Jitsu. That is wild. And a 14 maxer, you rarely see those, but that synergizes quite well with what's going on there. Some nice stat boots with the Horizon's legacy, using them for stats and CBF, which is crazy good addition here. Love that helm too. 100 lifer, 3 socket with 3 4015s in it. Actually pretty savage. Really love this setup for Thor Jitsu. And now we get to see the setup for Bruno. This guy's super creative, coming in with a Black Hades, double bared, zotted Black Hades. And look at this, an interesting helm of his own. His Saurus boots and belt, I believe that gives you a big AR bonus. Certainly one that you can combine with your, with your Angelics. He also has some big AR from his inventory here. The thing is, going up against a Zon, you usually don't need a lot of attack rating. You basically just want to punish them with damage. The attack rating isn't big. Most of your shit is either going to get blocked, dodged, avoided, evaded anyway. So it's like, you just want to make the hits count, right? And but it looks like to get his AR up there, Bruno is really focusing on that. And granted, he would connect a lot, but a lot of times he wouldn't really punish him for it. He goes, yeah, I made this build in 30 minutes this morning. I gotta say, I love it. And it is totally a Bruno build that I would fully expect this guy to bring to the table. This guy coming in with Beast, the craziness. This is what this guy does, man. Always creative, always coming in on some wild build that you've never seen before. I was a little nervous when he brought in the Warlock. I was like, uh-oh, what's going on here? Because you never know. This guy is scary. His creativity alone is scary. Bear Warlock next. I almost expected it. I almost expected him to go in bear form there and see, see what was going on. But, dude, hell yeah, man. Well, bros, what a duel. What a duel between these guys. We also got LOL Rages versus GDA up next. Let's pop in on these guys and see what's going on. And here we are. In the Bloodmoor, once again, LOL Rages. This is the POV that we're looking at right now. This guy, an absolute savage Amazon player in general, but certainly a savage LLD Amazon player. And we're going to get to see it, man. We're going to get to see it. That boy right there. Holy shit. Big hits from his opponent from way on the outside here. LOL Rages versus GDA. GDA also extremely savage. In the Zon ladder, this guy just challenged Bushy for the HLD Zon title. Now, he didn't win, but it was actually a really cool duel. And the fact that he's worked his way up the ladder that much sort of is a nod to his prowess on the Zon. It's pretty wild, man. He's certainly familiar with it. This guy's been practicing on it for years now, and you can really see, man, in the choices that he makes, the distance that he clears here with these shots. Look at this. He's actually doing a great job from a very, very far out distance. And this is usually how you see Zon v Zon battles take place. They are very rarely on the same screen. It is a shootout. You can use jabs, you certainly can, but it is a shootout where guided arrow basically dominates. And it has been like that since the early days of Diablo. Big ZVZ, yeah. Add me and the Dole to the queue? Hell yeah, man. BRP versus Dole. Got you, brother. You guys are up next. BRP versus Dole House. Right after this, man. You're in there. It's a pretty short queue right now, man. Perfect timing to get in. By the way, what's up, Ferdia?
I can't.
Holy shit. Yeah, we might get to see it after this, actually. Sometimes these guys will show off their gear after a match. I love it when it happens in like Melee and LLD. Any format, I always love seeing it because you get to see the fine minutia details of what people chose to bring to the table for that specific match. Really, PvP is oftentimes decided by skill more than just items, but items certainly help, right? And you got to bring the right things to the table to even have a chance sometimes. So hopefully we get to see that after this, and you'll get to see what these low-level dueling Zons usually bring.
Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
What you might see here is a little bit of CT shooting should the opportunity present itself. Nice name lock there from LOL Rages. And oh man, big hits. You notice that when he got that name lock and GDA ran off screen to break the name lock, LOL Rages quickly ran after him. And the reason he did that is because if you run off the screen, even though the arrows might follow you, after a certain distance, when you break map distance from your opponent, the arrows will stop tracking, even if you've got them off of a name lock. So knowing that, oh, and here's the other part of that. But if you come back onto your opponent's screen, they'll begin tracking again, right? And so LOL Rages knew that. After that name lock, after GDA broke map distance there, he ran after him to make sure that those arrows lock back on again. It's all these very fine, critical plays here that you wouldn't averagely see or know about. All happen in this ZVZ throwdown, man. This is really cool to see. Great thing here for the LOL Rages is mana amount. Most Zons have less. His mana here is great. He probably has 2x 80 plus mana rings, and same for Amulet. Yeah, that's a great point, man. And mana can really be a big thing in LLD Zon v Zon. In HLD, you probably have the points to max out Guided Arrow, and the mana cost of Guided Arrow is relatively low in HLD. It's usually like 1 mana. But in LLD, that's not the case. You haven't had enough points to max out Guided Arrow, and the mana cost, although it isn't huge, is still pretty substantial, to the point where you can't necessarily spam it like you can in HLD. Holy shit, good duel as LOL Rages comes ahead here. Now 2-1 in this Zan v Zan LLD throwdown. Let's cut over to GDA's perspective here. See how this is looking. As we come in, he's playing this beautiful Bloodmore music, doing the walk of shame out to the body, but he's going to try to turn this around. What you'll see a lot of in both LLD and HLD ZVZ, you'll see it from some of the best players, is CT shooting. And you've heard of this. We talked about the CT casting earlier, where you bring up the stat screen, the skill tab, to give yourself a little bit of distance with teleporting, with casting your spells. Well, there's also, there it is. There's that CT shooting from GDA. That's why I switched over. I was like, I said, I know we're going to see this quite a bit from this guy. He's really good at it. You see him open up that stat screen and drag his cursor past it as he shoots a guided arrow. The reason he does that is because much like bone spirits, guided arrows will go to the location that you clicked first. Then they'll start tracking a target. Some people don't know that. If you shoot a bone spirit and you click somewhere on the screen, the bone spirit will go to that location in a straight line first. When it gets there, and after it gets there, it will then start tracking a target. The same is true for guided arrows. However, both of these skills have a range after which they will not track targets. But you can extend that range by doing some CT casting and clicking far out on the map to make the arrow go to that location first, then start tracking. You sort of increase the range at which that arrow will lock on to a target by doing CT shooting. It's something that, if you play Zon v Zon, it is definitely something you want to put in your repertoire. It's crazy. These two players had an HLD match 2 days ago, 75k Zon tournament, and GDA won 3-2, 3-1. No way. Yeah. And now we have, I believe it's 3-1 in favor of LOL Rages in the LLD division. Oh, how the tables turn in LLD, huh? Let's pop back over to LOL Rage's point of view here. Wow, that's crazy, man. Yeah, there's a rare bow tournament right now with a 50k prize. My buddy Bushy's in that. Yeah, like there's, I think GDA's in it too. Yeah, 50k forum gold. Oh shit, was that it? Did we miss the first round? Oh, I think it was. That or these guys are switching it up. Actually, I think they're switching. I think these guys are switching servers. That's what it is. Because it's like, it's America versus EU. So yeah, they're switching servers. That's why there was a little bit of a disconnect there. Yeah, 75k total, 50k for first. Yeah, it's wild, man. Did you see Bushy's bow for that? The fucking thing is savage, man. Savage bow. Put some respect on LOL Rage's name. He's GG's EVZ player. And that's what Jinshin's saying that, man. That's some big accolades from our boy Jinshin. Yeah, oh, I know, man. LOL Rages is a savage. LLD, HLD, this guy's got it all. LLD, I know I've seen him around some pubs, and he's one of those scary Zon players, right? Most of the Zan players, I'll get in there, and we'll pop in on the charger, we'll put him down like nobody's business, right? But there's certain Zon players. When you get DD on a Zon, you get this guy on a Zon, they'll know how to walk you down. They know how to move. That makes it very, very difficult, very punishing if you even step a little bit on the outside. And that's what this guy's capable of, man. Super good Zon player. He ain't no Jinshin though, right? Yeah, he ain't no Jinshin. Jinshin says, I've never beat him in ZVZ ladder FT5. He's a great Zon. I learned a lot. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Very, that was a nice thing of you to say. Thank you so much for bringing that. That's some good positivity to bring in here, Jinshin. I appreciate that, man. A big cheers to you. Yep, LOL Rage, GGAF, man. He's savage. He might be coming for that title versus DD, man. He might be coming for it. He might be the promised one. There ain't nobody that can take down DD. The guy's a savage. But Lol Rage is moving up right now, finding himself in a ZVZ duel in the level 30 division. He didn't plan for this. He just showed up on the Zon and says whatever happens, happens. But little did he know, holy shit, big hits from the outside. And just like that, down goes GDA. Long range sniping from Lol Rages. That was a heavy hit. No, dude, I want to see me some Oppen Scroll up in here. That guy was a legendary, absolutely legendary Din player, man, with just some great, a really great setup, too, that you really don't see every day. Really good, dude. Darius and I are ready. Throw us in the queue. Got you, brother. Darius v. the AF50. Hell yeah, man. Right now, we've got Lol Rages versus GDA. We're just looking at the culmination of this. Then we've got BRP versus Dole House next, then Darius versus AF50, so it won't be long, my friend. Holy shit. Big shots from the outside. Look at this. This is some really good aim and some really good follow-through from Lol Rages. Oh my god, big hits. And the Fallen trying to get in there and get a piece of the action. But yeah, you noticed it, dude. That same logic applies. When we were talking about that name lock and Lol Rages following through, running after his opponent, the same logic applies to a CT shoot, like to a CT shot. If you do a CT shot and your opponent starts running away, you're going to want to run after them because they're trying to break map distance so that the arrow doesn't track them. But if you stay on their map, that arrow will continue to track them. It's crazy. Little subtleties that a lot of people don't know, man. And that is just second nature for Lol Rages. He knows it. He can feel it. You can feel it. It's in his blood. He doesn't even have to think about it, man. He gets those CT shots off and he just goes a chasing. You want to run from him? Hell no, man. I've seen him do it with a tele staff too. He don't fuck around. Some big shots here from the outside as Lol Rages takes some. Look at this. Look at this aim. He's at a. You can see GDA trying to keep him at this strange angle where he's kind of below him. And that is so that he can't do this, his CT shooting, right? Like the CT shooting is where your range is kind of at its greatest as an Amazon. But if you are directly above or below your opponent, they can't CT shoot on you at all. You alternatively can't shoot on them. But if you have more confidence in your aim, that's the way to do it. And it worked for him in that round. Down goes Lol Rages and GDA. Now advancing 1-2. He's gonna need to make a big comeback here. That is wild. Let's kick over to GDA's point of view here. Man, and here it is. Here it is, the GDA himself. The Savage Zan player. Come on, GDA. He can do it. Look at this. He's even got himself the open wounds shield, the sword back hold that you even see on HLD Zons. You see HLD Zons use the shield. It's so good, man. The open wounds is really cool. Well, another thing that a lot of people don't know is that if you shoot an arrow and then you swap to your sword back hold, that 50% open wounds will apply to the arrow that you already shot. So when it connects, boom, 50% chance of open wounds. It's kind of insane. Another high-level trick, man. I would say mid-level trick. A lot more people know about that nowadays. That's certainly not as high as the high level as the arrow tracking thing that probably I'm guessing some of you didn't know about it before we just see this ZVZ matchup right here. You love seeing it. It's a very, very strange matchup. One that happens way off from screen, but you really get to appreciate people's aim, their tactics. Look at this. Now we got Lol Rages trying to lure GDA into some shit here. GDA trying to chase him, but the difference between his chase there and Lol Rages is that at that time when GDA was going for that chase, he didn't really have any active arrows flying, or at least that we could see. Or I'm sorry, we're looking at GDA's screen. My bad. That was yeah. My bad. I forgot we switched screens over here. So GDA was trying to lure LOL Rages into some shit. And that time when LOL Rages chased, he didn't have his arrows up, or at least we couldn't see them. Damn, son. But there it is, a savage 3-1 victory. Let's see if we can check out what these guys are wearing, man, because it is really good to see. It's really cool to see this LLD gear. It's so unique, so different. And if this is the type of dueling that really gets you fired up here, it's a lot different in level 30. If you're the type of player that you don't like Enigma, you don't like those kinds of duels, perhaps LLD might be for you. It's definitely a lot different. The pacing is a lot different. And now you'll get to see some of the savage gear that these guys bring to the table, too. Some of the best Zon players and you know what they're bringing. Good old Rogue's Bow. I love that. I actually love the Rogue's Bow for this matchup, or really in general for an LLD Zon. Nice amulet there for GDA. Life, mana, res, 1 to Zan skills. Look at that. 230, 2 open socket magic helm. He's got himself a death set. There's that sword back. 24 maxers and a 3 socket lifer armor. Beautiful rings. And of course, some nice jabs that we really never get to see. You really don't see much of those in this matchup. That is the classic swordback hold versus the big maxer damage shield on the swap. That is something that LOL Rages often brings to the table. The big maxer damage shield. So when he swaps to it, you're going to be taking a walloping hit. And look at that bow. That is a savage one. Holy shit. 20 IS, 2 sockets. Nasty ED. Yeah, his circlet is, I think that's the best Zon. LOL Rage's circlet is the best Zon circlet I think I've ever seen. It's wild. Yeah, and that is just pure. There it is. There's those mana rings that you were talking about. Yeah, look at that thing. 230, 20, or I'm sorry, 230, 2 open socket with like ED, stat jewels, life. Oh, it's so beautiful. Even I can't remember if there's mana on there or not. Wouldn't surprise me. His mana pool, like you said, was pretty insane. Yeah, crazy rings on GDA, crazy gear on both of those guys. Thank you so much for showing it off, man. That was wild. All right, boys, let's kick over to BRP versus Dole House in an epic HLD showdown. Bam, baby, here it is. Or a BRP on the Druid versus Dole House on the Sin. How will it go? How will this violence commence? Well, we're gonna find out, man. We're gonna find out here today. It's like these guys are just getting ready, just getting ready to hop into the moor. They've got it all cleared. They're ready. They're ready for some violence. I'm excited about this one, man. I think BRP, he comes into the DFC with so much potential, so much violence, but he's got himself an opponent in Dole House. Man, both of these guys, when you put their back against the ropes, they turn into whole different duelers right here. And I think that's what we're going to see. I think this is going to be a pretty vicious one, back and forth. We've got all of this BRP on the Shaman Druid, or the Fire Druid, firing up that Vault, or that Armageddon. This is going to be a duel. This is going to, I think this is certainly the better Druid variant to go up against the Sin, that's for sure. But Dole House, being an experienced Sin player that he is, he's going to try to manage this distance and stay well out of the way of not only the Armageddon, but he ain't gonna give BRP the chance to get those name locks. Yeah, big mana jewelry for both, especially Rages. That was really good. That was a epic showcase of LLD Zon gear and also just high level LLD play, man. Both of those guys. Is it Sin favored? Not necessarily. I think this is an HLD statistics show. If anything, it's Druid favored, but it's theoretically back and forth. The statistics are skewed, I think, by Polytheist, who is just such an incredible Shaman Druid player that he'll fell anybody that isn't like Maddie on a Sin or something, you know what I mean? It'll just make it look easy. Big hits there, and it looks like Dole House is getting in here and also doing some whirling. He's doing some whirlwind, and he's a bit of a whirl girl up in here. That can be a good thing. I think in this particular matchup, it can also be a bit of a detriment. It can also be a bit of a detriment. Why? Because you close the distance on a fire druid, and when you do that, you not only open yourself up to Molten Boulder, but there's a ton of Armageddon residual meteors coming down, and you can see that damage adding up on Dole House already as he closes the distance. And now it's getting scary. Now he's going to rely on those traps a little more. I think that's the play. I think he really wants to rely on the traps, because every time he closes the distance, he runs the risk of just getting beat up by that Armageddon. It's a tough game to play versus the Fire Druid here. Yeah, there it is. As he closes in, the shot gets blocked, and boom, just like that, BRP gets out. That time I think he got him with a Molten Boulder. Very nice, well-timed Molten Boulder as he came in. But it is so dangerous. I think in this particular matchup, when your opponent has some pretty savage block, when they are ready for those Telly Stomp whirls, you've either got to be really good, really, you know, opportunistic and unpredictable with them, or I think it just works to your detriment. And even if you are ready for them, it's usually never a good trade, right? Like you're rolling the dice to get in there and hopefully hit through the pets, through the block, all of this. And you're also rolling the dice to take an Armageddon, right? And it ain't gonna feel good. They used to, actually, Jules. NATO Druids probably used to be the predominant PvP build, but in recent history, we've kind of figured this out a couple of years ago, that data would suggest, although a bit lopsided by Polytheist at the time, data would suggest a Fire Druid is the best PvP Druid build. The most successful. And as we've seen more players like Baloney Pony, like Track Amp, and now BRP come in on these Fire Druids, and even more players throughout the years, you can really see the consistent savagery that they bring to the table. That, I would say, what might have been unintentional from the devs back then, but they actually did create a really cool dueling class, and certainly one that was fair and balanced with the changes that they made to the fire skills. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but they did something right, and it's actually a really good, really cool class. Agreed, yep. Oftentimes, what you'll see people do with Molten Boulder is they'll do what's called up bouldering. It's kind of like up smiting or up zealing or any other skill that you put up in front of, right? You're waiting for your opponent to stomp you, right? So like they're getting aggressive, they're closing the distance, and you throw a Molten Boulder, right? And then you walk with it, or, you know, walk into it. And if they stomp you, it's just right there. Or down smiting, right? Yeah, exactly. Downs the smiter. Yeah. Yeah, try this out too, J-Bender. I'm not sure if it works, but try the commands. I tried to update these. I hope they didn't break. But you should be able to also type !Discord, and it should send. It should link you to it. If it doesn't, I'll have to go revisit it. We had to switch off from Nightbot because it broke, and then I was like, all right, whatever. I'll just do everything in Stream Elements, and I hope I got it to work. Oh, damn it, dude! It's not working. Fuck. All right. Well, hey, look at that. It works on. All right, it works on Twitch. Not working on YouTube. I'll look into it. I'm not sure what the hell's going on. Thanks for testing it out, but yeah, here. This is what I'll do. I'll meet you halfway. I'm gonna copy and paste it from the other chat, and there it is. There it is. On my own Nightbot today. Yeah, we got some commands working for Twitch. Happy to see that. This one should work too. Oh, hell yeah, that one's working. Does it work on YouTube? Let me try this out on my end. No, goddamn. All right, I'll have to figure out what's going on there. It's Stream Elements has always been weird with the YouTube chat. But there it is, man. BRP gets there in that round too. I believe now 2-0 in his favor. That one was a very close one though. That time we saw Dole House utilizing that distance a little more. I think that's really what he has to do. I think he has to really turn this into a distance duel and almost make it so that BRP can't really guess where he's going to be. He can't really guess when he's going to come in, and he just starts using those traps, man. Leaning on the distance of those traps and just pretending he's a trapper. That's what I would do, right? Just pretend you're a trapper. And then if your opponent gets a little froggy, they start walking by those boulders. This one you just whirl them, right? Make them pay for it. Yes. Yeah, a few people have finished the Unique Chronicle. Yep. I know Marvel and that crew have. They literally took a weekend and just like, they had EU players playing during sometimes. It would all just sit AFK in a game. Yeah, there's some people that have got it done. I'm getting close. 94% on my end. I'm done with the sets. I haven't even done the rune words because I'm like, I'll just get them last. I'll do them last. True. I think that is kind of the drawback, though. I think that's a fair statement about fire druids. Is that like they're usually not as exciting as the wind druids were, right? Where the wind druids are going to close the distance, get nasty chains, throw some sick nados. You probably won't see that from in a lot of fire druid matchups. You probably won't, right? They're utilizing mid-range distance, and sometimes the skills and the accuracy of which can be a bit harder to see with all of the shit going on, right? Like that's the other thing. It's harder to observe the violence of the fire spells, right? Like that right there was actually a really nice Kano, and so was that. That was a nice name-locked Kano right there, but not as impressive as like Telly Chain NATO stomps, right? Just gotta make last wish last, so it's your last wish. It's a good point. It's a very good point. Some very nice name locks here, though, from Dole House. I gotta say, he is trying to get in there and land some whirlwinds, but again, I think he's got to just be very opportunistic with it, especially now. He's at a critical life total where these traps, I think, are way more threatening at this point because he can outrange that Kano, right? He can outrange the Kano. Trapper technically has by technicality only, has the longest range by far of any Diablo 2 class when it comes to PvP, but really anything. Oh, nice hits there from Dole House. BRP might be in trouble here. Hard to tell if it cut him open, but yeah, he's got to be careful not to try to get in, close the distance, and finish, right? Like that right there made BRP shit his pants a bit. He got clocked with that whirl, and that's just going to make him even weaker to these traps, even more susceptible to just dying to a set of traps. But that's why Dole House has to be extremely careful, because if he does close the distance, man, look at that. Every time, that Armageddon just makes him pay for it. Didn't heal between rounds. Interesting, actually. That's interesting, Mad Max. No healing between rounds. Huh. That would, that might be something right there. You know what? Maybe we'll try that. DFC 200. Maybe we'll throw a special. I'm gonna take note of that, Mad Max. I think that's really cool. I think that's really cool. I'm writing this down. DFC 200 ideas. Try some special matches. That would be wild. Can you imagine that in Melee too? Holy shit. Melee, I think, would actually be a little more chaotic, but I think for sure we're bringing back the Din Derby for 200. The Melee Din Derby. By the way, there it is again. Looking like
I can't carry anymore.
BRP coming in pretty clutch so far. 3-0 on this Fire Druid. It is tough to close the distance. I think what Dole House has to do here is just pretend he's a trapper for like the first 5 minutes of this round. You know what I mean? Just like really throw the traps out there, harass him with it, make him start respecting you as though you're a trapper. No, sir. What's his name? I'm pretty pumped, man. Yeah, I think so too. I think it could add an interesting element to HLD. That's for sure. But then again, I mean, there is life rep and all of this stuff. It also just, it makes it so that players probably are interested in just starting the next round as fast as possible. I mean, 40 life rep would still be a thing. So in between rounds, you're just like repping back life. But let's pop back over to BRP's point of view here. See it from the Fire Druid's standpoint. This guy is up 3-0 so far. Let's see if Dole House switches the strategy at all. Tries to make BRP forget that he is a Whirl Girl. Team duels are a bit harder to get going just because it relies on so many people. And if one doesn't show up, you don't have a duel. As opposed to something such as like the Din Derby, where it still relies on a lot of people, but if somebody doesn't show up, you can still just start and play, right? Oh, yeah, exactly, right? Yep, they definitely do. ATD barbs are probably, that's the most effective we've seen in Melee, I think, with attacker takes damage. But the problem is that the ATD still catches the PvP nerf, right? So, as it should, but like, if you have the right gear, you can just put on a bunch of IDR and completely negate all the damage. Yeah, Din Derby is wicked fun, man. I think one of the big ones that we're going to try next week, I hope we can get it going, is Arch Enemy. And that's where we have one Warlock versus a team of players. Warlock can do anything, right? So, like, not healing or anything like that, but, like, they can use Abyss or what have you. It'll probably be, I'm guessing, maybe 6v1, I think is what it will be. No shit, that could actually be smart too, Nim. Holy shit. That could be smart too. Allow 4 Jubes? Damn. That could be interesting. Add that to the no healing between rounds thing. Yeah, it would be on D2R. It would be on Legacy. Din Derby on Legacy. And there it is, man. What a savage. BRP coming in and just showing the range of this Fire Druid. Today, Dole House didn't quite have an answer, but he was so close in so many of these rounds. Demoralizing. Demoralizing, man. It's so hard to close the distance on a Druid like that. Yeah, it's crazy. But I gotta say, Dole House did a great job of it. Closed the distance, landed some big whirlwind hits there. But the price you pay for closing the distance on a Fire Druid is wild. And these guys showing off the gear. Love it, man. Good old Suicide Branch for the wand there. BRP's fire doo-doo gear. Look at this, matching charms and everything. You know this guy ain't fucking around. 45 lifers matching 2011s. He didn't come here to play. He came here to win. And look at this, actually savage gear here from Dole House too. Dude, what was Dole House an actual ghost? Were the traps just a big distraction? I think Dole House might have been more like whirlwind damage ghost, which would explain why he was like closing the distance and really trying. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's a 65 cast ghost over here with traps, probably his minor distraction, maybe a little bit behind him, but yeah, he is mainly a ghost. He's got the Vizzo helm. He's got the High Lord's amulet. That's big. That's actually really cool. Very nice setup there. Dole House looking clean, man. That is wild. Yeah. That's an even, I feel bad now because that's actually an even tougher match. That's very tough because you have no choice. You got to get in there. That was why. I think Dole House knew what to do there, but he was just at the short end of the stick, right? He had the short end of the stick. He knew what to do. If he could have relied on his traps as more, he probably would have. But unfortunately, he's like, I do all my damage through Whirlwind. I got to time this perfectly. I got to get in there. He almost did. Very, very close in those rounds. But GG, man. What an epic bout between these guys. Boys, what a wild one. Next up, we've got Darius versus AF50. This one also gonna be nuts. As we peek into Darius's screen, Darius is on the din here tonight. Also AF50 on the Loot Goblin din. These guys throwing down in the melee division, the click and hold division. Let's pop over to AF50 here. Check out this din. He's got the sound as well. Love me some sound. Hell yeah, boys. AF50 versus Darius in a Din v Din showdown in the melee division. Damn, son. Darius off to a savage start here. 2-0, it looks like. Darius is a legendary melee player. We've seen this guy on many different builds. An absolute legend. Trying to shut down the hype train of AF50 here. AF50 making some big waves, challenging some big opponents. Even the ones where he loses, they've been some close duels, man. Just like that right there. They all basically look like that. A very close round. That is gotta be, that's probably the most demoralizing melee loss right there. You're so close. You're literally one damage tick away, no matter the role, of felling your opponent, especially from behind like that, when you're behind on the scorecard. And then the round stolen from you. Doesn't feel good. Oh my god, big hits, man. Big hits. 0-4 in favor of Darius as he tries to put the stamp down here. Yeah, the 50 cast is what they would use the branch for. Yep. Otherwise, if they could use Hodo, they would, but if a druid's ever on branch, they need it. Damn, son, Darius Din looking destructive out there. 0-5 so far. Yeah, better one tick versus than flawless, exactly. Just seeing that, Nim says, good luck AF50, gonna need it. He's gonna make some swaps here, and you can see that he's got an F Templar's Might. I love this. It's so rare that you see this. You know, the unique sacred armor is used for anything, but melee is the closest to, you know, that these armors have ever seen to a good use case, being sort of a closet item for some dins, with AF50 busting it out on the Loot Goblin here. And the reason he does that is because it has plus the offensive skills, which can get his fanaticism up to a critical point to help him hit IAS breakpoints. but then it also has that sacred armor defense, right? Big defense boost. He's doing that to hopefully try to stave off these hits from Darius. But as you can see, it is hard. Darius's AR, he's set up good here. He's set up real good. Looks like Darius has got a nice Pally Vizzo that he's rocking versus the DS Vizzo on AF50. Pally Vizzo sort of works towards the same thing. A lot of times they'll have the Vizzo mod. That's why they call them the Vizzo, right? That's a percent plus a percent to attack rating based on character level. 2 to paladin skills, 2 sockets, and the top of the top will have stats on them, or life, or sometimes both. We've seen some crazy ones in the DFC, but that is just particular. There it is, man. Now AF50 get on the board. Finally gets that win in there, and a taste of victory that he's needed so desperately in these duels here so far. But can he pull off the comeback? That's going to be the question, man. Big hits for Darius. Damn, son. 1-8. If he pulls it off, this would indeed be the biggest comeback in Melee history. Let's see what he can do, boys. Here we go. He's got his back against the ropes. His back is against the ropes. Darius hitting for some big damage right off the rip. And now, this would be, if he can pull it off now, an unrecoverable comeback. This would be an unbeatable comeback, but can he do it? He's fallen and he needs to get up. Big hits from Darius, and he's in trouble just like that, man. Damn. Darius, too strong. The Din skills, too strong. Damn, son. That Darius boy, man, someone's got to put a stop to him. That was a savage performance. We get to see this melee gear from these guys right here. This is wild. By the way, Murder, what's up, man? Good to see you. There it is. Look at that Pally Vizzo, man. 18 dex on that, too. 240-15s in it. That thing is beautiful. Look at those gloves. E-rep, 193 defense, 20 IAS, dexterity on him as well. God damn, that's looking clean. And a savage E mallet there with 21 strength on it, it looks like. That was nuts. Spirit shield for the bow. Damn, man. I love that Vizzo there from AF50, though. That's beautiful. And a Conquest sword. You very rarely see people rocking that Conquest sword. That's a bit of flavor here from AF50 that I love seeing. You very rarely get to see a weapon like that. Some real spice added to this duel, and a beautiful melee ring there. 18 life, dual stat, big AR bonus. And worked it out with some defense charms in the inventory, trying to stack up, trying to mitigate those hits as much as possible. He goes, I blame it on that charm, that defense charm, right? Damn. So, or this one right here. Oh, yeah. That one is a little low. You know, good for LLD, but even for that, a little low, you know? Yeah, well done, Darius. Great performance. Damn. AF50 is going to have a lot of anger to take out on his next opponent. I feel bad for whoever that is. Jesus. Well, shit. It might actually be me. How's the queue looking? Nimrod actually might be spinning here. Let's pop in with this, and then we'll give our boy AF50 a little bit of time to recover, a little bit of time to gather his wits there. And then we'll get up in there and start throwing some hands in melee. Just getting some reps in versus track amp. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. All right, yeah. So he's just getting ready for his duel here. Maybe we'll get the duel in with, maybe we'll get it in. Yeah, he's getting ready. Nimrod always trying to stay sharp. This is what I mean by this guy. He's getting some reps in versus one of the most savage fire druids. Probably getting ready for his opponent. It's the Jits. He knows that if he can beat a fire doo-doo, he can certainly beat any did. That's the logic right there. That's the logic. Look at this. I'm actually very curious to see this because what we'll see at the top of the ranks with Polytheist tonight in his duel, or actually, yeah, he's getting ready for his duel versus Nim, right? Yeah, actually, Nim has a duel versus Polytheist tonight. I get it now. I get it. I know what's going on. I recognize. I see what's up. All right, it's all making sense. I was gonna say we have a pretty high-profile duel tonight. Polytheist versus. I was like, there's a savage Din player. Oh yeah, it's Nim himself. Nim is getting these reps in. This is gonna be some good practice. Good little nod to what might be going on later. He's getting those reps in. He's gonna make it count. All right, yeah, let's get in there. Let's make it violent. All right, man. All right, I'm firing up this Din AF50. Let me know the game. I'm gonna peek up in there, and you know, you might have a lot of aggression to take out from that last matchup. All right. Let me know game, brother. We going Fort Phoenix or regular Din shit. We about to find out. We about to find out. As I go try to get my revenge on AF50. This guy absolutely, he wants to rock in an LLD first? Oh yeah, no worries. No prob. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yep, that works. Then straight Din violence. Let's do it. Yeah. AF50 going to switch gears. BRP looking like he's ready to throw down an LLD. So these guys are going to fire that up and do it that way. I love it, man. I love it. Good stuff. LLD matchup between these guys. Let's check that one out. That one's going to be wild.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
Let's freaking go, man. Let's jam. BRP versus AF50. This is going to be Lock versus Sork. This is going to be a big testing ground here. Gonna pay close attention to how this one's going, because I think there's a lot on the line. There's a lot on the line. I think a Lock is a very tough duel. Miasma Lock is a tough duel for a sorceress. Curious as to what AF50 has brought to the table here. If he's gone with the miasma chains, or if he's going with something else. We're gonna find out here momentarily, because this is actually kind of a wild duel. It looks like he's actually going to Echoing Strike. I think they were just talking if he's using an Eth weapon. He might be going Echoing Strike. Oh, this is going to be wild. Yeah, here it is. Here it is, baby. Here it is. Echoing Strike Lock. This... Oh, shit! And you can see when it hits hard, man. But will it be enough? Will it be enough to can he close the distance, and can he outrange the Savage Sorceress player? He got a big hit in there, which was dope, but he's going to need to get a couple of them by the looks. He's going to really need to make it count. He says, yeah, whacked so hard. It's crazy, man. Holy macaroni. It's wild. Big hits, but the distance of the sorceress is going to be the big thing that AF50 has to overcome here. These cold spells at a great distance. You see, so many builds can teleport in LLD with the use of a tele staff. But it's interesting with the Warlock. They kind of have this pseudo tele skill, which, man, it so badly wants to be teleport, but it just ain't, right? It just ain't. And the teleport king, or queen, I guess, in LLD, as we know, is the sorceress. Always able to keep that distance if she wants to. And with ES especially, some players say, some great notable players say, that if an ES Sorc doesn't want to lose, they don't have to, right? They can really keep that distance. They can mitigate it. And I think it will be pretty tough, as we see here from these first couple of rounds, for AF50 to get in, close the distance. But we have seen some promise if he does. Let's kick over to AF50's point of view here. Oh, man, and you can see how much it hurts. You can see how much those blizzards actually come down and sting, man. Oh, my God. It's so rough. It's so rough. It's so hard to close the distance on a Sorc and to make it count with this build. No, Farcaster doesn't work. Wish I was there to smash you. Cool. Me too, man. Me too, honestly. Need to get me some good LLD reps in here tonight, you know? And I always know who I can get those good reps in against. But knowing you, dude, I know that if Murder is out on a DFC night, you know some crazy shit be going down. Literally, that boy's out saving the world, and you know it. Bro, I hope it ain't too crazy out there, brother. Big cheers to you. So good to see you. That's right. He must restore the power. Gotta do it, man. Gotta do it. No worries at all. We miss you, brother. We'll catch you next time. We'll be here. Keep saving the world, my dude. GG's, and there it is. Unable to close the distance versus BRP on the Sorceress. That is certainly the drawback, I think, to being on the Echoing Strike lock for this matchup. I think the Sorceress is just greater than the Echoing Strike lock in LLD. Now, Miasma lock, different story, right? As we saw last week, that one can certainly contend, and you can kind of fall into this loop of making the Sorceress chase you, come in and look for those hits, right? And as she does, she gets punished hard by those chains and by Miasma Bolt. It's nuts. Yeah, it's crazy. Echo and Strike, very, very hard to land those shots. It makes me wonder, really makes me wonder, what tools these Warlocks might have at their disposal on LLD. I really got to rush a Warlock through. I've been literally doing some absolutely busted shit in the game in recent history. You'll probably hear about it soon. Look at that fucking wand, dude. 5 Blizzed, 20 cast, 2 mastery. BRP's wand is no joke. And mind you, this is level 30 duels. It's so wild to see this gear that could easily be used in like SVS or some shit in HLD. Just all at level 30. Even the pre-buff wand that he's got there. That shit is wild. Nice mana boots there with dexterity, resist, everything. Doesn't need the cast, so he just doesn't have it on his amulet. That is just beautiful. I'm really surprised that we don't see more use of the new FCR belt in LLD. But I suppose a crafted belt is better. And there it is. Look at that. That's the new authority armor too that AF50's wearing. And look at this. It's the gear for locks just doesn't exist in LLD yet. Like, look at this. Peasant crown, appropriately named, right? The peasant crown. It's always the budget. It's always the budget helm in LLD. Even the amulet leaves a little bit to be desired from AF50. And mainly, it ain't his fault. The items just don't really exist yet. You know, we're seeing this return of people looking for these god tier HLD items, high level Warlock items, but a lot of people don't know. They don't know what to look for in low-level dueling PvP. But you guys do, because you watch the show, right? You know what items. You know what items these duels should be paying for right now in LLD if you came across them, as you see from these duels right here. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, man. Telly CT Blizz. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to beat that. It's really hard to beat that. You can't close the distance on it, you know? It's wild. Telly Javs isn't really a good it isn't really a good dueler. It isn't really like a good dueling class. It's only situationally good. So yeah, and usually in the places where it's situationally good, where it's like completely unfair, that matchup just wouldn't get made. And damn, son, Bill, you went to the wrong screen. Gosh, this guy. You believe we pay him 15 forum gold a month to do transitions, and he'd still miss. He doesn't even get the right screen sometimes. The fucking guy. Definitely wasn't my fault. I always get the right screen. But it is time. We're about ready to throw down. AF50 has been back-to-back duels here. He might be stressed out. He might be punched out, if you will. But that ain't gonna stop us. We're still gonna roll in with the punch-out theme with absolute violence, as BM as it is. We're gonna come in with a punch-out theme. Some people call it bad-mannered. They say that it's a completely unfair advantage when I come in with the punch-out theme. But look, it's how we gotta lock in. It's how we gotta go. Make a game. I still want violence. All right, here we go. We're gonna go Jack, and then your username. Make it in normal. And there we go. No room for gold in the stash, so we're gonna have to deal with big gold piles. Are we going, what's the deal? Are we going Fort Phoenix, or are we just going regular Din violence? I've got my new hammer from Darius and Nim. I've got my new hammer. It's got rep life and cold res on it. A little bit more min damage. Look at this! Look who wants some here. This Alex up in here? Freaking Alex, you wanting some. This freaking guy. I've got my Pally Vizzo. I've got my new hammer. Bros, we be rocking some shit here. All right, hold on. The one thing that I don't have, though, is my punch-out theme. Bill, give it to me. That's the one. Sorry, AF50. Some things just have to be done. Alright, and here we go. Here we go, baby. Alright, he's off to a good start. Some big hits here. Holy shit, though. What a duel. That was actually a round, man. That was a round. That right there was a round. I'm chat bugged by the looks of it. Alright, 0-1. Alright, it's alright. Big hits from the Loot Goblin himself. Close round, man. Holy shit. Holy shit, what a close one.
The Order welcomes you.
One, baby. Ooh, first blood goes to us. It's a big first blood, too. Oh, man. Punch-out theme BM. Punch-out BM. Alright, hold up. I'll BRB. Gonna try to fix... I'm gonna... BRB. I'm gonna try to fix the chat bug. Alright, let's try to fix this. Usually you gotta reconnect. I hope it fixes it. We'll see. Can I chat? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, we in this. Alright, here we go. 1-2, baby. Ooh, big hits from AF50. Big hits. Ooh, what a comeback, though. Comeback from hell. Theft, absolutely stolen. Holy shit. Violence, dude. 4-1. Damn, son. We getting that revenge. We enacting revenge. All right, he's going for the swap. AF50 going for that swap. This is a savage Vizzo, man. Yeah, we trying to climb these melee ranks, man. We ain't fucking around. Thing is, I gotta get more experience with those doo-doos too. I don't really know the swaps. I gotta go back. I gotta hit up my boy Nim. That's right. Yeah, you see that 47 life up on this? Yeah, yeah. The boys certainly hooked me up. Oh shit, okay. Okay. Oh my god, robbed. Absolutely robbed. I'm sorry. That was robbery. That was total robbery. Holy shit, literal one. Damn, son. All right, here we go. We're off to a good start. We're off to a good start. One 7. Holy shit. See, I knew it. He was tired out. We got him tired out. That's what it was. We took an opportunistic time here. This duel ain't over though. I can't get too cocky. This duel ain't over. Oh, we caught him coming in. Big one coming in. Big one. Oh my god, he almost robbed me. He almost robbed that one. He almost took it. Me and Siri ready? Oh, hell yeah, man. I'll throw you in the queue. Y'all are up next, man. Siri v Enigma. That one's gonna be sick. Y'all are up next. Big hits. Close round. Close round. Holy shit. All right. All right. He is returned to the robbery. He's returned it. Big puff aid for you, Necro. Trying to start this big comeback now. Gotta watch out for it. Oh my god, dude. What is this? What is this? This is where the comeback is where it's starting. He was sandbagging it. He was sandbagging it. He was just waiting. He just pulled the rope-a-dope. From 1-8 to 10-8. Can he do it? Can he do it? And now our first duel flashing back to me. Holy shit, man. Big hits from the Loot Goblin. What is this? He's going for the biggest comeback in DFC history. He's going for it. All right. All right. All right. He's going for it. Oh my god, wow. Wow. It's still there though. He still could do it. 4 to 9. Damn. Here we go, baby. Big hits for the Loot Goblin. Holy shit, what a duel, man. Wow, what a duel. Punch out BM. Punch out BM. GG's, brother. Holy shit. We did it, boys. Damn, son. All right, let's check this out. Let's check out what he was rocking. RNG has not been on my side. Yeah, that was rough. Our first duel was so back and forth. It was like so close. And then he just like ran away with it at the end. And we got our revenge here today. There's going to have to be a trilogy, I think. This is wild. Look at this, man. He was going with the Haws. I love this, dude. Zotted Haws for just big defense. The Zotted up shaft stop, 2400 there. That's beautiful. Some nice gloves. A Pally Vizzo of his own. That thing is beautiful too. Bear Cham. Damn, Sonny. Also went with the Angelics and EDC. Very, very clutch. Oh, yeah. I also had Verdungos here. If I pick it up, it'll probably... Oh, no. I guess I can. Wow, dude. I honestly... This was kind of a big curveball right here. The F upped Haws is kind of crazy. Like that was a spicy move, man. Yeah, and this was the hammer that I got from Darius and Nim. These guys are hurling it my way. Also a donation of the helm here. And thanks to those boys. We up in here now. We up in here. Yeah, well, Din v Din, Fort Phoenix is not allowed. But yeah, he says, I was wondering what was up with the shaft stop. Yeah, it was very interesting. But, you know, he had to, yeah. He had the shield for the big defense, that was the game plan. If you can't hit, you can't win, right? So he has the big defense. Next time, brother. And but that forces you on to you have to make up your DR from somewhere, right? It's most often going to come from the armor. Yeah, very cool. That's epic. You know what I almost did today? I almost went in with Rune Master, but then I was like, nah, man, I got this new hammer from the boys, and I was like, I'm gonna put this to use, right? I'm gonna put this to use. But I had actually considered using Rune Master, and I think I would have if we went like if you wanted to go Fort Phoenix or something. I think I would have gone Rune Master. I just like tried that out. I think it's an interesting weapon, that's for sure. But yeah, wild, man. GG's, brother. Good duels. We coming for it now. We about to be climbing. It's the Druid Slayer for sure. All right, I'm gonna have to remember that. Maybe we bust it out for those doo-doos, man. GG's AF50. GG's, brother. Catch you next time, my dude. We have avenged our loss for now. But something tells me there shall be a trilogy. Oh, boys. We've got ourselves a Sin throwdown here. Man, oh, man. This is Siri versus Enigma. Is this, what's the deal with this aspect ratio? Is this 16:9 here? Oh, there we go. All right. All right. 1920 by 1080. Or that'll work too, yeah. Perfect, dude. Look at that. Clean. Clean. This is going to be a Sin PK, Sin v Sin throwdown between two absolute Sin legends, man. Enigma and Siri. Both of these guys very highly ranked Sin players. And, oh yeah, when he switches to window mode, it goes all crazy. Yeah, no worries, boys. It happens. It happens. I'm going to pop over to Enigma here real quick, just see what's going on. But, yeah, both of these guys very highly ranked in the Sin PK Discord. Very savage Sin duelers. Very experienced. And these guys, I was alluding to this earlier, this is one of my favorite duels to see right here. And I think for DFC 200, we might have ourselves some special Sin PK matches. So it's good to kind of understand what we're looking at now, right? A week ahead of time if this is your first introduction to this savage Sin PK format. Now, let's rewind this, give you a little bit of the history. A few years ago, Sins were taking over in HLD. It was a very tough class for a lot of different builds to beat. There were so many variations, so many ways that Sins could get in there and deliver the violence, that they were for a long time the top PvP build. And one of the duels that you would never want to see during that era was Sin v Sin. As the great Bowie once said, he who gets aggressive first loses. That's usually Sin v Sin, right? And in a Sin v Sin where both players are playing, you know, the build that wins Sin v Sin, they would be playing a Trapper. Right? That just takes over and beats all in Sin v Sin. But in recent history, in the last year, what we did was we actually took a page out of the Sin PK playbook. And whenever there's a Sin v Sin match in the DFC, basically some pseudo Sin PK rules apply. Those Sin PK rules are trap GCs are banned. So you can't use trap grain charms. That means you can stat yourself like a trapper. It looks like both of these guys have, or at least Enigma has. So you can stat yourself or skill yourself like a trapper, but you just can't use trap grand charms, right? Mitigates that trap damage a little bit. But additionally, you have to use a Chaos Claw. It is required. One of your claws must be Chaos. So that means that you basically are a Whirl Girl no matter what build you go with. You can always Whirlwind. So if you use the Chaos Claw, you should probably build around, right? That's certainly one of the directions you should go. And it appears as though that's certainly what both of these guys have done, playing the Sin at the highest level. And now, instead of these really lates across the map, don't get aggressive style of Sin PK duels, instead, we have duels where it actually, you are rewarded for getting up, closing the distance, whirlwinding, and, you know, setting traps appropriately. Just like that, Siri gets there. Now 2-0 in his favor. Siri, this guy, we actually, the Sin aficionados and appreciados of the Sin PK Discord just got to witness a duel that Siri was in. It was a $250 wager duel, I guess, with mad shit talk happening beforehand and even after it was rather entertaining, I gotta say. But Siri just comes out on top. The guy is an absolutely phenomenal Sin player. You know, great managing of his trap distance. So good with that aggression. But there's just a cadence that's difficult to explain in Sin PK because you don't really see it in many other formats with the Sin or many other matchups with the Sin. And it's just this concept of not only realizing your distance to your opponent, setting your traps appropriately, but also there's this cadence of holding a mind blast lock or any sort of name lock, and just knowing when, sometimes toying with your opponent as to when you're going to stomp, right? It's just a cadence like no other matchup. And it's one of those things where the more you do Sin PK, the more you'll master that cadence. It's crazy. You might also see quite a robust pre-buff process for both of these guys. Both of them will have a Herodric cube in their inventory, and they swap out from that. In that cube, they will have pre-buff claws. The best pre-buff claws that you can get are +3 to Shadow Disciplines, +3 to Fade, +3 to Venom, right? They're 6/6 claws, right? It's insane. Only the best of the best have those. Usually it's one or the other that people that they choose to use in their pre-buffs. But that, pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. That's one of the pre-buffs. And then also they have the Demon Limb that they buff up their attack rating with. It certainly matters here. They debuff their opponent with Cloak of Shadows as they come in. And additionally, they have the Blade Shield. They have so many tricks up their sleeves, right? The Blade Shield actually does some big damage as your opponent closes the distance. Man, it can do some big damage. That's all based on your actual weapon damage. Another thing that favors you kind of building around the chaos. He says, Coooley puts me versus one of the best Sins. My first duel back, LOL. Look, Enigma. You are one of the best Sins. You just have to believe, all right? Just have to believe.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, Enigma, he needs to frustrate Siri here. He's definitely right that Siri is one of the best Sin players ever, and you can see that here. It's really frustrating. But what he's got to do is he has traps as one of his biggest offenses here, and I think that could be the key to really delivering a lot of that initial damage to Siri. I think he needs to make Siri swing and miss, close the distance and miss, and punish him with traps. Right? Start whittling his life total down with traps, and try not even engaging at first with the whirlwind, right? That's where Siri's really coming out on top. That's exactly the game plan Siri wants, and I think it would probably be in Enigma's best interest to just try to take that buoy approach, right? He who aggresses first loses. Just play by that rule set for a second, right? Stay in those traps, see if you can catch Siri in the traps first. Reduce his life total by 30, 40, 50% first, then go for those whirlwind battles, right? There he is, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Enigma needs to keep this up. He's off to a great start here. GDA and I are ready. Oh, shit, that one's going to be sick, man. Thank you for the heads up. Y'all are up next, man. GDA versus Crypto. Me and Jagger as well. All right, hell yeah. Alex v. Jagger. Is it Easter? Hold on. Is Easter next Thursday? If it is, I don't think it is. It's always on Sunday. What am I talking about? No, we're on, man. We're there. We're there, Odin. Nicely done. Nice managing of the distance here from Enigma. That's exactly what he needs to do. Exactly what he needs to do. Also got to keep that Shadow Master up. That is one good way to block an initial whirlwind hit. I think basically Enigma here needs to just play this like a trapper, right? Siri is coming in. He's got some nice aggression here, but he seems to be throwing caution to the wind in a lot of these exchanges, and Enigma can really punish him with the traps. And you see him CT casting those traps, setting this up very nicely. It's exactly what he needs to do. It's exactly what he needs to do. You notice he's using those traps, and this is the closest round versus Siri that he's had. He might be setting up to mount a pretty vicious comeback here. Oh my god, but then Siri just catches him, man. Just catches him. That's what it is. I think especially Siri's just got the setup. He's got the knowledge and know-how. He says, now we beefing. Now we beefing. $250 wager duel win. Dude, hell yeah, man. It's that was really good. Siri is so good at closing the distance, man. He's got that cadence down of that whirlwind. He's so good at it. And that's why I think you have to play to your strengths in this matchup. Any sort of advantage you have on your opponent in any way, especially at the highest level, you got to play to it. And when we saw Enigma play into that at the end, you know, in that last round, I think that was exactly the way to go. That was his best round yet. He made one slip up at the end, and Siri caught him, punished him for it. But I think he could have won that round. That was looking really good for him. Yeah, and he's got the open wounds claw there too. Yeah, he certainly doesn't want to engage. Like, he certainly doesn't want to engage, because you can tell just from the visual appearance of Siri's claws there. He has the Chaos Claw, the Sawaya, or the wrist sword probably. Yeah, he's rocking the wrist swords. That thing is just insane. Very, very nice setup there. But the damage on those is just insane. So he's going to win all of those whirlwind battles. So what Enigma had to do is exactly that. In that last round, you saw it perfectly. Pretend you're a trapper. Pretend you don't really even want to whirl. You opportunistically whirl. He's got himself GTs with 2 runes. Yeah, he's a spider. This guy's a spider, basically. Yep, crazy. Crazy. Good duel, man. All right, this is what we'll do. We'll cut over to GDA versus Crypto first. GDA over on that EU server. And then after that, we'll go right to Alex v. Jagger for the Melee title. Very good duels. Can't wait to see us some more Sin PK and DFC 200 next week, man. It's going to be wild. Good duel, guys. That was epic. And here we go. Dialing in here. We've got GDA versus Crypto. Crypto, look at this. This guy, you know he's on a wild Din build. Look at this. He's got some conviction. He's got himself. He's got everything. He's got very likely a grief there, I think. It's wild. I thought for sure GDA was going to be on a Warlock here, but it looks like he's on a Necro. That's cool. If that's the case, this likely won't be a this wouldn't be a death match then. I thought he was going to be on a Warlock. In which case, yeah, that we could understand, right? We could understand why it would be a death match, but this shouldn't be. This should just be a regular one right here. My Warlock is Miasma or Boyle, and he didn't want to fight that. Oh, word. No shit. No shit. Yeah, I kind of can't blame him to some degree, but I mean, it was a death match. It was a death match. Yeah, I think honestly he might have been able to pull it off, which I kind of figured you were on one of those, and I think his Din might be able to do it. Like, you know, with the distance, the FOH, the aura ticks as well. I think if he manages his distance well, he might be able to do it. Now, against the Blood Boil, maybe not. But Miasma, possibly. I think it's possible. I should have specified that too, like Miasma versus the wild Auradin. Just need an East game, yeah. That's wild. I think of all Dins, probably Cryptos has the best chance of taking it out. It's still, I think, going to be tough, which is why we set it up as a deathmatch. Problem is, Chain. I would rather deal with Abyss over Chain. No shit. No shit. Yeah. Chain is pretty fucking wild, man. It is a wild skill. Either way, I'm excited. I think this will be a fun duel, man. I think this will be fun. And that's really the point, right? The point is to have fun. We try to mix it in and throw lock duels in there every once in a while and shake things up. But end of the day, just want you fellas to have fun, man. That's what it's all about. And if it ain't fun to duel no fucking locks, then fuck it. Right now, you might see GDA jumping back and forth and saving and exiting, checking for different games and all of this. Well, what he's doing is he's looking for an H map. Which is, you know, pretty common, the best map for PvP. Some of them are fine replacements, but sometimes people get really particular with the type of map that they go ahead and look for. And that's what these guys are doing right now. So while they do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piss. I'll BRB, boys, and we'll be right back for some of the action.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
And damn, son, we back. We back. Hell yeah. No, you can play the new ladder. It's ranked differently, so it's like ROT dub ladder and then regular ladder, kind of like classic and expansion used to be. They're just separated.
The order welcomes you.
Just got out of jujitsu on beat, ready for Nim to whoop up on me. Oh shit, hell yeah, man! I'll throw you in the queue, bro. We've got the Jits v the Nim. Hell yeah, some Din v Din violence. This is what it's looking like. We've got GDA versus Crypto up now. Then we've got the Melee title bout of the evening, Alex v Jagger. Then we've got Jits v Nim. That's how it's looking. Let me know. Did I miss anybody in there as well? Sometimes I'm not always good at seeing the chat sometimes. Streamer reading is hard. This is my first time being a streamer, so I will get better at it as time goes on. But streaming is really hard. I don't know how all these streamers do it. It's a tough thing to do. Yeah, we probably got time. Anyway, Jits. I'll throw you in there. Probably line up just about right. Jin Shin and I should be ready about 20-30 minutes. Hell yeah. You know what? We'll throw you in there right before Jits v Nim. We'll go Jin Shin v Squigs. Damn, man. That one's going to be wild, too. Jin Shin, an absolute Zan legend versus absolute Sin Necro legend and Squigs. I really can't wait to see how that one goes, man, with the new ROT dubs items and all of this. How that's going to go. Very, very curious. And by the way, what is this? He says, Thought Slayer 5000 says, Coooley sold me D2 behind the local elementary school. Look, I told you not to tell anybody about that. All right, but if you looking for that good, you know I got you. Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much for parking the Prime here for 3 months, brother. Really appreciate it. Big cheers. Thank you, dude. Super kind of you. I didn't know how rusty I was till Siri put belt to ass. Bro, look, I could tell you came online in the last round, Enigma. I was like, literally, how you were playing in that last round, I was like, that is exactly, like, he might make a comeback, is what I was thinking. I was like, he could get there. Like, this is it. This is the way. But yeah, Siri's a savage, man. That was really good. Can't stop watching for some reason. I start itching. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's look, I didn't lace that with nothing behind that elementary school, you know? I didn't lace it with nothing. That was some pure D2, all right? I sold you pure D2. Didn't have nothing in it, all right? Series who beat me out of the tournament, and I took second. Me and him got some beef now. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Look at this. Some nice setup here. These guys hostile. I noticed that I was going to say those spirits didn't look like they locked on there, and they probably should have. Morpheus. Crypto Ninja. This guy has a very, very unique setup here you'll see for this den. Like, check this out. Let me see if he's streaming from his standpoint. We might be able to peek in and check this out. This is probably one of my favorite, most creative dens that you'll ever see. Look at this. He's got conviction on the main side. He's trying to get in, land some FOHs from the outside, which will indeed influence how GDA approaches this duel, right? It's gonna influence how he plays from the outside. As he does that, you'll notice that also Crypto Ninja can get in here and smite. He also has the Holy Fire aura ticking his opponent down, really testing out all of those resistances from fire to lightning to physical. It's pretty crazy. And you notice the charge around here. He can also get some pretty nasty damage in with charge. A big telly stomp and a miss there though from Crypto, and that one cost him a little bit. GDA had some of those bone spirits flying, and the challenge is, as you go up against the Necro, there's a big challenge to close the distance essentially and make it so they don't have a lot of time to set up these bone spirit trains that GDA is setting up right now. Nice shots there from the outside, whittling him down with a little bit of FOH here. I like that. Oh, and he got him under conviction there as well. Crypto's got to keep that up. He's really got to frustrate his opponent. When he closed the distance there, is GDA using, no, he's not using, is he using Clay Golem? Is that Clay? Or is that, yeah, that's Clay. Yeah, you can't use Clay. Clay Golem's banned. I was going to say, it looked like it slowed him down so much. Yeah, Clay Golem is banned. He's got to get rid of the clay. Yeah, restart the round. He's got to get rid of that clay. That literally saved him from damage right there. Yeah, no worries. I was going to say, he goes in for the smite, got hit, and I was like, how come he didn't land that smite? And then I was like, he's fucking slowed. I was like, oh, yeah, no worries. That's cool. Yeah, let him, give him a little bit, let him token. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. No worries. Honest mistake. It happens. Yep. Yeah, no worries. But I was like, dude, he should have landed that smite there. I was like, what's going on? That was just bad timing or something. I should have noticed it up in the corner too. I was like, what the fuck? Like odd that he didn't land that. But that's that Clay Golem. Back in LOD, it was a bit more acceptable because the damage on the Necro was pretty, you know, it was what it was, right? And there were certainly a lot of mechanics. There was the perma stun that a smiter could get off. It was kind of a fair duel. But in D2R, there's no perma stun. You can't like lock your opponent out with a nice puddle move or, you know, a nice chain or something. There's none of that. So the Necro can just freely escape. And if the Clay Golem hits, you're just slowed by 50%, which does indeed stack with other things. It's weird, but that's why we ban it. It's just like, it's an auto win against like any sort of IAS based character. Now there's some duels where you just kind of let it slide, right? Like, so sometimes if you have a, if you're going like NVD and someone has Clay Golem or something, it's not usually a big deal. But yeah, against a Din, someone's trying to get in there and smite. Oh man, it's a pain in the ass. It just ruins the duel. Yeah, ban Clay. Absolutely no bias here. Yeah, it is banned. It is banned. It actually is banned, Jits. No worries. No worries. It actually is banned. Oh, big hits there. Big hits. Holy shit. Now GDA in trouble, man. He caught a big charge there. That was very nicely done. Very nicely done. And now that aura is really going to make GDA panic a little bit. He has probably felt a little bit of the damage, but as Crypto Ninja closes the distance, that aura is going to tick even harder. He's also going to be putting him under that conviction, something, all of these things GDA doesn't want. So he's going to try to, he's panicking a little bit. He's running, he's trying to keep that distance. GDA trying to close it. Trying to threaten him with that FOH, but most importantly, make it so he can't really set up a lot of these Bone Spirit trains, which will indeed go invisible if he stays off his map for long enough. Charge his shit off, Ninja. Hell yeah, man. Holy shit. He got some big hits in there early, but GDA escaped. That was a very nice escape from GDA there. That could have easily gone south. Had some really nice damage in there. Crypto with a nice charge smite combo. That was just so beautifully done. Ooh, nice train set up there though for GDA. He's doing a great job at trying to frustrate from the outside, really trying to keep that distance. And I'm wondering if Crypto has any pets, like if he has an Oak Sage. If he doesn't, it gets so scary being on the outside. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, if he has that, that actually makes it very difficult for GDA to land any of these random spirits from the outside. You know, as long as Crypto is like teleporting, there's just a very good chance that it's gonna hit his spirit first. Nice charge in there. Oh man, nice desync charge, but holy shit, all of those spirits caught up. That was actually a very close round. Holy shit, that was close. Literally, if Crypto would have escaped that, GDA was probably Fire Aura Tick PK, probably FOH PK. He was low. He was low. That was an incredibly risky charge, but the reason Crypto went for that is because he noticed that he was desyncing. Like, if you get a name lock on someone and they telly off screen and you follow them with that name lock, there is a 95% chance you've desynced. And they won't be able to see exactly how close you are. So that's why Crypto held on to that charge. He knew that GDA had no idea he was there. For a hardcore trap sin, I would probably go... Well, let's see. Trap sin, I think if you're ever relying on block with a trap sin, you're probably doing it wrong. But I would probably go... If I was making a trapper, I would go dual claw if I had them. But if I didn't, I would go Hodo Spirit, and I wouldn't really worry too much about the block, because Mind Blast is going to be your friend. Like, instead of thinking like block protect me, think like Shadow Master, max Mind Blast so that Shadow Master casts Mind Blast a lot, and then just Mind Blast shit. If you Mind Blast literally anything, all the other monsters just attack that instead of you. So, you don't even need block. You would probably just want Spirit so that you could more quickly and easily get out of any bad situation, telly out of it. But ideally, you would have 2 claws and then just put a few points into claw block, or maybe just 1 should be good enough. That's added survivability, you know, and keeps the violence going. I think that's the ideal. But it's hard to hit 102. It's hard to hit 102 that way. You need some very, very specific gear. But assuming we had all of that gear, I would go dual claw, weapon block all day, and then just rely on Mind Blast. Like, Mind Blast is your savior, not block. Wouldn't want to go out any other way, dude. Hell yeah, man. Charging in, that's how you got to do it. Nice fancy footwork there from GDA. GDA working with a little bit higher ping. Oh, nice hits there, though, from Crypto, but he does eat quite a few of those bone spells coming in. He eats quite a bit of bone spells for his troubles. I love his pressure here. Crypto's pressure is incredible. That feels really bad for GDA. He's got constant threat of the aura. He's got the conviction. FOH, look at this, going in, using that bone prison to his advantage there as his opponent comes in and tries to charge. Trying to set up some walls for himself to protect himself from that charge. Also the bone prison. That is the answer for a Necro as you get someone coming in trying to charge, right? Ooh, nice hit there under conviction for Crypto. Crypto's gonna have to rebow here. Nice smites there. Beautifully done from Crypto. That was incredible, man. Incredible. Capitalized on GDA closing the distance, tallied in, and delivered the din-based violence. That was incredible, man. That was really good. Tying up the score now 1-1 between these two savages. I'd actually think Hardcore Trapper Hodo SS would be more of a failsafe. SS more for the DR when you think about the things that might kill you on hardcore. For budget trapper anyways. Yeah, true. Budget I almost said that, but I was just like, dude, in any of the situations that when I would play through on trapper, and granted Max is probably a more seasoned trapper than I am, but put it this way, when I would bot my trappers to 99 on LOD back in the day, I prided myself on building things that wouldn't die. And I would tell my bot to, like, I had 102. I think I might have actually gone SS, now that I think about it. It might have been SS, but I thought it was Spirit. Either way, I never died because I just told the bot to, like, start with Mind Blast. Whatever you do, Mind Blast once first, and then lay traps. And it was like, it was never even close. And that was with, like, I mean, that was back in the day. And then even now, the last time I played Trapper, I think was, actually, I played it quite a bit at the start of D2R. It was the first character I ever made was a Trapper, and I was on Spirit. I was on, actually, Dual Spirit for a very long time. And I would do the same thing. I would just start with Mind Blast. I was never in trouble. There was never a time where monsters were even a threat to me, ever. Just boom. Mind Blast, that's it, dude. Oh, word, okay, y'all got a 2v2 tourney we have to play very soon. All right, y'all are up next, man. Y'all are up next. One here in this epic showdown between Crypto Ninja on his Savage... what is he called? This is the Vindicator Inquisitor is what he calls this build. The Vindicator Inquisitor. A very unique build, one that we've only I've only ever really seen him play this type of variant. It's very strange. The auras, the smites, the FOH, all of these things just testing so many facets of your opponent's defenses. It's crazy. I love it, man. And what I really love about this is I think that, especially in ROT dubs, it gets more rare to see these hybrid builds, right? And this guy is doing it the right way with a whole bunch of different types of damages that are historically hard to resist and are still kind of annoying to resist, right? I love it. Love the setup. Big hits there from GDA from his Bone Spirits, though. Warlock v Warlock coming up in 1 hour. GG. Can't wait, man. We'll throw you in there. NYC Maxon versus Harlot. War v War. Well, FOH hit, Bone Prison, and Holy Bolts hit. Holy Bolts won't damage anybody in PvP because they only do damage to demons and undead. So a player is neither a demon nor an undead, so Holy Bolts don't do any damage. But the FOH will indeed hit a Bone Wall or a Bone Prison. They will hit those. Big Sleazy's in the heezy. What's up, Slim Deezy? Here he is, Crypto looking for this charge. He's being very patient, approaching from angles that likely don't have any Bone Spirits coming at him. Looking for that name lock, almost has it there. And you see, this is the drawback here. We've got Crypto, he's very low, and he's still, it's kind of on him to close that distance and deliver the violence. You know what I mean? He is outranged by the Necro. It's certainly not the best spot to be in, that's for sure. Holy shit, look at this. Is TLD up to their old tricks now on ROT dubs? I see it at 9 p.m. here. These guys popping some D-clone. I would assume it's these guys. TLD, the Last Dynasty Discord, notorious for popping D-clone on Thursday nights. Usually at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is exact time right now. I see D-clone about to get unleashed. That's wild, man. I wonder. Are we watching IBS? I just got back on. Yes. The irritable bowel syndrome that is the Necro. We are indeed watching that. You see, also though, to be fair, GDA is on a little bit higher ping here. You know, both of these guys really are. But so I think he's kind of relying on that. You know, thinking that he has to. However, the answer to Crypto, I think, especially in his current situation, is, you know, we've seen the Bone Prisons from GDA. Literally all it takes, yeah, just like that. As he comes in, it's going to be spears. Oh my god, and he catches him! Crypto now advances to 2-1. See right there? The difference would have been if GDA used a spear there, that would have gone the exact other way. If he was name locked with spirits and they were just too slow. He says, I must be evasive only. No, not true. You know, it's just spears. Spears are the death of paladins. They're just too fast, especially on a paladin that's like charging a lot. It's so bad. It feels so bad. Just looking for the lock in the spear. Literally, it's too quick. It's too fast. Have Crypto's ring? I don't know what it is, Polly. Crypto's ring. Interesting. Has he got the sling ring so he can open up portals? To stomp these smiter noobs. Well, no, it's like, you don't want to stomp them, but the thing is, like, you can actually, depending on the cadence, depending on how ballsy you want to get, you can actually south walk some of them if they're smart, and Crypto is. He'll charge at you, but you can actually just south walk them in spear And even if they land some hits, you probably win that duel. As sad as it is, it's really sad, but like that is the real answer. We were talking about this earlier, that like it's kind of a trap to spam the Bone Spirit. It's kind of a trap. The better thing, I think, especially versus a Din, is to shoot the spears. Like you can spam when they're on the outside, sure, but like you're just waiting for them to close the distance, start friggin' spearing, and then you almost treat it like NVD. In any match that I've seen, it's treated like NVD. When they come in, you do a little bit of south walking, you look for the spears, you're launching vicious spears at them. You look for that name lock if you got it, and then when shit starts to go south, you get the fuck out of there, right? Like they start, you feel like the angle's getting weird, or you know they've got the name lock on you or something. That's when you get out. Crypto Ninja navigating the field of spirit trains here. I love the patience of Crypto Ninja. He knows what he must do, but he's being very intelligent at how he approaches his timing, being, you know, very aware of where these bone spirits might be coming from. Very, very smart. You can tell this ain't his first necro duel on this class right here. He has really spent so much time perfecting this build, and the only way to perfect it, the only way to know what items you must use, what setups you must use, is to just jam duels. And you can't help but when that happens to get better at this matchup, and you can tell it's looking real clean. The way he approaches, you notice he kind of walks around these spirits as best he can. Sometimes you get caught by him, right? But look at this. Nice name lock there. Oh my god, and just like that, man! There's that desync, baby! He could feel it! He could feel it in his bones! Just like that. That was so nicely done. The patience, dude. Yeah, I think GDA thinks it was a lag kill, but that was desync. That was very clutch desync. And that's what I was saying. Crypto knows that he was going to desync. He caught the name lock, and GDA tallied backwards off his map. That will desync you. Crypto knew it. He held the lock, and boom, just like that. Closes the distance. Desync kill. Just like that. Yeah, no worries. And I think GDA's scooping it up. He's like, all right, he's like, I don't like the way I'd have to play here, you know, and I think that's fine. And big cheers to him. Actually, really good. Honestly, some of the way he was grinding there was almost like the old elite Vamp the Champ days, right? But you could tell sometimes the ping is certainly a thing, that's for sure. But I think it was a thing for both players there. Both of these guys played so well. But very nicely done. Crypto Ninja getting it done. Boys, you know what time it is. We've got the Eagle himself that has landed, the Jagger Swagger. Let's pop over there. Good duels from these bros, and the Dins get the wins. Oh shit, boys. You know what time it is. This right here. The melee title bout of the evening. Alex versus Jagger. These guys right in the River of Flame, ready to throw down. Holy shit, how is this going to go? We are looking at Jagger Swagger's point of view here as we go into this first round. How's it going to go? Big hits from the champion, big hits from the challenger. And let this speak for how this night might go. Holy shit. A very close round in the first run here between these guys, but Jagger Swagger, the Eagle, comes out on top, advancing to 1-0 in the melee title bout of the evening. But holy shit, Alex fells in very quickly. That was so fast it looked like some CTA side shit right there. That was wild. This night is gonna be, this is gonna be a night in the Melee division right here, folks. We could tell from that first round, back and forth, so close. And now here we go. Big hits from both of these guys. Both of them drawing first blood right at the same time. Both of them getting the proc. Both of them getting the CA proc early. Oh my god, what a close round. Another very close one. Alex pulls ahead now 2-1 in his favor. Yes, and a good point, Darius. This is a title bout. So this is win by 2. This is first to 10, win by 2. So if these guys go 10-9, we go into overtime. Yeah, 9k max damage. I saw that too. I thought I saw that as I looked over at his stat screen. And I was like, what the fuck? That is so high. Holy shit, boys. 3-1 now for Alex. I think this has got the Eagle himself thinking about a swap, but this would be real early for him to do it. He's already considering, though. He's already got it in his mind. He might be thinking of the next direction that he's going to go with it. He says, if the RNG gods don't smile in his favor. He could turn it around right here, though. Big first hit for the champion. As Alex returns fire, though, both of them have the CA proc. Big defense boost, and oh my god! Holy shit, a big comeback for the champion in that round. That wasn't looking good for him. Now 3-2 in favor of the challenger, Alex. How much P can Melee have? 501? What do you mean for like the max damage? I think it can be over that. I think on a BOTD it's somewhere around that, and other weapons can I believe get higher than that. It depends. You usually don't see it though. You usually don't see it that high. In modern Melee history, usually what you'll see is a focus on, or at least some sort of attention to, the minimum damage, right? Which sort of mitigates all of those minimum rolls, right? You're rolling the dice so often, so frequently, that while the max damage is good, you always want to make sure that hits do something. Oh, poison. Oh, okay, my bad. Yep. I think it's somewhere around like 150? Something like that. I'd have to check the rules, but I think any like element like that is 150, maybe 200 max. I think it's 150.
Hello.
Damn, son, and look at this. Jagger going in for the swap. It's now 4-2 in favor of the challenger. Round 6 encourages the swap from the champion. These guys switch sides of the arena here as they go. And now Jagger Swagger closer to his heavenly brethren, Hadriel, out there in this arena. But will it matter? Holy shit, what a close round. 3-5 now, still in favor. 3-5 is what it was. Or it was 2-5 prior to that round. 3-5 in favor of the challenger, Alex. He's got a pretty nice lead here. But it ain't over till it's over. And as we've seen from all of these rounds, these are so close. Holy shit, man. This is absolute Melee din violence right down to the wire. Look at this. Look how close that one was, man. 4-5 as Jagger tries to advance and make a big comeback for the Melee title, to hold on to his Melee title. This is wild. Big hits for the champion. Oh my god, another round that is literally skin of his teeth, but Jagger Swagger pulling it out. Let's kick over here to Alex and check out things from his standpoint. Looks like Alex going to the stash, making a swap here. Might be going in for defense. A lot of times in these Din v Din matchups, it comes down to swapping out. Looks like he's just going for the Haas. So he's swapping his Spirit, which would, you know, Spirit, when you on your battle orders side, is going to give you more life because of the plus the skills. But you also buff your Holy Shield from that side. So what he's done is switched to Herald of Zakarum And that's going to give him plus more to Holy Shield, which is going to give him more defense. And he's hoping to stave off a bit of these hits from Jagger as he now loses the lead to Jagger 6-5. The tables have turned, but that one was still very, very close. This is getting wild. And by the way, Stay Frosty, my boy, dude. Thank you so much, man. Another gifted membership from this guy. Big cheers, dude. That is wild. Absolutely wild. The Sergeant Frosty himself.
Help me. Oops.
Both of these guys praying to the RNG gods in this round. But 17, aka the Jagger, now pulls ahead. He was literally one. Literally one. This is wild. What a close duel. This is a nail biter between these guys. Jagger started off so rough. It was looking real bad. It was looking like, for once, someone might go ahead and take his title from him. But now, man, he's really coming back. That swap, I think he focused on his charms for his swap, which is usually what you see. And there it is. Now tying it up again, or no, advancing 7-6. He's so close. Usually what you see in these Din v Din matchups is a focus on either AR or defense, but through charm swaps is usually where that comes from. Rarely, and situationally can come also from the Haas swap on both sides. Oh my god, big hits from the challenger. Alex tying up the score now, 7s in this Melee showdown. This is wild, man. What a night in the Melee division. Damn, son, this is getting crazy. This is getting wild. Big hits from the challenger, and Jagger's in trouble in this round. Holy shit, did you see how much life he got back there from that life leech? Holy shit, he has stacked it up pretty well, and now Alex pulls ahead again for the second time. He now advances. He's 8-7. Alex has taken the lead again. Big hits from both of these guys. Alex in trouble in this round. And down he goes. Now 8s. Again, just a reminder, this is win by 2. One of these guys is going to need 2 straight wins, or else we're going into overtime. Yeah, this is an absolute banger, man. This is crazy. Damn, son, and there it is. Smiticus, aka Alex, got his back against the ropes, man. He's gonna need a comeback. He's gonna need to drain this into overtime. That's all he can hope for. He literally needs a win here just to tie it up. And he's going for a swap. And what is he going for this time, I wonder? Going in, looking at the charms here. He might be swapping out some of these charms. He's really going to make this one count. He's going to need a win. A loss here means it's over for him. Really a big focus on this AR. That could be good, could come back to haunt him. You don't want to give up too much damage, especially when you're going up against a savage like this. All right, and here we go. Big hits, and he ties it up just like that, man. And we've got ourselves a duel. It's 9s, and this is now a 1st to 11, boys. This is getting wild. Crazy. There it is. Jagger pulls ahead. Now 10-9. So close, man. Jagger is 1 win away. And Alex is going to need this win to tie it up. He's currently 1 win away unless Alex ties it. Big hit for Alex to start things off. Holy shit, boys, it's 10s. We've gone into some massive overtime for the first time in the Melee division in a long time. This is crazy. A battle of the histories. This is certainly one of those. This is probably one of the most eyebrow-raising battles of the century that Jagger has been in a long time. One of the most formidable foes he's seen at the top. There it is. He barely squeaked that one out now. 11-10 in his favor. We're back to it again. Jagger's going to need one win to close the deal here. And Alex is going to need to win just to tie it up. Just to reset the duel, essentially. Big hit for Alex. Holy shit, what a duel, boys! And it's tied. He's back in this. 11s, baby. 11s. He's in it. Darius calling it FT16. Bro, we got this 2v2. Holy shit, man. Tie game with a 2v2 in the background. Uh-oh.
Help me.
Alex pulls back ahead, now 12-1. And man, how the tables have turned now. Jagger Swagger with his back against the ropes. This is getting crazy. Jagger Swagger going in for swap 2 here.
Good to see you.
The tables have turned. Alex, 1 win away. Jagger gonna need to swap it up. I knew it. He's going in for the 320-20s. That is the answer to that AR swap. That is the answer right there. But he's got 1 duel to make it count. This is a must-win situation for Jagger. Oh, big hits for Alex. Jagger's in trouble. Oh my God, and the comeback is real. What is this duel? Wow, man. 12s now. Jagger is back in this. Wow. Jagger technically made the right decision there, going back to the 320-20s to answer the AR charms, and it's really paying off now. Albeit a close round, it's really paying off. This is the exact situation Jagger was hoping for. He just needed to tie it up to throw it back to the RNG gods, where theoretically, over the long run, now with all these swaps, he should win this, but you never know. Big hits for Jagger. Oh my God, and there it is. Jagger, Swagger, and still. That was the wildest Melee duel we've seen in a long time. Damn, man. Epic throwdown between these guys in the Melee division. For DFC 200, we should do something along the lines of Hell at the Forge BM duels. You know what? That's a good one, dude. We'll throw that in there. I like that. Like Terror and Chaos, or maybe like Uber Ancients. Yeah, something like that. You can't enter red portals when you're hostile, but yeah, either way, I like it, dude. I like it. Maybe hit up Barricade, see what he's doing. He made it for DFC 100, man. I think that'd be crazy. Nim and I in there. You know what? We'll throw you in, brother. We got you in. It's not not too huge of a queue, but we get in there. We'll throw you in. I think, yeah. You're in there now, Paulie. Great duel between these guys. Absolutely epic, bros. Let's keep it going. We've got Jin Shin versus Squigs next. This is how the queue's looking. We've got Jin Shin v Squigs, Jits v Nim, Max v Harlot, and then Paulie v Nim. Bros, great fucking duels. That was crazy. All right, let's pop over here. Jin Shin v Squigs. These guys throwing down some Zan v Necro, I think. Sin, maybe? We're about to find out. Squigs had the option to go one or the other. Curious to see what he chose against this Phoenix Dawning. Oh, he went with a Necro. He's on the Necro against this Phoenix Dawning Amazon. Holy shit. What a duel, man. What a duel in the melee division. That was so wild. That was so wild. Nim's been crushing grub. Dude, I'm telling you. He's fired up. He's practiced up. Duels in the snake chamber confirmed. Oh man, that'd be crazy. Yep, the snake chamber. Darius arena.
Yes.
That'd be crazy, dude. Yeah, we gotta do something special. I kind of want to keep the regular cadence of the duels to some degree and just have these like fun side events. Try some new things, you know. Yeah, I really like the concept of the no healing between rounds. I really do want to try that. Yeah, like chaotic rules for random duels. Maybe the long duels, like the really long-winded duels, do like just a random rule, no healing between rounds. That would be crazy. Need someone to help me with LLD on PC, PS5. You mean like a trade or something? Like someone who's able to go from PC to PS5? Anybody out there able to do that? So you were saying to rep to full longer, right? Turn them into real duels. Enigma says he could. Oh, help with build questions and sparring. Oh, word. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. What build are you making? What build are you making, Frosty? Yeah, so far there's really no specific rules with the Warlock. There really is no restrictive Warlock rules. It could be a mistake, but we'll find out. Nice shots here from Squigs. Now Jin Shin taking a little bit of spears there. Squigs has an incredible game plan as he goes in here. Nice stomp from him, but Jin Shin was ready. He was ready with that strafe. Or I think that might have been jabs. Squigs is an absolutely savage player, as many people know. This guy, previous dominant DFC champion, tying Vamp the Champ from back in the day for his number of consecutive defenses, which is really wild, man. It's even harder to do in today's age of the DFC. Once you get that championship belt, I mean, you can ask Jagger Swagger. You've always got savages knocking at your door. And Jagger Swagger's done a great job in the melee division for the longest time. But that's a challenge in and of itself. HLD, also very challenging. You have the best of the best, the most savage players in the world. Always a new one every week. Sometimes the same ones, you know, and it's like, it's tough. It can be demanding. Wanted to do a strafe multi-shot build with chains prop. That could be interesting. Sounds legal. Sounds good. Now, how to build it? That's another question. That's the first I've ever heard of this build. Now, here's the thing. Whenever you bring in a build like that, that's kind of off the wall, kind of like, you know, non-meta, so to speak, right? The only way to figure out sometimes your best options with gear and strategies is just to jam duels, you know? Just get that sparring practice in. Because sometimes you won't know, especially if you're kind of creating a wild off-the-wall build like that. You know, it could be good. Sounds pretty cool. I'm not sure how good it would do, but it's like, it's one of those things where we might learn as we go, right? Authority armor on Boazon. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so you proc the chains, which here's the drawback with that too, is you won't have the synergies on that proc, so you won't have synergies, you won't have enhanced entropy, so it won't do the damage that it would do on a lock, right? It would just be kind of annoying, like kind of annoying ping damage, which is really the problem with any of the procced or O skill lock skills that they have out there. Like the Void rune word would otherwise be such a good rune word because of +1 to Abyss or +3 to Abyss or whatever, which is really cool. And I think some builds that could be really awesome. Except they don't have enhanced entropy, so they can't increase the radius of it, and therefore it just kind of sucks, even on that O skill for any other build. Yeah, strafe is legal. Now, some people frown on it, but it's legal. I'll allow it. Use it on H-Gen, it's kind of fun, to be honest. I think if you can land it, and I think it takes a, I'm not sure if you're able to land it against like a really good top tier dueler, because I don't think the frames are there. I don't think the stun is long enough to actually land, but it could just be that I'm bad. It does seem good in theory. Jin is a joy to watch, dude. He's a savage, man. This is actually a very close duel between these guys, and you can see that Squigs is really pacing himself as he comes in. He's coming in, making sure that he has all of his defenses up, his pets, and all of this. And he's trying to, as soon as his bone armor goes down, his pets go down, he tellies out, resets, and tries to get another, he just tries to reapproach, get another shot in here. Nice chain there from the Jin Shin. Holy shit, what a duel. Nice shot there from Squigs. Surprise hit. I'm actually really surprised that Jin Shin survived that. That was an incredible sneaky spear there from Squigs. Come on, Squidward. I was also wondering why people run Sanders boots over Nats. That usually depends on what type of character you're running. So usually if someone's running Sanders over Cow King boots, that's usually the other option, is they need the AR. So if they're running Sanders, it's because they want AR. And that boot-based AR works so much differently than anything else. It's like, it's a really weird place to have it, because rumor has it the calculations work a bit differently when it's on boots and gloves. So it's usually, if they're using Sanders, it's because of a necessary or because of a welcome to AR boost. Otherwise, the other option is usually Cow King's boots, because they have more stats on them. 30 faster run walk, but 20 stats. With a little bit of added fire damage there as well. Also not a bad option. Nats is rarely used, but the builds that use it are actually Amazons, right? The Amazons use it, Nats, more than anything else. And that's because from back in those days, early days of LOD, some Zons would actually go pretty heavy into dexterity, which is all great. You can get your life from your charms, but what you don't have is stamina. And Nats boots were a good way to kind of recover your stamina a little more quickly. But even still, even contemporarily, I think Zon switched to Sanders just because faster run walk. You solve more of your faster run walk problem that way than you would. Well, I guess it's 40 with Nats, but all they want is just AR for the multi-shot. It doesn't matter as much with guided, but you also have jabs in a lot of the hybrid setups. So AR will come into play. So it's just a question of, do you need the resistances, right? And in a lot of different duels in LLD, you don't need the cold and light res. You can solve those problems in other very efficient ways. It's hard to get 100 AR randomly, flat AR like that in many other ways. Nice hits there. Nice impale use. Nice impale there from Jinshin. As Alucard, aka the Squigs, tries to get in there and go toe-to-toe and finish up that duel, but unfortunately, that exchange didn't pan out too well for him. Did land a nice spear there, though. Yep, you can run upped items, just as long as when upping them, it doesn't bring them to over level 30, right? Nice shots there from Squigs. Now 2-0 in his favor. Very nicely done. That was crazy. Me and Smaltz in the queue. Got you, Green Lungs. Hell yeah, man. Green Lungs v Smaltz. That depending if we have duels that might run a little long, we might be able to sneak a melee match in there like that, no problem.
Greetings.
This matchup, low key, fun as fuck, both sides, dude. It really looks like this is actually kind of crazy. Like it's always so weird making matchups for Zons, and this one I didn't feel great about when I threw it on there. I was like, it technically makes sense. This is technically a good duel, I think, between these guys. But I was like, I don't know, Zon is so hard to make matchups for. I was like, but then again, dude, holy shit. Squigs is good on this Necro, man. He always makes it look so fun, so clean. Like, look at this. Closing the distance, beautiful spears here. And Jinshin is an absolute savage on the Zon as well. So accurate, so fast. Very versatile, very creative player as well. One of those players that, you know, not only does he know the right items to bring to the battlefield, but also, as you notice in a couple of these scenarios where Squigs is closing the distance, or, you know, based on how Squigs is playing, you'll see Jinshin switch his game plan and start doing things that just right on cue. Switch into that impale, getting in there, closing the distance, welcoming it. Nice shots there from Squigs. Yep, Jinshin's OG champ, man. He's an OG Zan player, man. He's so good. I love that setup that Jinshin did there. He was behind a bush, which was not an ideal situation, but instead of moving, what he did was he actually set a decoy up on the other side of the bush, because as Squigs would approach, and it certainly confused him, but he didn't go for either one. I just think he stood there confused, because Squigs was like, there's no way he would truly be behind that bush. There's no way that would be his real position, and it certainly was. That was sneaky. He lured him with the George W.
I can't.
It's face off with John Travolta and Nick Cage. Hell yeah, nice stomp there from Squigs. Cut off Jinshin as he was walking up. Beautifully done. Now 3-0 in favor of the Alucard, aka Squigs. The Squigward. Damn, son. This guy's a savage. I thought this was actually going to be a very tough duel for Squigs. I was like, man, I'm not sure if Squigs has gone up against Jinshin, at least in a while. And I was like, man, Jinshin on the Zan. Gonna be tough for Squigward, but holy shit, Squigward with a hell of a lead here.
Welcomes you.
Squigs is probably most savage Necro right now? Agreed. I think probably like a year ago, I wouldn't have said that, but now it's just like we have seen this guy in the thick of the thick in all of the battles. I was just saying this. Who was I saying this the other day in Discord? We were all chatting, and I was saying about Squigs. I was like, dude, there has been so few players that, you know, we've seen sporadically some players like, you know, we've seen them go from starting up in the DFC and starting up in PvP and becoming a champion, or, you know, becoming decent, right? Even holding on to the belt a couple of times. We've seen that happen, but so rarely do you see somebody go from literally starting up PvP in D2R to being who I would consider a top tier dueler. Like, and I'm talking top of the top. To the point where when Fino did his little fucking list, I was like, this boy's living in the past, because Squigs ain't even on this fucking thing, and he'd wreck half the people that you put at fucking tier 2, tier 1, tier 2. Like, he's just not aware of, like, how good this guy is, you know what I mean? And it's so rare that you see that. You see somebody go from, like, starting up in PvP to literal top tier fucking dueler. It's so commendable. He's so good. LOL at the Pheno tier list. Yeah. It was definitely this biased off-the-cuff thing that he did. Like, I don't even think he took it seriously, to tell you the truth. But, yeah, like, there was... I think the only other person that we saw do this was GoGators, right? Like, we saw GoGators start up. I'm pretty sure GoGators started in D2R. And then he just became, like, S-tier fucking dueler. And I'm very certain Squigs has done the same thing. It's just that a lot of people don't notice it yet. The Squigs is the second coming of the GoGators. Where can I see Pheno list? I think he has a YouTube video on it. I have my own tier called the meme tier. Alright? That's, it is the best tier, obviously. He didn't do a good job of explaining that, but it just, like, I'd beat all of the guys, like, Marvel and shit, and fucking Toshank, Piwa. All of those guys are below meme tier. And then it goes, like, S tier and fucking tier, all that shit. He didn't do a good job of explaining that in the video, but that's what he meant. He's French, so... We see TP Barb tools and DFC, right? Portal Barb, baby. There it is. Jin Shin on the board. Now 3-1. He's got a big comeback in front of him. He's gonna need to go. He's gonna need 3 back to back here. But Jin Shin can do it. Once he picks up on your style, man, this guy can really change it up. This guy can really once he knows your style, once he knows your patterns. That's what it takes. Crazy, dude. Oh, you think so, Muchez? I don't know. I kind of thought that for a while too, but like, I kind of thought that he was getting, you know, some of his opponents were, they definitely weren't the highest caliber. There was an era where like, some of there was one era of DFC where like the nastiest duelers of all time were all in DFC all at once. And then there was this time where many of them weren't, but there was still people working their way up the ranks and all of this. And it was like, okay. And I would always look at it like that. I was always like, yeah, but these, you know, this isn't a Toshank. This isn't a, you know, this isn't a Foos, or this isn't a GoGators or something, right? But like, then you see his style, you see his strats, you see him, you know, win duels that I was honestly underestimating him. And granted, I still think he has ways to go before he's like before he's a Toshank. But what I'm saying, my argument is, I think he's way closer than people think. I think he still loses to like a Foos or a GoGators right now. But put it this way, I think now that some of those guys are back, and Squigs is going to have the chance to be in the same arena as those guys, he's only going to get better because of it. So I think I kind of agree with you that like he still loses to some of those guys, but I don't think he's too far behind. Like I think he's going to be. It ain't going to be long. But yeah, I think that's a fair argument. My point is, way better than most people think. Like, way better. Yeah, you gotta win matches drinking and singing on stream before you were Toshanked here. True. Yeah, you gotta... I think there's a level of pride that you need. There's a level of pride that you need to be able to exert without effort. Those players just can't. to ever get on the Toshank tier. Holy shit, man. Nice shots there from Jinshin. A very quick swap up there as he goes in for the impale. Squigs closes the distance, tries to go in for that spear, and that's what I mean. That's exactly what I was talking about with Jinshin, is he picks up on your cadence, on your style very quickly. Very quickly. And he just knows. He noticed right there when Squigs is going to come in, he's going to post up for that spear, and if he's within range, I'm just going to go for it. I'm walking up to him, we're going for the impale. That was very nicely done. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree right now. I would agree right now. But I would think that, like, give him a few matches, and that will certainly happen, right? Like, Squigs is certainly going to run into, like, a Foos or a GoGators or something like that, right? And that's only going to make him better. He's also the type of dueler that, like, he is a student of the game. Like, going up against, you know, always looking for duels in pubs everywhere. Almost similar to you, Mooches. Like, student of the game. If he's gonna do something, he's gonna learn it, he's gonna do it right, and he's gonna pick it up as quick as possible. So I think the more he duels with people like that, I think he has the ability to be on that level, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Did anyone ever beat that Telly Boazon Mooches or something? Dude, I gotta say, one of my favorite duels in DFC history was fucking Toshank versus Mooches. I still can't believe Mooches won that. Like, that was probably one of the most triumphant duels I've ever seen. Underdog, odds and everything. I was just like, there's no way Mooches wins this. Fucking, it was probably the most epic win I've ever seen. It was that win right there that was like a career-defining win for somebody. Much like what we're talking about with Squigs right now, how he's kind of on the cusp. I think the difference is he needs like one of those career-defining wins. You know what I mean? Over a really, really big name in an epic duel. And I think at that point there will be no argument, you know? Yeah, exactly. He's also been dueling as long as Foos or Gators. He's still somewhat green comparatively. Yeah, just started competing on an MVP ladder while both Foos and Gators have won the ladder multiple times. Yeah, yep, exactly. Like I said, I mean, I've seen plenty of duelers now, and it's just like, I feel like there's certain people, you get a feel on them and you're like, oh, okay, this is wild. Like, for example, when Alex stepped into the Melee division, just the level of seriousness that people put into that, understanding the builds, the swaps, and all of that, I got fucking flatlined by him after employing like the knowledge that I knew about Melee and my setups, and I was like, dude, all right, this guy's fucking serious. And here he is challenging for the title. Very epic back and forth Melee match tonight, and it's just like, you can apply sort of that same logic to the HLD division when you see somebody come in with like that level of savagery, you know? Foos is a prodigy, yeah, for sure. Foos and Gators both started in D2R. No shit, didn't know that. Yep. Yeah, man. Crazy. Yeah, let's swap over to Foos. To Squigs' standpoint here. Check this out from how the Necro approaches this, and you can see a bit better as to what his strategy is going in. We talked about it a little bit earlier. We've been watching from Jinshin's point of view, but now you'll see it from Squigs and how he goes about approaching these interactions here. He's going to reset. He's got his Fire Golem there, and that is to prevent much of the leech from the arrows of his opponent. You can't leech off the Fire Golem, right? And that's he wants his pets to protect him. You don't want that leech coming through. And there it is, man. Jinshin gets that round too. There it is. Now 2-3. Still in favor of Squigs. Squigs needs one win. Jinshin needing 2. Been dueling just under a year on D2R. Squigs been longer for sure. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I've been dueling seriously. I started dueling in LLD first. LLD was what I took more serious than anything for way before I ever stepped into HLD. I was a big LLDer. I was big charger. I was PKing pub games in like probably, Oh shit. This would have been, yeah, 07, 08. Was PK and pub games. Took LLD a little more seriously with like the LLD 909 forum way back in the day. That was probably, that might have been, fuck, I don't even remember. It was like probably either before JSP or around the time JSP came out. But yeah, I was doing that first, and I remember being ranked like pretty highly in LLD at the time. I took it really seriously. I used to get sweaty and fucking heart rate up and everything, just like imagine Polytheist on crack, like like eyes fucking wide, heart racing, like literally I didn't miss a beat. I was like a teenage kid, you know what I mean? Just fired up, fully focused. And yeah, I remember the duels would go back and forth between, there was 3 big duelers. There was Stee, who was a barb. There was a necro player, forget his name. And then there was Iceman, who was me. Like, it's strange. I used to have someone else's, another streamer's name back in the days. I was Iceman. That was my, I was a big Chuck Liddell fan. And I was a Charger, so I would just fucking ice people, you know what I mean? I'd Iceman them. Well, anyways, it was us 3 who would pass the title back and forth. I couldn't consistently beat the Barb, but I could consistently beat the Necro. The Necro could consistently beat the Barb, and, you know, Barb could consistently beat me. It was just like this triangle passing it back and forth. I got into HLD probably to the point where I was competing for JSP wagers. It had to have been in like 2015 maybe. Yeah, probably around then, maybe 2017, between that time. So holy shit, yeah, a while ago. It's when I really started taking it more seriously. That's when I built like so many versions of my din and shit. And then I think I really started getting serious when I started streaming, and that's when I met like Maddie and Joby. They whooped my ass and they taught me a lot. I learned so much more just because they taught me a whole bunch of shit I never knew. And so probably about 5 or 6 years is when I've taken HLD as seriously as I have now. May you have many wives, right? Yeah, exactly. Come duel, don't give me a cold shoulder. Yeah, he's got some epic one-liners, dude. Good old Iceman. I actually reached out to him. I sent him a message on Discord, but it might have gone to message requests or whatnot. If y'all are like in his chat or something, let him know. Let him know I sent him a message. If you see him live or somewhere, and just be like, yo, get in for DFC 200. He ain't got much time. Yep, big eye rolls when he has to resummon. It's a heavy mana cost too on the resummon for the fire golem. It like sucks up a lot of mana. And it's also kind of strange AI, you know, for a golem. It like wanders off more, I find. Not as much of protection as the other ones are, but I guess that depends on if you have like an Oak Sage up as well to help protect you. Who do you consider all-time GOAT of PvP? Jeez, good question. I honestly think there's a few, but all-time GOAT, from my experience, I know there's other people like Piwa, Marvel. I've dueled with Marvel a bit, but I have seen Marvel less in competitions like the DFC, and same with Piwa. Have seen him less and don't have a great competitive opinion of those guys. You know, just I know that they're good, but I can't gauge them versus other people. But based on what I can speak for, all-time great, elite, Vamp the Champ, and it's not even close. I think he would figure out a way to beat you no matter what. No matter how fucking boring it was, he didn't care if it was like a 3 or 4 hour duel. He was a real dueler. He played to his outs, and it was like he was the first competitive dueler that I was like, this guy is wild. And then, I mean, he is literally so good, he got banned from so many Discords and tournaments and shit. They'll say, oh, Healing Shrine and all of this stuff. They'll say, but really it's just because he's too fucking good. He was just too fucking good. But Toshank is also up there. Like, he's definitely one of the all-time greats as well. Like, in a different way. I think he's right up there with Elite, just in a different way. True. I think if I would have seen more of Marvel than the Smurf accounts that we saw, like, I think if we would have seen more from Marvel and DFC, I think it would have been no doubt, like, no doubt would have been him. He is no doubt. I would say of people that I don't know as much about that I could easily say that.
was the #1 chat PKER.
Oh, he certainly was, Kyle. He certainly was. Dude, big cheers. Thank you so much for the Canadian coin tip as well, brother. That's wild. Big cheers, brother. Yeah, he really was. I loved Vamp the Champ. I mean, he just existed in an era where I was still learning how to run tournaments and be a caster and all of this stuff. And it was like, he tested all of that, you know, and it was like, but I just eventually learned Vamp is just fucking good. It was Vamp the Champ that helped me come into being a bit and be like, dude, sometimes people are just fucking good and other people are going to cry about it. It took so much of seeing Vamp the Champ duel before I just realized that. I'm like, okay, so sometimes people are just good and everybody else is a bitch. I was like, and you just gotta keep that in mind. You just gotta do it. And I think I've rolled with that mentality ever since. But yeah, but going back to Marvel, I think for sure of all the people that I wish I would have seen more of throughout the years, that I could pretty easily say, like, even though I don't know a lot, I would say for sure. I would love to see more, but I think that's a pretty safe statement, Primo, that just Marvel is top fucking tier. No doubt. No doubt he's up there. I wonder if Vamp was on Shadow Diablo? What's that? Best Vamp match was versus Doom? Oh yeah, where they locked in chat PK. They didn't realize it. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they didn't realize they were hostile for like 10 minutes or weren't hostile. Yeah, that was crazy. Still banned from the brewery? No, dude, we haven't even been to that brewery in a while. Technically, he could sneak in. We haven't had to put the no lamp sign up because we haven't had to deal with Lamp, you know. He hasn't shown up in a while. Still holds record for longest DFC match, probably. I think I'm going to approach it a little differently, bro, sir. Like, and I'm just going to try to make it fun with random things. Whoever shows up, shows up. I've sent out just some invites to see, you know, just to make some interesting matchups if people come back. Like, I asked what Vamp was up to, because I was like, just imagine Vamp comes in and goes against GoGators. Like, that would be fucking wild. Like, you know what I mean? Gators v Vamp for DFC 200 would have been insane. But I don't think he'll be able to make it, but... True. Marvel is pretty decorated, and unfortunately I wasn't on the up and up with all of that stuff before DFC, so I wasn't really following as closely all of the PvP escapades before then. But yeah, he's very decorated. So was Toshank too. Also, you know, before the days of, you know, the DFC era and the D2R era, you know, was also very decorated. But yeah, Marvel, he's a different level, man. Lamp is a fun battle. Yeah, I think so too. I still remember the Ariat Summit battle with Polytheist and Lamp at the top of the Ariat Summit. That shit was wild. You met Jess back when he was 12? No shit, dude. I slew my enemy upon the mountainside, right? Yeah, it was crazy, man. Yeah. Yeah, Lamp is he's a different beast, man. Hey, look at this, man. Track amp coming in here. I assume to pool for these guys. That's dope, man. Much appreciated. Oh no, for DFC 200. Oh, dude, we can't be having you coming in there and slaying all the duelers, all your skill. Bro, you know, you piss everybody off, Ono. What's up, guy? Good to see you, man. He was PKing as a young kid. Much respect. Yeah, hell yeah. Who is this Marvel guy? When is he gonna bless us with his presence? Dude, should reach out to Marvel. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see what he's up to. Like, yo, dude, come on in. Maybe we could do some sort of epic FPK showdown, like mini tournament. I would also love to see Marvel versus like some of the top dudes in the arch enemy thing that we talked about. We could do like a 7v1 versus Marvel, like top dudes, Marvel on the lock. That would be so sick. To actually see that during a DFC would be fucking wild. That would be wild. You mean Ono on the lock 7v1? Dude, yeah, I'm down for that. I'm down to, dude, I'm thinking about doing an arch enemy for DFC 200. You could be that arch enemy, Ono. I bet you would have a ton of people that would love to be on the 7 versus the 1. That would actually be cool. And we could do multiple events of that. We could have one arch enemy of one person, that someone else is the arch enemy. You could switch it up, dude. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Epic duel here. I might have lost track of the score a little bit here running my choppers. Is it still 3-2 or is it 3-3 right now? Jess mind blasted himself in a 5-stack while hitting the bong, waiting for Bowie to come in, then CT chasing him to finish the duel. Yep. Jess mind blast chaining Dazer into oblivion. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, that was so fucking epic. Yeah, I would agree. Yep, Lamp and Ono take similar amounts of heat for dueling, that is for sure. That's another good moment, Primo. Yeah, get him while he's battle orders. Fuck him. Epic moments of the DFC. I need that clip. We need to work that into something. Do we have that clipped anywhere? I want all of these clips. We should put together a new DFC intro that has all of these clips. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Fucking Jess just hitting a bong and fucking going after Bowie. What a savage. Me and Nim in the queue? Oh yeah, y'all are definitely up in there. I think, I'm not sure exactly what, does anyone, sorry if I was running my choppers, does anybody know what the score is here? Is it 2-3 or is it 3-3? Yeah, don't want to die to my level 86. I get that. Yeah, I think the ping advantage would have to go to the arch enemy. Not sure. They are low, though. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I think what we'll do is in between the next round, or, if there's another round here, what we'll do, just so you guys are ready, we can cut over to a melee bout just to kind of work down the queue. We've got Green Lungs versus Smaltz. And what I'll do is if y'all are ready, we can cut into that after this. Just get that started in between this round just to start working some of it down. Yeah, that's for sure. I think I have some of the clips with Jess chaining Dazer. That was in a DSC promo at one point. Oh, not bad, Ono. Not bad, dude. Yeah, better than the usual 300. No, we did actually see that, though, Fly Jump today. Melee takes place in Legacy. It doesn't take place in ROT dubs. So, but we did see like this sort of wild ROT dub melee match where Bruno threw together a lock this morning and went up against a Zan, and it didn't do the greatest, but with more time, potentially. All right, yeah, so it looks like these guys are going into the final round here. I'm going to cut over to Smaltz, and we'll start this duel up, and we might be able to swap back and forth between the two. As these guys throw down in the melee division. Yeah, Cleave, I'm gonna have to look at it more. I was actually surprised that Bruno was even on a Warlock. I don't know. I was under the impression that all of the Warlock's quote-unquote melee skills weren't actually really melee. And it was hard to tell from that one duel because the Zon has dodge, avoid, evade, which could easily dodge the cleave, so hard telling. Eventually he used mirrored blades, which was still getting dodged, so it was rough. Very rough to tell exactly what is... I don't know. I've never had to give these things thoughts because I just know that none of them are real melee skills. They're all just, like, fucked up in some way. So, technically, no. Warlock melee is technically not a thing, but we did see it today. Alright, here we go. So far, Smaltz is up here. 1-0 versus Green Lungs in this crazy showdown in the wild here. We have got two wolf druids, the fury druids, going up against each other. Green Lungs versus the Smaltz. Both of these guys throwing down. We'll cut over to Green Lungs here. Check this out from his standpoint, if we can. We get a little bit of lag going in. We're gonna give it some time. Sometimes we just have to wait, and then it fires itself up. Yep, them Puma's strong, dude. He really is. Mirrored Blades doesn't need AR, but Cleave does show on char screen as using AR. Interesting. Okay. All right, so Cleave might be melee, but I don't fucking know, man. It also seems like a ranged skill, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I thought they were all fucked up in some way, but yeah, we'll cut back over to Smaltz. Yeah, I thought they were all fucked up in some way, but perhaps Cleave works right. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't seem like it would be a great melee skill, even if it did work that, like, even if it was all, if it did all check out. I overestimated the Warlock. I was afraid it would one-shot, so I went underpowered by design. I was honestly afraid it would too, Bruno. Which makes me happy that you did do that, because it would have felt really bad if it was, like, just one-shotting everything. So props to you for doing that, man. I was scared seeing you on it. I was like, oh no. Like, poor Thor Jitsu, but it turned out okay. Yeah, I don't think so either. Most of those skills were just designed to kind of look like melee skills, but actually be caster skills. It was a very weird addition to D2. Holy shit, big hits from the Puma. And an attempted morph back there from Green Lungs. That's very, very high level shit right there. Very, very high level shit. Especially in this matchup right here. What we're gonna see. This is the only matchup where the wolf can actually morph back when they get one. When they get put to one via taking what would be lethal damage in wolf form. Instead of dying, you morph back to human form and remain at one life. Well, in this duel in particular, and in this duel only, Fury v Fury, you can actually morph back. That's allowed. So you can save yourself, and it's very rare, but we have seen people come back from the brink of defeat from one, morphing back and taking the duel. And that's what we saw there. We've seen it from both of these guys. Holy shit, close duel there. Absolutely epic finish from Green Lungs. Wild. Score now is 2-4 in favor of Green Lungs. Yep, Din Derby's going to be sick. I'm hoping to get some teams in there too. Enigma teams are harder to get going, believe it or not. It's like harder to get going. Even if it's 2v2s, it's like 4 people whose schedules need to work out now, you know? And if somebody doesn't make it, then like the whole 2v2 fails. So it's like, it's weird. Like, or it's compromised in some way, you know what I mean? Whereas the Din Derby is a bit different. Nice morph back there from Smaltz, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. Now 2-5 in favor of Greenlungs. I'll just take on the whole DFC card. Gotta do it. Yeah. I think I think the arch enemy has the potential to be really fun. But the question is, how many people actually have warlocks built that are good duelers and ready to like to do it, you know? Iron Man tours used to be sick. I mean, oh, for sure. Iron Man is a big commitment too, though. That's another thing. Like Iron Man, the true Iron Man, going in hardcore, going from like 1 to 9 in hardcore. That's a big time commitment. So it's hard to get that going too. What I've noticed over the years of like running DFC is you kind of have to, and y'all might notice this from the format that we have now, is it's kind of like, this is the time frame that we do it in, right? And like, we're kind of open and flexible to everybody else's schedule in that time frame. And if you try, the more things that you try to schedule for a certain time slot, the more it fucks a lot of things up. Because then the people that could have otherwise made it can't make it because they have to duel outside of that time slot or something. You know, yeah, it's crazy. But best thing I've noticed over the years is just keep it really fluid and open as much as possible, and like encourage people to just work out a time that works for them, that's comfortable for them during a 6-hour window. Sometimes you get, you know, kind of what we've got a little bit going on right now. We've got a little bit of a queue, but the alternative is less people duel, and you know, you still have everything backed up, and then just you don't get to see everything, and then you have more downtime because someone misses a duel or doesn't show up or something, and then that time slot is now open and shouldn't be. It's like it's weird. I'm pulling Squigs and Jinshin. In the meantime, GG. We able to duel soon? Hell yeah, I'll give you guys priority, Gators. I'll give you guys priority. We've got the Gators, the track amp. We'll throw that in there. We've got a little bit of a queue. We've got Jits and Nim up next. We've still got Jinshin and Squigs going on. We're checking out 2 duels here. I'm gonna try to double up as much as I can. And I'm gonna try to take into account what might be a longer duel. And we'll try to, yeah. I'm gonna try to double it up. So just give me a second. I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna have to make some guesstimates as to what might go long and what might be short and try to pair them up. Poly Nim shouldn't be super long. I don't think so either. It's either gonna be quick or it's gonna not be long. Still waiting on my opponent. All right, GG. Thanks, Max. All right, a little bit of a swap up here while Smaltz goes to the stash, makes this little swap. Let's peek in and just see how the Squigs is doing versus the Jinshin. Speaking of Jinshin's point of view here, let's see how this is looking. He's looking pretty healthy. Squigs catching those strays. Jinshin trying to make a big comeback here. I believe he's tied up the score from literally 3-0 to it's now 3-3 between these guys. So this is actually a pretty epic showdown. One of the highest caliber. We certainly called this out. We were saying, look, the more you duel Jinshin, the more you see. The more he sees of your dueling style, the more he learns, the more he picks up on, and he adapts, man. It's pretty crazy. And Squigs has certainly seen that here. Squigs taking a little bit of a beating. Let's pop back over to Smaltz here while this round is still about half over, maybe. If that. 4-7 now in favor of Greenlungs. This is wild. Jess versus Bowie Duel was 2/25/22, but your oldest DFC live event on this channel was 10/13/22. So stream may have been on Twitch or Facebook Live. I think that's correct. I don't think that was on DFC where Jess ripped a bong and then went after Bowie. That was on his stream for some other event. That wasn't a DFC event. And there it is, man. Holy shit, close round. But Smaltz comes out on top. He's trying to mount an epic comeback here. Or I'm sorry, no, that was no, sorry, Green Lungs coming out on top there. Thought we were on a different screen here. Look, streaming is hard, boys. I'm gonna get better. I thought someone clipped it though, but I could be wrong. Squigs at about 67% health. Jinshin at about the same. These guys throwing down. This is an epic one, man. Jinshin run out of jabs here. A little bit of jab conundrum he's found himself in. There it is. It looks like, okay, there it is. Smaltz gets there for that round. We just missed it. It's now 5-8. He's trying to mount this comeback, and you can see when he brings up his waypoints there, and you can see from all of his ability to select different things, that boy is playing on a controller, an absolute savage, man. And yeah, looking clean. I think this is the best format for playing on a controller if you're gonna do it, man. It's that auto aim. The auto aim that definitely comes into play here. Definitely makes a big difference. Sometimes people actually miss in Melee. There it is, now 5-9 in favor of Green Lungs. Green Lungs so close here. This is back and forth. He might like streaming, but you excel at YouTube videos. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, dude. LLD on ladder or non-ladder? All of the dueling is on non-ladder. There's no ladder dueling. Well, I mean, there is some ladder dueling in pubs and stuff, but all of, like, competitive dueling happens on non-ladder. Big hits for Green Lungs as he tries to finish here, but Smaltz coming in with some big hits. He ain't trying to go out like that. He ain't trying to go out like that. Hell yeah, man. 6-9 now. Trying to mount an epic comeback. This is a non-title fight, so that means this is no win by 2. Smaltz could go 4 back-to-back here and take this and steal this. Yeah, exactly. It's also just would be a pain in the ass if duels happen on ladder where you have to re-gear a character every season. Like, gear is hard to get. Especially, like, perfect gear, you know? Dude, hell yeah, Primo. Hell yeah. I feel like it was out there somewhere. Holy shit, man. Smaltz might make this comeback. This is for real. This shit is for real, boys. He's actually getting there.
Nothing will stand in my way.
His back is against the ropes. But that punch-out music coming in. It is crunch time, boys. Still match point, he says. Oh, that's sick, Chumley. Those are nice, man. Yep, those are worth quite a bit. All right, and here we go. Smaltz trying to steal this. Oh, man, and Green Lungs finishes strong. Damn, son. Cutting down the hopes and dreams of a wolf-based comeback for this guy. Damn. He was mashing the A and B. He was trying to get up. He was even doing it on a controller. He was mashing that A and B, trying to climb back up those ropes, but unfortunately. Damn, son. Great setup here, though, from these guys. Love seeing it. Look, very, very similar as well. You've got a big beat stick there from Lycan, aka Green Lungs. He's rocking the F Legendary Mallet versus the F Etten Axe from Smaltz. And I think that was just about the only real difference between these guys. With the small exception, though, it does appear as though Green Lungs is using an upped G-Face. He might be using an upped G-Face for a slightly bigger defense boost. Looks like Smaltz is just using the regular one. He was, yeah, he was really focused on dumping as many points into Vitality as he possibly could here. Great showing of the gear here. Oh no, he was on Stone Crusher. That's what it was. I should have known. He was on F Stone Crusher. Okay, there we go. That explains everything. Big crushing blow. That synergizes very well with G-Face. Just an incredible setup here. 160, 60, 100 armor. God damn. That is just beautiful. That Storm Shield, too. 9 dex, 60 AR, ED. Beautiful, man. Damn, son. And those Steel Rens, 60, 20s. There it is. That's the upped G-Face. 349. Perfect upped G-Face, too. With a 40-15 in it. He ain't fucking around. 213 Gores. Perfect Annie. Perfect Torch, of course. Damn, son. What an epic bout between these guys. Good duels. And Smaltz, thanks for mousing over this and showing off the gear, man. Love the controller play. Smaltz is an OG. An OG, boys. What a hell of a guy. Good duel between these guys. Let's kick back over to the Squigs v Jinshin. See how this one is going. See if we've got an update on this duel. Jinshin very low. Right as we kick over here, Jinshin is literally just about Teeth PK. 100% CB and 68%-ish DS. That's wild. Every hit is a crushing blow hit. That's wild. Stone Crusher's really cool. I thought for sure that was like that was an F Mallet there for a second. It was. There it is. There's the Teeth PK. Very good duel there. Holy shit, man. Close one, and what a back and forth between these epic duelers. Damn, son. Jinshin is felled in a very close back and forth match by Squigs. Next up, we've got Jits versus Nim. And this one I think will be pretty quick. Then after that, theoretically, if we're still waiting, we have we could start up the championship bout, and then or actually, hold on. We're still waiting on Harlot, so we'll go Jits Nim, and then we'll give Nim a little bit of a break. We'll start up the championship bout, then cut over to Poly Nim. We might be able to work in both, depending on how long the championship goes. And do both of those at the same time. But the queue is kind of back down at this point. Let's get up in there. Let's jam it. Jits v Nim is what's up on the agenda now. We've got the Jiu-Jitsu champ himself. It's the Jits. This guy, an absolute charging champion. Very likely the most decorated and accomplished charger in the HLD division. And that is certainly a skill that Nimrod is gonna have to take into account here in this duel. He's gonna have to be very weary of his charging. He says, "Stop, Coooley, make me blush. Don't quit." He's gonna have to be very weary of the way that Jits moves across the map with his charging. It's not just offensive. The way that he does it is also defensive, in a way that he's so quick, and the patterns that he chooses makes it very difficult for his opponent to click on him. It's almost like ducking and dodging in an actual combat arena, right? Like with MMA or something. It's the same concept. The quicker you are, back and forth, right? Switch to Poly and Nim. They duel and Poly. Got to. Oh shit! All right, yeah, no problem. Let's jam it. Thanks so much, dude. Thanks for the heads up. Poly and Nim are dueling, so actually we'll start up there. Thanks for the heads up, dude. Poly and Nim is up now. After this, we've got Jits v Nim. Jits knows that reading is hard. He keeps his chat log up there. Appreciate it. Look, shrimming is hard, man. Yeah, Chumley, you should be able to just post it in the chat too. Yeah, 99.99 out of 100 yellow boots. Yeah, it sounds it. Yeah, crazy, dude. All right, and this is Polytheist versus Nim. Nimrod on the din. He's on a hammered in here. It's very interesting. This is a very tough duel for Nim. It is one where his back is against ropes this entire time. There's never a good opportunity. It's always a risk to close the distance on Polytheist. It's something you always pay for on the din. So Nim just has to be patient. He's got to... It is up to him to solve this puzzle that is Polytheist. But the good thing is, the silver lining is that this is a death match. In DFC death matches, one player has a bit of a handicap advantage, where to win the whole duel, the whole bout, they only have to win a certain number of rounds, and they take the entire bout. They win the entire bout. Considering the lopsidedness of this match, Nim only needs 1 round, and he beats Polytheist. Polytheist needs 4. So Poly is going to be on point here. He's going to be very cautious for every round of this, because he needs them all. And Nim, in this very lopsided turnout, is only going to need that 1 round. He just needs to surprise him once. Good stomp, good timing. That's all he needs. And by the way, sir, what's his name? The man, the myth. Yeah, Cold Fire Light. They're quad res, right? PLR? Yeah, I think the Dext makes it interesting. If it was FHR, it would definitely be 10 out of 10. The Dext is a sort of a non-bow with a lot of resistances. They're good for versus all, and it's certainly it's a good stat to have. Certainly 6 point, but now we have to put them on par with the most godly boots, right? Because there certainly are up there, and it's like, then at that point you would rather have FHR. Now we're getting super picky though. They're like god tier boots regardless. Yeah, that is wild. Do we know what they sold for or anything? Do we have like any information if they sold them, if they how much they went for forum gold, high runes, or cash, or whatever? That is crazy. Yeah, we'll see if we can take a peek here. This is what we're talking about. Look at these boots, man. Look at these things. Quad res boots with 9 decks. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just complete sex boots right there. You wear those boots right there, you wear those out on the town, you're coming back smelling like vagina, dude. It's gonna be dripping off you. Anti-vaping ad ends and transition into Coooley taking a giant rip. Bro, I'd have it no other way. Big hits here as Paulie walks down. Nice cut there from Nim. Nim is taking this round. He is not wasting time here. Nim is taking this round. He's taken, for all it's worth, he's trying to learn the patterns of Paulie and possibly even capitalize on moments like this. He's trying to learn this cadence when Paulie is kind of trying to stunt on him and switch into bear form. I like what Nim did right there. In and out, dropping the ham, testing Paulie out, right? Get him out of that bear form. He bought it at a cash auction. Find out what he spent? I have no way of finding out. No way. Yeah, but that's... If I had to guess, those are at least $1,000 boots right there. If I had to guess. And down goes Krondirt, aka the Nimrod. There it is, just like that. 0-1. but that's okay. That's all right. Nimrod really utilized that round right there to learn the Polytheist cadence. Right? To learn his tricks, to learn his patterns. Polytheist was even, I think he noticed that. And that's why he switched to the bear form there. He's trying to throw him off. He knew he probably had it. And he's like, look, I die if I get surprised by hammers here, so I'm going to go to bear form. I'm going to keep him guessing. I'm going to duel in a very awkward way that's hard for him to read. It's very good. Looks nice, but need to call in a professional opinion, right? Where's Boot Guy? Yeah, you think boots are expensive. Wait till you look at Cirques and Amis. Yeah. Yep, wild. It's a 10K pair. Yeah, so that would be... Yeah, that come out to about $1,000. About. Right? Somewhere around there. Maybe a little less. Like 800 or so. But still. I think that was a pretty good guess. I went to auction and there was a Matt's Javelin for 1,500. Yeah. Yeah. Them Zans love them Javs, man. There's so many different uses for them, too. Anything from melee, depending on what they are, to, you know, hybrid Zon setups. Love what Nim is doing here. He's keeping his distance, making Poly chase him a little bit. But Poly is so good at grabbing those name locks from the outside, getting this ripping, getting it going. Nice name lock there from Poly. He's wisely not going to stomp. Just going to keep that name lock. Nim trying to capitalize on him while he's in puddles here. Nim's doing great. This is certainly an uphill battle that Nim has no business winning. Which is why it's a, death match, right? It's why he needs that one round. It's, as someone who I would consider myself, I'm no Marvel, but I'm obviously close on meme tier. I've dueled with against this druid a lot on my din, and holy shit, this only got harder in ROT dubs. It only gets harder. Oh, hell yeah, that's super nice, Super Chef. Why is it harder? That's because they added boots in ROT dubs that give 30% magic resist. So the hammers that were already kind of doing, like, you'd already need to land 3 or 4 on a druid to kill them. You need to land even more now. Now, granted, there are some items that you can, you know, increase your magic damage, like the Sunder Charm or whatnot, or, you know, there's a helm out there, but all of those things are, you need about 4 or 5 items to counteract 1 pair of boots. So it's kind of lopsided in that regard, and hard for a din who needs to stack up fire res, DR, and all of that to fight against the boots. You just concede. You can't beat them. You do 30% less damage. It's sad but true. And it was hard before this. This was practically an unwinnable duel before this. You know, before the boots existed. Holy shit, and down goes Nim. All right, boys, Gators might have to peace out soon, so what we'll do is we'll try to get both of these going at the same time. We've got Mr. Gators versus the track amp. If I've got a stream for this, I can cut over. I know this was probably 15 minutes ago. He sent me a message. He might have some things he has to attend to, but if you guys are ready to throw down, we might be able to cut into it. Just keep me posted if we've got a stream for it. Someone posted a screenshot, 18k hammers, but yeah, it'd be hard. I think 18k hammers is actually doable. I am almost there. I have 17k hammers and no Sunder. And really, I don't have the best gear. I think you could probably get 18 or maybe 19k hammers. I would need a really good rolled Sunder charm, and I could tell you. But yeah, it's definitely possible. And really not that difficult, I don't think, either. Like, I don't have any of the best new gear or whatnot. I just have, the only thing I had was Void, the new Rinward Void. And no, I didn't even have Opal Vein, just Void. So Void, Opal Vein, and the new Sunder Charm, you could easily get 18, 19, 20k even. Nice placement there from Nim. Nim hasn't taken a ton of damage here yet either. Scary duel for Poly, because he literally can't take one loss here. Ooh, uh-oh, scary stomp there, but luckily all the pets to protect him from those hammers. That's another defense right there that the Druid has that just makes this such a miserable duel. It's so tough. There is just, it's so hard to get through. There's an argument for Nim getting in there with some smite and some life tap, but that's also kind of scary. Nim has been known to do such things on a hybrid build. He might be trying to kite Poly into some bad positions and try to pull that off. It's like Poly did Poly proc fade here? Is that a Poly fade? Yeah, that might be a Poly fade from the new Jewel, bros. That might be a Poly fade right there. I think he's got the new minus physical res Jewel, which is very nice. Nice angle there from Nim. That's a very nice addition to this and certainly makes it even harder. Nice shots there from Nim. None of them landed, but he destroyed all those pets, and Poly was shitting right there in that corner. And down he goes. Now 3-0 in favor of the Poly, and it comes down to this. Damn, son. Tough matchup here for Nim, that's for sure. Very, very tough. Maybe true, honestly. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like I said, my opinion is kind of based on what I've seen just initially. I still don't have all the best gear. I still don't have I don't think I'll ever find an Opal Vein with, like, I found one Opal Vein that was a perfect ED roll, which was really cool. But, like, now I'm going to be looking for a perfect magic one on top of, like, a perfect everything else. I don't really think I'm ever going to find those things. I could buy them or whatnot, but a Sunder Charm is another thing. Those are probably astronomically high. That's probably the most important piece, I think, for a Din, is, for a Hammer Din, is a new perfectly rolled Sunder Charm with magic damage. Not minus magic res, but magic damage on it. I think that's actually way better than minus magic res. To fight against the boots, you go the exact opposite way. You let them have their 30% resistance, and you just jack your damage through the roof. Yeah, Faded Bear form is unkillable. I don't know, man. The hammers are... the Fade doesn't help much versus hammers. It does limit... Nim's options for other things, though, such as if he wants to try to get in there with a smite, he's going to be very limited with that. And also, believe it or not, like, Polytheist, he has a couple of different ways that he can approach this duel. One of them is to telly around with his pets up, right? Which is kind of that's the gay right there, right? Like, that's so hard to get through. But this is also a very effective way to approach this, is in bear form with a big life total like this, to walk around. It makes it so that you're sort of impervious to the stomps. It makes it so that Nim has to cut you. He has to cut you off in a certain, in a certain angle that you have a bit more control over. But the thing is, if Nim does get this, it's really dangerous. Like right there was an incredibly good angle. I really think probably the best approach here, I mean, there is no real good approach versus the Fire Druid. It's just so lopsided in their favor. But I think there's got to be some way, nice stomp there from Nim, there's got to be some way to address from the outside, right? Because otherwise, Poly gets into his zone like this, and you're not going to break him from it. You're just waiting on that perfect angle, and Poly is just laser focused on never giving it to you. Nice shots there from Nim again. Nim doing a little bit in-game taunting there with that in-game chat. Yeah, incredibly bad. I have a perf res, poison damage, Opal Vein? No shit. Yeah, I would put that on a Necro all day, man. On a poison Necro all day. Nice stomp again by Nim. But damn, son. Down they go. That is crazy. Well, GG's, brother. It is a tough one. It is indeed a tough one. Let's go over to Gators here real quick. These guys ready to throw down. And holy shit, thanks for your patience, Gators. I know no, this guy's on a timer tonight. He's got some epic shit going on. Great duel. So sorry for the matchup, Nim, but this guy is a Din champ. Don't worry, we're gonna be checking the tapes and showing some harsh scrutiny to that Polytheist guy. Heard he's a hacker, so we're gonna go back and look at the tapes, and if there was ever even a hint of hacking in there, we're gonna ban him, and we're gonna overrule that, and we're gonna give the win to the Din. All right, we got Bill reviewing the tapes. Don't worry, he's gonna be looking at him real close. Paulie over there picking on those Dins. We're gonna show that boy some harsh scrutiny. Nah, good duels, man. Very, very tough opponent. That is a rough duel. I was rooting for you, brother. The Din brethren, but that is fucking tough. I think there's got to be some way to address from the outside to essentially change Pauly's mindset a little bit, because the more Poly, we can see him when he's streaming too, the more he laser focuses on one thing like that, the harder it gets, right? Like, the harder it gets to break it. You got to get him out of that mindset by throwing a curveball his way in some way. This is epic here so far. Track Amp now challenging for the HLD title. That is the match we're watching right now between these savages. Track Amp challenging for the title against one of the most savage duelers of all time. Certainly one of the most dominant champions in GoGators, and this guy is wild. Track Amp with some nice CT casting from the outside here. He's actually off to a good start, landing some big damage versus GoGators. GoGators backing off, kind of looking for his opportunity to grab a name lock. He's going to be patient. He's going to make Track Amp come in a little bit. He's chasing a little bit. He says, you know what? All right, this is your turn. Nice Kano there from Track Amp. We've also got the Jits v Nim throwdown, and depending on how long this goes, we might actually be able to look at them both at the same time, boys. Jits v Nim. I think if this goes long, it may or may not. If it goes long, we'll give it a little bit here. We might be able to flash back and forth between the two, man. Keep it rolling, you know? But we were talking earlier that technically these fire druids are taking over as the technical best build. And at first I was like, you know, this is really skewed by Polytheist, all right, coming in here. But now we see players like Track Amp. We've seen Baloney Pony in the past. We saw BRP today. And you can really see the power of this build now that sort of Poly has paved the way in some regard, you know, and shown how to do this. It takes players like that to really show what's up. And you can see, even in this title bout right here, Necro versus Fire Druid. Oh my god, now Track Amp though in a lot of trouble here. But you can see the promise. You can see the potential here. Glad people catching on. Yeah, hell yeah. Now, granted, this matchup in particular, I think at the highest level, probably gets a little worse for the Druid, as opposed to just a straight Windy, right? Just a straight Wind Druid. I think for sure gets a little worse. But really, I think that's the only matchup that gets worse for the Fire Druid. Some of them can't get much worse, such as the Zon matchup, right? Can't really get that much worse. But even still, somehow, I think it might actually be a little better. Who knows? But regardless, oh my god, man! And Track Amp gets there in round one. That was wild, man. That is a big statement for Track Amp to start things off. GoGators in trouble early, down one round, but he says, you know what, that's okay. He got a little froggy towards the end of that duel, trying to get in there, land that spear, landing some nasty locks, and that's the thing. You can't underestimate the Track Amp, man. This guy also climbing up the ranks, looking real good, getting those wins under his belt, and looking real clean. Definitely someone that you can't underestimate right now. GoGators. He's taking a moment. He's locking in. He says, one sec. Yeah, he might be tending to some other things IRL here. Also, mentally locking in, though. Track Amp is an absolute savage on this Fire Druid. This Fire Droid. Here we got Coooley, me, Track, Poly on our Fire Druids versus any 3 DFC 200 team. Hell yeah, right? Hell yeah. We'd wreck it, dude. I've also learned, though, from the past that it's better that I stay off of a team because it's hard to swap away and get multiple duels going, and team duels can go long. I learned that lesson the hard way, too. Checking on Baby Gators? Yeah, I figured. He's checking on Baby Gators, boys. All right, he's back to it. Baby Gators having a rough night. Daddy Gators coming in here. You best be watching out, because now he knows about the style and the approach of Track Amp. He's learned his lesson in that first round here. He's probably going to approach this from a distance a little bit. And he's only going to opportunistically look for these stomps, but Track Amp is keen on it. You can see from his POV here, he's kind of keen to GoGators locks. He kind of knows when he's got him locked, and he's almost baiting it. He's kind of baiting it, waiting for Gators to pull off that stop. But sometimes, and this is high-level dueling right there, because that right there was something Track Amp didn't expect. That was the cadence. That was the timing of these absolute top-tier duelers. Surprised in there. Didn't land a spear. Wasn't able to really capitalize on that. But that sent a message right there. That sent a message. That showed him, hey, look, your timing, I see what you're trying to do. You know when you're locked, but I also know when you don't think you're locked. And that is the next level shit right there, man. It is crazy. Nice lock from the Gators. Just showing that prowess. Both of these guys showing massive respect for the power of each other early on in this bout. Fire Druid gang gang. Hell yeah. What up, BRP? Oh, nice shots there from GoGators. Now Track Amp in a little bit of trouble. Took some big hits there. GoGators hid that spear and that shot behind those teeth. And then just got a nasty stomp. Got in there, delivered, made it happen. And now Track Amp looking to reposition himself here. Let's cut over to GoGators. See how it's looking from his end. He's taking a little bit of damage here as well. Taking about 18% damage. It's about 82%. Oh, no, 3 fire druids versus any 3 you pick? Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yep. We put 1 Zan in there. I think they're all going down. I picked Muchez and 2 randoms from pubs. Muchez, 2 randoms. Zan and an Echo, right? I picked Muchez, Squigs. That's it. Wrap him up. Yeah, Sir What's-His-Name is actually undefeated in the DFC currently, so he's also a threat we're going to have to be watching out for. Yeah, man, Jagger, that was sick, man. That was such a good title match, bro. As they always are. That was so back and forth. That was pure cinema, man. That was some Chef Kiss cinema. How you not entertained? Hell yeah, man. That was good. Real good. Epic bout. They always are, man. I don't know why. There's something about the Jagger factor. That's what it is. The Jagger factor in Melee. Hey, how'd the 2v2 go? Did you guys win? Were you able to get Joe Rogan for next week? I think he was busy, but he says he might pop in. Who knows? Yeah, hands down. Hell yeah, man. That was the best DFC match I've ever had. That was so good, man. So good. The Legalized won the 2v2? No shit. Dude, hell yeah. He was on Leak's team, too. Wild. Wild. Yeah, y'all had it in the bag, man. That was good. That was good. Wow. Just, you know, defends the DFC belt and then just goes teams up with Legalized, takes down a 2v2 3-0. No problem. It's just another day. It's just another day in the office for the Jagger, the Eagle. Crazy. Funny thing is, I actually carried him. No shit. Wow. Crazy, dude. There's a new champ in this arena. Yeah, that's wild, man. The Jagger swags. I'm coming for you, bro. I got a win under my belt today, and obviously that means I'm going to be climbing up the ranks rather quickly. All right, and you don't want none of that fucking. You don't want none of that Rune Master beat down. We coming for it. teams are a bit harder to get going. I might try to get some going for DFC 200, but they are very hard to get going. It's a very hard event to manage. Score here is 1-0 in favor of Track Amp. Track Amp took the first round, and this is a duel of distance right here. This is a distance duel. And now GoGators forced to respect that, right? Opportunistically looking for it. Nice up boulder there from the Track Amp. Oh my god, nice shots though from GoGators. GoGators gonna be very careful here. He's gonna be very careful chasing Track Amp. As he found out in that first round, if you get too antsy to finish there, it can end very badly. Oh yeah, teams melee too could be super fun. And that could be also something that's easier to just fill randomly. Like if somebody can't make it on time or something, you can easily fill melee teams randomly. And down goes Track Amp to even the score. Holy shit, man, that would be wild. Teams LLD would be fun too. Holy shit. Yeah, actually.
Greetings.
I might reach out and challenge Mr. Lama to an LLD match too. Be like, we gotta settle this. We gotta settle. No Warlock. No Warlock. Or fucking, I'll let him use a Warlock and I use more. Yeah, basically the Druid drop bug is just, if you're on a Druid, you'll drop games. That's literally, there's nothing that specific about it. Stadium's post was like too specific. It's not even that. You can easily replicate it that way, but it's like if you're on a Druid and keep loading their screen, the game will drop. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really, really bad. Just gotta do it enough times. Just gotta go on and off their screen enough times and boom, game gone. It's fucked up, dude. Alright, boys, we might be able to sneak in some good old Nim v Jits. Are y'all ready to throw down if we cut over in between rounds here? Are y'all ready to throw down? If we pop into the Nim v Jits, Din v Din showdown, throwdown, hoe down in the blood mo now? Damn, son, let's do this. It's 1v1 in the title bout. In favor of nobody. 8 level 9s, 4v4. Would be interesting. Would be interesting. I'll make an announcement tomorrow as to the different events, so you guys have plenty of time to prepare. It probably won't be anything that specific. Again, teams are... I think that's a little too specific to fit into... to schedule in comfortably. VT versus VC. It looks like we're looking at some HDIN VC versus VC. That's Charge Smite, which is what Jits is on, and Jits has got that bow, baby. All right, Nim, you's in trouble, man. Jits got that bow, and you know what that means. It's only the top of the top dins that ever bust out that bow, because when they do, you know what it means. That bow, holy shit, man, that will throw you for a loop. Especially in this matchup, I actually really like it. Now, you've got to be careful, though, because Nim, what he can do is when Jits busts out that bow, he is actually extremely vulnerable. I always laugh when another Din busts out a bow, except for Sogi. Sogi is literally the only Din ever that's busted out a bow against me and succeeded. But usually I laugh because it just gives you a perfect window. You do what they want to do versus you, and you know how to do it, right? Especially on a VT, there's not really a lot of ways. Oh man, nice stomp there from Nim. He almost had it. There's not really a lot of angles that they have, not a lot of protection, I should say, that they have when they bust out the bow and start shooting arrows, right? A hammered in can throw hammers, can step into the hammer field and bust out the bow, right? It's kind of an interesting synergy to prevent stomps. But a VT doesn't really have that. They have to be very quick You know, they have to be ready, and when someone comes up and they're gonna stomp, they just need to be ready to swap and ready to go. Because if they get caught, it's really bad. And that's exactly what Nim is trying to do. He's trying to catch him. Oh my god! I thought Nim was gonna have it with that angle. That was actually incredible. A very close duel. Jits was one ham away. That was wild. That was actually a wild round right there. Yeah, we do, Julvan. It should be linked. Let me see if the command works too. Hold up. Does the command work there? It doesn't. It's just shit's just not working on YouTube. There it is. On the YouTube chat, it doesn't work, but I'll copy the link for you right here. Bam. I haven't checked it in a while, and we're thinking about adding some more stuff, like a Quill Rat shirt. But it's been a while. Yeah, they've always been scuffed. I rewrote most of those commands in Streamlabs, so it fixed a lot of the shit on, not everything, but I remade a lot of them for, and it works on Twitch, but... Yeah, no worries, man. Nice hams there from Nim. That was some perfect timing. Looks like he did get tapped, though, by Jits, so he's got to be very careful. He could cleanse this off, but I think he's almost keeping it on to try to bait Jits in. Be like, all right, come on in and try to capitalize on this. I think he kind of wants him to get in there. Wants him to close that distance. And the Oak Sage gets taken out by the arrow. That's another good thing right there. Another good thing of that Widowmaker is it can take out the Oak from quite a decent distance. But the other thing is, to be fair, FOH could also do that. The VC or any sort of smiter variant that uses FOH does have that option, right? That was a perfect stomp right there. Nim just barely missed it. Oh, nice shots there from both players. Jits gets in there, lands a smite, but he ends up eating a hammer for his troubles. And that was crazy. You can see how much damage that did. I'm pretty sure that was through Oak Sage right there. So that is kind of a good sign for Nim. I think Jits is on Gores. That makes me think Jits is on Gores, and these hams are really gonna hurt. Nim can't get too crazy looking for this stomp, but he can close the distance a little bit. He doesn't necessarily have to worry too much about the bow, especially at close range. If he closes the distance, keeps the range tight, it's very likely that Jits will either try to charge away, try to increase the distance, or just he won't want to fuck around too much at close range. Now, Ravens are interesting. They can proc that block too. You know, it won't likely happen too much here, but they can in some matchups proc the block of your opponent, which is very interesting, especially like an NVD. You see that a lot, but it can happen with other classes that casts Ravens from the Hodo. Nice stomp there from Nim, evening up the score. Now 1-1. He's just random. Oh no, that was perfect. You got to be ready when you see the stomp. When you see it coming like that, you got to be ready. You got to be ready, and Nim was fucking ready. That boy's been ready, born ready at the start of the DFC, just firing it up. This guy has been in the zone. He might have suffered a loss at the hands of some mean-ass fire druid going around BattleNet just looking to pick on Dins with all of his hacks. We saw it. That's all right. Don't worry about that, though. Don't let the hackers get you down, Nim. He certainly hasn't. He's come right back into this duel here ready to throw down. Yeah, always like calculated. Predicted she. Bro, there is no such thing as a random hammer. There is no such thing. The Din knew you were gonna be there. It's such a slow attack, you have to be a smart Din to know someone was gonna be there. And then even if you do throw a random ham and telly off screen, you gotta know. The other trick, it's almost like we were talking about, you remember at the top of the card when we saw the LLD match, the level 30 Zons, and I said, this is an opportunity right here where Lol Ragers was locking onto GDA. He got the name lock, and then he ran after him to follow him. There is a similar concept with hammers, believe it or not. So you launch hammers on like an off-screen area where they're going to be invisible, right? And then you're forced to kind of leave that area. And there it is, man. Nim gets there 2-1 now. You're forced to leave that area and despawn the hammers. Little known fact, you can respawn the hammers if you go back onto the screen. So they'll reactivate. So that's another little trick that, like, when someone thinks that they've made you run out of your hammer fields or whatnot and that they're safe, you can run back to that area and it will reactivate the hammer field. Yeah, that was some mad hack shit. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of Fire Drew, score? Good question. Anyone know the score? Cool's looking slim. Yo, what's up? Smart and thin, as always. What's up, Fax? Good to see you, man. It's never too late for coffee, Sawdust. Yeah, let's check it out after this. We'll bounce back to check out the championship bout between Track Amp and Gators. That one was 1-1 when we tuned off of that. Curious to see how that one's going. Track Amp had a great start. Big capitalization on the aggression of GoGators there, and GoGators certainly didn't make the same mistake twice in that second round. This is a high-level duel, so this is up to level 99. But we are seeing here a VC, which is a Charger Smiter, who's also busting out the bow, busting out that Widowmaker, and he's going up against a Hammered In. This is, believe it or not, actually one of my favorite duels. I love this. I think it probably gets a little less favorable for the Hammered in ROT dubs with the boots. But you never know. I mean, I guess this is one of those duels where theoretically, if you're the Hammered In, you can actually throw caution to the wind. You can throw caution to the wind and not put on as much DR. You can kind of max out your hammer damage. There's also that, you know? Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that, Friker. Damn, big hit there, though, from Jits. That's what he has to do in this matchup. So, Jits, as the smiter here, he has a very interesting task. You can't just go after a Hammered In who's spinning hams on the smiter, right? You got to set it up. And more importantly, you have to have a way to address from the outside to kind of frustrate your opponent, make them play a little bit differently from the outside. A VT, or, you know, a Vindicator, will use FOH and will kind of work down the Hammered In with FOH from the outside. But what Jits is doing, I absolutely love. He knows that he has more of a charge hit, right? He's more of a Charger Smiter. And his way of working from the outside is using Widowmaker. It's such a clutch move. I love it. It really will have just about the same effect as FOH, getting your opponent to play a little bit differently. And you've got to set up your shots. You've got to make your opponent get in there, try a stomp, pick a bad angle, get in there and smite. Just what he tried to do there. Nice angle and a great charge. That's how you've got to do it. Opportunistic is Jits. Just like that, man. I like smiting the smiters while on H-Din. Yeah, that is like a little bit of insult to injury. If you want to win that duel, though, if you actually want to win via smite by swapping to grief or something, on my calculation, you have to have the smiter at like less than 20% health, and you had better be pretty healthy. That or really lucky. Oh my god, dude, from the brink of defeat, Nim gets there. He goes, you've got to be kidding me. In Viz, man. That was a, you know what it takes to make a ham in Viz? You gotta place it where you know your opponent is gonna be. Then you have to go ensure that they telly off of your map, lead them back onto it. You know how hard it is to land in Invisa-ham? There's a lot to it. Alright, there's a lot of things. You've got to launch a hammer, leave the map, and then you've got to know that your opponent would have been there. So, That weren't no random invisible hammer, Jits. That was calculated. That was a very well, meticulously thought out. All right, that... Props to Nim. There's a lot of mathematical calculations going on with those hams there. I can attest. Let's pop over to Jits and see how this is looking. It's 3-1 in favor of Nimrod. Hello. I don't know what that was about. Little chat PK going on in the Bloodmore here. And look at this. You can now see the patience of Jits here. He's setting this up. Amazing charge. Holy shit, that's wild. Nim trying to bait out that stomp there. Jits did pay for it. Come here, he says. Jits got in there, got hyper aggressive, landed a big charge. The thing is, and you noticed right there, why Jits can't get hyper aggressive, right? He can't get hyper aggressive even when trying to finish like that because it can end so quickly. All of that damage, just that one ham, dude. It takes two, right? It just takes two. And he took that one ham. It's such big damage. Now he's trying to bait him in. He might have actually connected on something. Potentially the Oak Sage from way off screen like that. But any hits are good hits for him at this point because Nim is very low. There was a reason Jits went in. He was trying to finish in dominant fashion there with that chain. Oh my god, and there it is. That was actually a legit tie right there. He says, I hate this game. That was a legit tie. Rare that we see a proper tie in the DFC. And here's why it is. In the DFC, there's a rule that if you annihilate each other in the course of a duel, then it counts for both. Both players get a win. But there's one exception. If that would end the duel, then it's a draw. And that right there would have ended the duel if Nim got a win, so therefore it's a draw. It's now 3-1-1 in this epic Din showdown between these guys. Anyone know the score here? Has anyone watched in Discord for this? Last we checked, it was 1-1. Right now, it appears as though GoGators is at about half-life. Let's check in Track Amp, see how he's looking over here. He is looking real healthy, man. That's kind of scary. 2-1. Okay, thank you so much. 2-1 Gators lead. All right. GG. Thanks for the heads up. Look at this. Track Amp just answering questions mid-duel too. He ain't fucking around, man. Good dude. Yeah, this is wild. Oh, nice stomp there from the GoGators. All right, let's see if we can catch the culmination of this. This duel still grindy, man. Still grinding, jamming, slamming, Alabaming, as they say. Holy shit. All right, here we go. It's 3-1-1 in favor of Nimrod. He's trying to throw them hams. He's trying to lay down that Din dominance and the blood more.
Good day.
Guys might be pulling up a bit. Oh, yep, here it is. Here it is. Jits says, go, buddy, let's do this. He's already actually done... He already did some rolling earlier today on the mat, did his jiu-jitsu. He is now ready to throw down in the blood more, but he's got one hell of a mountain of a comeback to crawl up out of here. He's in the hole. 3-1, Nim's lead in this Din v Din showdown, but I absolutely love the tactics, the strategy here of Jits. Using that bow, man, setting up these angles, making him come in. And yo, man, holy shit, stay Frosty, the Sergeant Frosty himself. My God, big cheers to you, bro. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. That is wild. 5 new members in the Hall of Fame over there on the YouTubes. Big cheers, dude. Huge. That is crazy, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. In Zeal, you get 0 points for dying same time as opponent. Yeah. In DFC, it would technically be a win for each. Nice stomp there from Nim. Who is David Goggins? Who is... I missed something. I missed something along the way, Fax. And here I am trying to get out of the military. Bro, I got a couple of cousins that retired from that, and man, I feel like they're so young, and, you know, like, early 40s, and it's like they retired, and it's like, holy shit, man. They're set for life. Military's the way, man. Fucking A. I think Wig is on his way to retiring from the military, too. Damn, son, like, they take care of you. Nice hams there, and a nice charge down from Nim. That's another strategy that I think is really important on the HDIN side for this matchup, is charging down when your opponent starts trying to get those angles, not remaining stationary, kind of utilizing, you know, charging against the charger to some degree, right? You kind of open yourself up to that big Jits charge, which Nim has seen that, and that is a pretty heavy hitting thing. Sometimes you gotta take the risk to throw those hams. Nice shots there. Nim recognizing the desync and pulling it off. See, right there, he knew it. He knew he was name locked. He knew that Jits was coming in for that desync, and that's why he posted up and started throwing those hams. That was crazy, man. That was crazy. Very nicely done. He says, I'm holding the corner next time. Bottom left. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. And by the way, Jewel Van Coppens, I knew I heard something, dude. I knew I heard something, and I didn't, like, see the notification. I looked around. That was crazy. I knew I heard something, and it popped up on screen, but I don't see on the screen. I see via... Yeah, Jewel Van. Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy it, brother. Copping the merch. What'd you get? I totally missed it. Was it the mug? Was it the shirt? The sandals? Bro, that's awesome. Thank you so much, man. So I'm so sorry I missed that. Get to check out some gear here from these guys. Look at that perfect Enigma from Jits. The t-shirt, hell yeah, man. I actually love that. I think that's the best. I think that's the best one. It's actually like, it almost feels like one of the form-fitting ones too. It's actually pretty dope. Crazy, man. Thank you so much, dude. Damn. Low rune in the Widowmaker. Interesting. And by the way, rolling hammer. This guy, he says whammy. The hammer whammy right there. Dude, thank you so much for the 18 months. Wild, man, at the tier 1 at that. Big cheers to you, bro. Hell yeah. Are Warlocks allowed in the DFC yet, or haven't got a rule set for them? Yeah, they're allowed. We banned Abyss, and that's about it right now. Due to smart matchups, basically Warlocks get matched up typically against the other Warlocks with very few exceptions. GG Nim and Jits, epic Din v Din showdown. Not gonna lie, this is fun. Prefer win, Drew. Second round, you tilted me. Shit, man, we popping in on the goods right here. But yeah, due to smart matchups, Warlocks usually get matched with other Warlocks. As it stands right now, there's no real fair match for them. It's like between the Blood Boil lock or even the Miasma chain, they just crush everything. Even in the absence of Abyss, Miasma chain is also still just very vicious. And the thing is, we also don't have a lot of, like, the best players jamming on that either. Like, right now, it seems as though the community sees the Warlock as just this, like, newbie build that... And by newbie, I don't mean that it's, like, bad. It's just so... It's, like, so godly and way overclocked that, like, only a newbie would play it and think that, like, wow, I must be a really good PvP player. I think that's how most people see it, which is kind of unfortunate to some degree, because, you know, I'm kind of guessing that that's the sentiment, because not a lot of people have really adopted it. Nice shots there from Gators, holy shit. But it's definitely overpowered, that's for sure. I would love to see more people adopt it in some way, or even try builds that they consider fair, you know, and just try different things. Like, Max is one of the only consistent Warlock players right now that's like trying different things, you know, trying busted things, and we're trying to figure out matchups, you know, and that's a good thing, right? But it's clear from early data that there really isn't many good matchups. Blood Boil is also just a pretty savage skill set. And here's the thing, we've already banned Abyss. To ban Blood Boil to another offensive skill just feels so bad, because it's literally the only class with any skills banned, like offensive skills banned. It's the only class, so it feels really bad. Nice chain there from Gators. That chain was so perfect. His timing is getting really good versus Track Amp here. Track Amp, Gators knew that Track Amp was going to try to up boulder him there, so he purposely stagnated his stomp on that last one. He knew that Track Amp knew he had a lock, and he knew that he was going to try to bait it. So what did he do? He staggers his timing there. It's now 2-1 in favor of GoGators. Dueling versus Echo tonight. Interesting. Me and opponent are ready whenever you want us to start. GG, man. Hell yeah. All right, well, I think we'll check out this round. Oh, it's 3-2. Cool. Oh, no shit. Okay, it's 3-2 right now. Thank you for the update. I guess this one is almost over, Max. I thought it was 2-1, but it's 3-2. I guess this one's very, very close. I would assume 3-2 Gators. I totally missed that, but that's all right. No need to update. No need to interrupt you, Duel. Either way, no matter what, it's close. Yeah, 3-2 for Gators. Okay, thank you. Holy shit. Gators 1 win away from holding on to the title here. Track Amp, though, surprisingly good performance. Gotta say, 3-2 against the Savage like Gators is pretty wild. And he's got Gators with his back against the ropes in this round. Yeah, the demons aren't allowed in PvP. Like, Bind Demon is considered a corpse skill, which those are usually BM in PvP. So those are just naturally not allowed. So they're overpowered without Bind Demon. Like, they're wildly overclocked in just about every sense of the word. You gotta love the spear train. Hold there. Yeah, exactly. And you gotta stagnate it. As we see from your duel, Squigs, in this particular matchup, it's like the art form comes in your timing, and it's almost like a boxing match where you don't want to be predictable with your punches, because that's how you get up bouldered. You know, you've gotta stagnate it. You gotta keep your opponent guessing. That's literally all of what it's about. Gators looking for that wall bang. That's right, man. Yeah, you can consume, right? Like, so you could cast one of your, or you could like summon a Goatman or any of the other things and then consume it. You couldn't like consume a YN Voidbringer or something for like vicious minus magic res or something. That would also be considered a corpse skill. But like, you could use consume against something that you can summon for sure. Yeah, you could Goat consume. Most people consume the either the fire bonus or the minus magic bonus, though. That's usually what they consume, just because it's usually more synergetic with what they're doing. Or if you're like Max, you actually just don't consume at all, because the 3 pets are actually better than the bonus you would get from Consume. So him having 3 pets with Blood Boil is just the better trade-off. But Blood Boil is just, oh man, that's a savage one right there. I don't think Blood Boil has any bad matchups. I think that's just also almost like Abyss, where there's nothing really bad. No horrible matchups. Even Zons, I don't think they can dodge. I don't think they can dodge the Blood Boil. So it's like they even can't get away from it. I would think that, I always thought that a good Zon would give them trouble, but Max says that's not necessarily the case.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, the fire build is probably the most fair, but it's also the weakest and probably the least impressive. Like, the Ring of Fire build, or the fire build in general for the Warlock, I think at best does as good as a Fire Druid. Where, like, it could probably be S tier in the hands of the right player, but at the end of the day, it has a big difference between the Ring of Fire Warlock and the Fire Druid. And here's the difference. Ring of Fire and all of the fire spells from the Warlock are straight fire damage. So, like, they're one element, they're very linear, and the damage from the Fire Druid, and what makes it so vicious, is it's 2 forms of damage. In many of the attacks, it's physical and fire, forcing your opponent to prepare for 2 things, all things that make it very good. Whereas, like, the fire build on the Warlock is just straight fire. So unless we can make that build do asinine 70, 80k damage, I don't think it will really be too good in, you know. Certainly Ring of Fire it's going to be good for stun. I love Ring of Fire for stun. And, you know, like the knockback stun. But I don't think the damage of it is actually that impressive or, like, that good in PvP. It really won't. It really... Dude, I seriously was going to name one that. It won't let you name it Johnny Cash. For real? No fucking way. That is literally the perfect name. Yeah, I do like I actually think in PvP, a 1-point wonder into Ring of Fire is actually kind of cool. You know, assuming that we find some cool and fair build for the Warlock that, you know, it doesn't have to get smart matchupped out of dueling any other class. But, like, imagine like an Echoing Blades lock. I think Echoing Blades could actually be pretty semi-fair in PvP right now. Still a little overclocked, but on that build, I think a 1-point wonder Ring of Fire is actually really cool. Because you don't use it for the fire damage, you use it for the knockback, right? So, like, you get a stomp, you get a chain or something, and then you Ring of Fire, Echoing Blades. Like, so you knock back and they're stunned, Echoing Blades. Like, that's an incredible combo, and then you can just keep the chain up. I think that would be a very skillful way to play a Warlock. I hope we see more locks like that. I think that's actually sounds like a really cool build. And I would love to experiment seeing more locks like that. It seems like it could be fair, at least beatable. Although the damage could still be, like I said, pretty asinine. Well, you gotta figure in PvP, people can just stack Omega. So, like, if you have massive Pierce, let's say you have 100, 150 Pierce, they'll just stack up 150 Fire Res. So the Pierce is, like, pointless. You might be able to surprise people in pubs, but, like, as soon as someone prepares to duel you, like, and they're like, okay, I'm going up against a Fire Warlock, and they know that, like, Apocalypse will pierce by so much, they'll just overstack their Fire Res. I wouldn't allow Johnny Cash when I tried, I don't know why. That was proper names. Now, did you put the space in between Johnny and Cash? Because if it has a space, it won't allow it. But I didn't think it would allow you to even put the space in as a character. So maybe that, but who knows? That's so strange that it won't allow that. It allowed Julian Sands, the actor from the Warlock movie? No shit. Yeah. This is indeed a wild duel. It's one of those ones where the current state of the DFC to some degree is this, that fire druids are actually they are really a threat. They are something that people recognize as a build that you really have to deal with. That, you know, you have to be able to deal with a fire druid. And that's, I think, put a lot of the top duelers on a necro. Because it really does have, I think, the better chance of all of the top duelers to not only be well-rounded against everything else, but it can beat the fire druid. And, you know, but the drawback to it is, it turns into a very big AoE fest a lot of times with teeth, with spears, all of this, like, opportunistic shots that just ends up turning into a long duel, for sure. It's kind of like the new, this right here, I think, is like the new NVT. Like, what NVT used to be is now Fire Druid versus Necro. With NVT being, like, a little more bearable. Score is 3-2 in favor of Gators. Looks like a Spanish version of Ishalama. It looks so much like Doctor Strange, it's not even funny. I think that's why someone got smart and added the sling ring in, because he literally looks like Doctor Strange. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, and now it's a tie game, boys. That is wild. Tie game, and it comes down to this. Holy shit. Nah, man, I appreciate it. The thing is, too, Enigma, I don't stream much, right? Like, there's some people that stream, like, every day, and catching a 40 stream streak is probably a little harder, right? But we're, like, pretty consistent with, like, DFC and just, like,
I need a key.
You know, pretty consistent with the other days, but not overwhelming, you know? It may get even less. Like, it may get... I may go down to one other day and DFC. I've got some things I have to think about, decide on here. But it's possible we do that. I want to make the streams count. Damn, son, this is a nail biter. This is a crazy one. It literally comes down to this. The final round. Track Amp is one win away from taking the title. GoGators trying to defend it. Uh-oh. Nice closing the distance there from Track Amp. Makes him a little vulnerable, though. Hell yeah, Zico. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, dude. This is probably one of the most consistent streams we've done for the last 5 years. It's like just about every Thursday. Even sometimes through power outages. Back when I worked at a different job on top of doing this, I was able to, like, I lost power at my house, but my work still had power. I remember this was like a few years back, and I like packed up my rig and all of this shit and just set it up at work. It was like streaming DFC after hours. I was like, oh, fuck them. If anyone's still around, you're about to see a whole new side of me. Fuck them. Yeah, back before my Wheel of Fortune winnings, you know, where I go on Wheel of Fortune and just become a thousandaire. And then I could just say, alright, fuck this job. Hell yeah.
Mark your calendars, beer mugs, DFC 200.
Dude, big cheers. Sawdust, thank you so much, man. That's right. Mark those calendars. Next week, man. It's coming up. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much, Sawdust. The 5 coin tip and that Annie badge, y'all better recognize. Yeah, and I fucked it up too, and then California got pissed, so they were like, hey, you owe us more money, and I was like, yep, I definitely do. And they were cool about it. They were just like, just pay us this. This is what we say you owe. I'm like, alright. Taxes are hard, right? Taxes are hard. I now just go through the turbo taxes. I try to do them yourself is hard, all right? But I fucked it up. I was like, oh, this ain't right. I filed it under the wrong form, and it said that, like, it basically said that they owed me money, and I was like, no, they don't. So I was like, alright, well, whatever, I just won't cash this check, and so I, like, never did, and then fucking 6 months later, they were like, by the way, we don't owe you this, and you owe us this. It's like, yep, you're right. Yeah, I'd never heard of that form before. It was, like, fucking weird. Strange. Game shows are hard. Game show taxes are hard. Free Tax USA, yeah, it's also probably good. The TurboTax seems decent. They've never, ever since I just go on those, they don't really lead me astray. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy. No shit, you was on Deal or No Deal in Australia and ran into tax issues too? Dude, it's fucking hard. The form, I thought it was something different, so I go through all of the fucking shit to fill it out, and then by the time you submit it and shit, it's like, well, fuck. Like, I guess that was the wrong one, and I don't really know what to do. But yeah, I think I was, like, using some, I don't know, back then it was like a CD program that I was using. It was all fucked up. So now I just go on the TurboTax one on their website, and it's like, you can just figure it out there. They'll tell you. Did you win anything from game shows? Why, yes, I did. All right, there you go. They, like, hook you up with the form, you know? Like, it's just easy. Yeah, Druid is definitely favored in NVD for sure. I think this is technically a little more in favor of the Necro than a traditional NVD, but it's still like, it's still a weird duel because it takes a lot longer, and it's not the traditional cadence of like an NVD. Gators is in trouble here. Gators at just about 50% health. And Track Amp also at about 50% though. So, oh yeah, nice spears there though from Gators. Track Amp going in, trying to land some, trying to play this mid game here, trying to stay out of the way of the teeth. This is a wild duel, man. Holy shit. Oh, that's wild, Thorjitsu. Holy shit. Yeah, taxes are hard. Yep, and then if you get paid in other countries and shit, all while, here's the fucking shitty thing. Here's the salt that I feel every tax season. It's just like, I always have to pay in shitloads, and it's like, there's that, which is, you know, whatever, it is what it is. But then there's like, all while I'm trying to figure this out and paying in money, I'm like, there's literally billionaires not paying shit. Billionaires, multi-millionaires not paying anything. I'm like, fuck this. It's like, fuck this, man. Being an adult is fucking BS, right? Duel so long my opponent went to go tomb. Don't blame him. Yeah, no worries. No worries. So it's the tombs right now for the... Oh, yeah, yep, Talash's tomb. Yeah, no worries, dude. Gators might be on the rep to full plan. He's gonna... Oh, nice stomp there from Gators, but he might have taken an up boulder. That trade might not have gone so well for him. He might have actually eaten it there. No, actually he didn't. He's still fine. He's still looking okay. Still at about half-life. Both of these guys are about half-life. What a nail-biter. Yeah, this is the title bout, man. Track Amp versus GoGators. It's 3-3 right now. It comes down to this. Yeah, it's crazy, Misfit. Like... Yeah, locks are just, they're too strong. Abyss is greater than everything. Blood Boil is probably greater than everything. Can we get a pooler? It's a good question. Anybody around to pool for these guys? These guys might need some manners. Some good old manners. Manner potions. Yeah, Shrine is fine. Mana Shrine is fine. Oh, nice stomp there from Gators, but again, I think he might have caught an up boulder. He's getting a little more froggy as he reps back some health here. But damn, it's so scary every time. Yeah, he did catch a boulder, but it didn't do too much. He gets a little more froggy, looks for these stomps as he reps back some life, as he's got to, man. He's got to keep his distance, because every time he goes in for these trades... By the way, Thor Jitsu coming in with the pool, bro. What a savage. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, regen like 1.5k. Yeah, these are real duels. This is for the title. This is like a very, very high-profile duel. And that's where you'll most usually see nice stomps there from Gators. And now Track Amp is in trouble. That is where you're going to see the real duels. That is where you're going to see the distance, the caution. It's instead of like a demo derby where you just run into each other, you know, and get it over quickly and someone's getting smashed up and nobody really cares. You know, instead it is a fine match. You're in it for the long haul, right? Many rounds and much back and forth going on, right? The potential to come back, the potential to regen. Most commonly seen in title bouts. That's what it is. There's a cadence to it. There is, you know, there's a time where you don't see rep to full duels, and there's a time where you do. Look at this. Literal teeth PK now is Track Amp, but GoGators has to be very careful as to not get too overzealous looking for a kill here, because we've seen what can happen. He knows what can happen. He just has to take it for what it is. He just has to know he's in the lead. Or is he? How much damage has he taken? How clean is that life total? He might have taken some more damage here. He did. He definitely took a beating as he was going in looking for those spears. He definitely took some. Oh my god, and there it is. Holy shit, man. I thought Track Amp was gonna get there, but holy shit. GoGators just turning up the heat. He goes, sorry, not my favorite matchup. Yeah, dude, this is a rough one. It is certainly one of those matchups that it's the new longer duel right here. But like I said, the top players, I think, some of the best players that rise to the top of the ranks are those Necro players, and it's also those Fire Druid players. And it just happens to be a matchup that is kind of fair. You know, so the better duelers that you see rise to the top on the Necros and the Druids, you'll often see this matchup. So it's definitely a longer one, you know, but hey, we're here for it, man. We jamming, we slamming. That's just how it bees sometimes, you know? Yeah, GG to both guys. This was an epic one. Tough one, a very good performance there from both players. Track amp looking clean over there, bro. That was insane. That was insane. Harlot over here doing some tombs, I think. Oh no, he's getting ready to throw down. He's in the blood more over here. Harlot on the lock looking to throw down. Holy shit. Anyone still use Fireball? We haven't seen Fireballs in a long time. Mainly just because Sorks aren't really that great. I think only in recent history was Phoenix banned versus Fire Sorks on some builds. But that was the thorn in the side to all Fire Sork builds for the longest time. Just Phoenix. There was that. That's technically a GM item. But yeah, anyways, even without that, Sorks are kind of outclassed in a lot of ways by a lot of different builds. They do have a shot, I think, against Fire Druids. They probably have a shot against Necros. I think right now is just another one of those times in DFC history where you might be right that Fire Sorks are probably in a good spot. If you can rise up the ranks on a Fire Sork, you probably have a good shot against some of these top tier duelers, because just class advantage alone. It's technically a good, you know, like ES Fireballer would be a really good matchup, or a Necro would be a really good matchup for an ES Fireballer, and so would a Fire Druid. The ES Fireballer should win that. But then the Sunder Charm, which will actually help the Fire Sork there for sure, it would be a detriment versus the Fire Druid. But I guess you could find ways to stack up your resistances, that's for sure. Look at this, man. Harlot getting in here on an Echoing Strike Lock. I actually love this. I love that he's on an Echoing Strike Lock. The problem is, I think the Echoing Strike Lock is going to have a really tough time against Blood Boil, that's for sure. But what I'm pumped about seeing here from Harlot is that he's on an Echoing Strike Lock. I have been dying for someone to join up on this, because I think that this could potentially be fair, or maybe not fair, but certainly winnable for some other classes. So I'm so pumped to see Harlot on this, even though it's probably going to be a rough duel versus Max, that's for sure. 35% block here, by the way, Coooley. GG, man. Yeah, that's crazy. So he's kind of treating it like a barb. Max has a way of just playing very fair anyway. Although his build is like pretty busted, I mean, we've seen Max dump his charms out in his inventory, literally have no charms, not just like shit charms, but literal no charms. Switch to 35% block just to try to feel out this build and really see, like, yeah, and look at this. I mean, Harlot showing off, he doesn't really even have any good skillers here. He's got random skillers with like cold skills for the sorceress, you know, fire skills for, or elemental skills, poison and bone skills, nothing for like eldritch skills that would really help him here. Just really pointing that out. And that's really, Harlot is not that much different than many other people who are firing up locks right now. Nobody really has charms. Nobody really has the gear, like the end game gear that they would need. And that's just, you know, a testament to how long it takes to gear up in PvP. I mean, how long has it been now? And it's like, Harlot is literally just like all of us. Like, we all don't have like the most ridiculous gear. I think there's like this assumption that if you play PvP, you just automatically have all of the best gear and shit. And it's just not the case. Like, it takes time to build it up. It takes passion in a build and years of collecting stuff sometimes to like get good gear. Oh, nice shots there. Holy shit. Now, theoretically, this is a tough matchup for Harlot, but it's also very doable. If he can get in there and close the distance, he can blow up Max's pets. And if he blows up Max's pets through like a stomp, closing the distance and shit, it's actually really bad for Max. Max can't win without pets. So if he can wreck all of those pets very quickly, Max has no offense. Nice chain there from Harlot, but unfortunately, just too low to survive that chain. That was crazy. Found a P Ravenclaw, GG. Yeah, 70% on the Ravenclaw. Dude, I love those. I actually keep those too for some good old enchant leveling. Yeah, always non-ladder SA10. Most people with the best gear just RP on Reddit. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, it spreads them wider, but it also does less damage. And as you can see from some of his hits versus Max there that were a little more direct, you kind of want all of those blades to hit. Like, you don't want to just do these little half hits, especially when the other piece of this is that those blades don't really have that big of a range. So Max has way greater of a range. He can CT cast his pets and explode them on his opponent. He has huge range. So you certainly don't want to be trying to spread them out, hoping your opponent teleports into him. You need to close the distance and fucking drop them on him. All of them. They all need to hit in the same spot. So that's a purposeful thing, and I think the right thing to do for sure. Rule set is in the Discord. If you're there, you can just type in !rules and it links you to it. It's kind of the rules Bible at this point. It's like we've outlined a lot of shit. There's a lot of different formats. Someone ought to make that rule set simpler. Someone ought to do that. I probably could link it in Twitch, honestly. Here, let me link you to it. I'll type it in the Discord and I'll link it here. In a sec. Rules. Visit. Alright, here we go. Got you, brother. Hit Monopoly rules. It goes deep up in here. Oh, no worries, man. That was a good dual track amp. Very, very crazy, man. That's a tough one. Holy shit, and here it is. Is that 3-0 so far for Max? Holy shit. It's definitely tough, man. Closing the distance on Max is, yeah, he goes, seems balanced. Yep. Yeah, seems balanced. Blood Boil is rough. I don't really think it has many bad matchups. Yeah, almost had me a few times, Max says. There's no rules for block on the lock yet, really. The only class that addresses block at all is the Barbarian, where, like, if you are dueling against a Barbarian on most classes, you can only have up to 35% block. Max has just chosen to go 35% block just for testing purposes. Yeah, I'll link it in YouTube too. Want to switch POV, Coooley? Sure, man. Yeah. Whoops. I didn't notice Max was jamming here. He swap over. Damn, son. All right, we up in here. I just unmuted myself too in the old Discord. Oh, okay. He's still dueling. I didn't know if he was like chatting. All right, here we go. Switching perspectives, and now you're seeing this from Max's standpoint. We can see what he's doing here. Blood boiling, setting these pets, also keeping a pet close to him in case Harlot comes in and closes the distance. Nice shot, so there from Harlot. Oh. Well, Max, I'm not sure if he lagged there or something, but we dropped some frames. Max took some damage. Jam Slam Alabama. What the fuck is Max frames 35? Yeah. Look, we've got to dial it to what works, all right? Don't be... He doesn't charge Jits. He doesn't charge at all. So... Oh, nice hits there from Harlot, though. And now you can see that damage coming through. That was with, like, a lot of those blades hitting all at once. That's exactly what he needs. Thing is, the pets are probably going to get in the way of some of those blades, but in this particular matchup, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Right now, Harlot is trying to keep the distance. That could go wrong for him versus Max. If he does that, Max will just CT cast on him and will eventually outrange him. If he's just trying to stay on the outside, kind of mid-range, Max will figure it out and he'll just start dropping pets on him. Oh my god, dude. What a savage one. It's so ridiculous. Oh yeah, there is no server host rule yet, but we treat it as though the Warlock always has server disadvantage for now. From South America? Yeah. Yeah, so basically you might join in on someone else's game, but likely you'll get matched up against another Warlock, and then in which case, what you guys can do is like, South America would be interesting. We might need like a central game, but we have those all the time. We could make like a central game or something that works out for ping. It's likely you'll get matched up against another lock. That's usually how it works, but unless we see someone's on like an echoing blades lock or some lock that's not absolutely fucking busted, and then we might put them against like a regular class for testing purposes. I'd love to see it, man. Love to see it. Whatever you come in with, SA10. Main goal is just to have fun, you know? Warlock players must use dial-up. Yeah, gotta be on dial-up internet. That's how it is. It's how it's gotta be. Yeah, Max showing off the gear there. You can see just how, and his setup here. It's just absolutely insane. Like this build in particular. It's the new busted. It's the new busted. $56K dial-up. Yep, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, I love that Max is doing this. It's this is definitely not a fair build, I don't think at all. It's one of those things where I think we unban Abyss even just to pit them against each other at this point. Like, why ban Abyss if we wouldn't match them against anything anyway? But, or, I don't know. I'm not sure how to navigate the world of the Warlock here. It just... Hard to stream. FPS drops? Yeah, no worries, man. It actually seemed pretty good. Yeah, Abyss is by far the strongest, but this one is definitely a close second, and it's like, I don't really think there's any bad matchups for it. So, do we look like pussies and just ban another build? In the spirit of hopefully getting the lock to duel other things? Or what do we do? Like... It would just suck so bad to, like, it feels so bad from an organization that we really don't ban anything to be like, yep, Abyss banned. Fucking this build banned. Like, yeah, Max just is showing this off and I love it because it's like, this is crazy. But I think this build is the more I think about it, the more that this build is in the format in the absence of Abyss is probably the reason why locks are still getting matched up against other locks. If I think about it, really. I would love to see like echoing blades or like something else too. Max has shown that this build is so busted. It's so hard to deal with. He's really perfected it in the short time that he's run it. Like it's kind of crazy. But maybe we have a lock v lock league where like everything is allowed too. That could also be. Blizz might be an interesting matchup for me if deathmatch. No shit. And a GG Blizzard. But yeah, probably would still beat it. I could see that. Because Blizz is like one big hit. They get one chance and then they're just getting chewed alive for the rest of it. Yeah, if deathmatch, right? You don't even ban shifting. What do you mean? It's the Wild West over here. Yeah, we don't. No, there ain't nothing banned, dude. That's the thing. I feel like there's that Blizzard or other people that don't do PvP just feel that PvP is a bunch of useless, pointless rules that people throw in that ban a lot of powerful stuff, and it's like, that's not the case. It's usually, most shit is just allowed, with like obviously bad-mannered shit being banned, like the slow skills and all of that, the miserable shit, like that doesn't make for a good duel, is really like the only stuff that has historically been banned pretty consistently against all rule sets. Yeah, but it's way overtuned compared to original 7 characters. Yeah, it really is. It really is. I'll unmute Max if you want to chat. I'm not sure if you can or what you got going on, but I'm unmuted now. But yeah, it's a tough one, man. Yeah, you don't have to either way. But I'm here just in case. Yo, what's up, Max?
I'm here. No, what? Just another week of Warlock dominance.
Dude, it's so bad, man. I'm just thinking, like, how do you even navigate this world of the Warlock? You know what I mean? I was like, the more I think about it, I love that you play this, but I think this build is what's making it so locks are only getting matched against other locks right now.
Yeah, I mean, in the absence of Abyss, this is kind of like the next strongest thing, and it's by a long shot. I do think that maybe some Echo players can beat this, but like, you know, Harlot is a good sport, but I think that his build felt a little bit lacking. The damage wasn't as high as some other Echo Warlocks I've experienced.
Yeah, and he was showing off his charms too. They were nothing special. They were basically like 40 life charms.
He landed a couple of hits, and you know, I mean, I could potentially get nuked by Echo, but I don't know. Also, I'm only 35 block, which he asked me if I would run a 35 block, and sure, why not?
Yeah.
I do think that Abyss beats this pretty badly. Like, I was able to best Ono last week, but that was a battle of ping more than a matchup of classes.
Yeah, because obviously if he was on good ping, he would trash everybody, including this fucking shit lock. But it obviously, I mean...
But I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how to balance this, and I don't know if banning it is necessarily wrong. I'm not really trying to go for the DFC belt with this, and I'm just entering this just to show off, like, look, here's some new stuff. But obviously, don't give players miserable matchups. No one really deserves to be forced to play against this. If there's a player that you think might have a chance, then make it a deathmatch or something. But this class is just so strong for how basic of a build I have here. Yeah, and it could get a lot stronger.
It's actually gotten a lot better since your first variation of it. Like, you actually have, you always had the demon charms in there, but you threw them in this time, and it's
well, I mean, when I'm fighting non-warlocks, yeah, but actually no, this build has stayed relatively the same. The only thing is I got another FHR charm, which let me put some life rep in here, but I still don't have a protector stone. I still don't have Sunder charm or other things, so there's like quite a lot of things I could be improving on.
Damn true. The Sunder charm would be physical damage, or
yeah. I think this class is more physical than anything else. The fire damage can be mitigated, but people try absorbing the fire and they still get nuked by it. So it's like, so it's definitely the physical that's doing a lot of damage. The skill is 50-50, but obviously the physical does more. Yeah. And then when I don't need the DR, the damage goes way up.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So. Now, so enhanced damage and all of that stuff helps with your physical
No, just
damage?
Just a -10 opponent physical resist.
Oh, okay.
Make it difficult for them to get that 50% cap.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. I wouldn't want to negate all of your work on this build, but I think you've just made it clear that.
I mean, I don't necessarily mind. I was just talking to you recently about how it's like, tell me if I should enter or not, because I don't want to. If there's no good matches to show off, then it's like, what's the point of me entering?
Yeah.
It's like,
my hope is that because I do appreciate your work on the Warlock, and my hope is that you continue to like try to break things as you do, because it's the only way we learn that things are overclocked. I don't see them ever fixing like the Blood Boil build. I don't think it's really high on their radar right now. So it's like,
I mean, if anything, it might get stronger. They might actually make it a 21-yard radius instead of the 11-yard radius that it is right now, you know?
Right.
The tooltip says otherwise. They might actually make this synergy work, in which case I'll have 40k fire damage over Goatman.
Jesus Christ.
It's like,
yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't see them, you know, it's a weird spot to be in, because it's like, I don't ever see them nerfing this particular build. Like, I could see them going after Echoing Blades before they go after this. And believe it or not, Echoing Blades is probably a little more fair in PvP than anything else.
yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to go after Echoing Blades just because of what it does in PVM. I'm kind of afraid that they're going to buff Abyss due to some PVM feedback. And I don't know, it's like, this is one of the reasons that I kind of held off on converting my PvP characters, because I'm not sure what the next patch is going to bring. And they might, you know, listen to all the suggestions that players are saying, where it's like, hey, you know, Warlocks are doing so much damage, you need to buff my Bone Spear damage by 300% or something, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, we don't know what's going to happen, so I'm kind of holding off on bringing my other characters here, but
yeah,
just playing this for now.
Yeah. Well, don't be offended, Max, because I absolutely love what you've done, but...
Thank you. I'm glad that you appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that Blood Boil is just so... as I was thinking through the matchups, I remember, I was like, I hope that Harlot is either on Blood Boil or like a magic miasma build or something, because I was like, otherwise I don't think it's gonna feel good. You know, it's not gonna be a fun matchup for him. And then I saw GDA, who was on a lock, and he was on like a miasma, like, you know, or I guess Blood Boil as well. And I was like, if he's on Blood Boil, this has to be a death match. And the thought crossed my mind. I was like, why don't we just get rid of Blood Boil? Because then these become like interesting matchups. I can be like, all right, you have Miasma Chain, which is very powerful. Don't put you against a Din, but I could try versus, oh, I don't know, a Necro or something, or a Druid or something. You know, and just see how it goes. But it's like, with the option of having a Blood Boil lock, everything's dead. Everything dies. It's nothing you can
I think
really
versus
do.
the original 7, I mean, versus other Warlocks, I do think I have a losing matchup against Abyss. I'm not really worried about Chains by itself. I think I can outrange it, but Abyss outranges me.
Yep.
So, and as far as Echoing Strike, I mean, I tried to make it difficult for my opponent today, but I have been nuked by Heck before, and it was just very oppressive. He would teleport on me, and one Echoing Blades would kill all my minions, and I don't have an attack, and he would just chain the fuck out of me. So, you know, I think it really depends on how decked out your build is.
Yeah.
I think Foos was borrowing his build last DFC or DFC before that when he played Echoing Blades. So I wouldn't mind going up against Foos on Warlock v Warlock and see how that plays out.
Yeah. Now, I'm thinking like of an efficient way to word this, but like, I mean, offensive demon skills. Nah, I guess, yeah, just ban Blood Boil. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's so hard, man.
It's hard to say, because it's such a it is a very strong skill, but everything Warlock is very, very strong. I think there's also a couple of sleeper builds that people aren't really looking at yet.
Like the
might have
hex builds, yeah. I was thinking that too, but I was like, yeah, I guess the only way to figure this out is just to jam it, and we know.
Yeah.
You know. We know now, thanks to your hard work on this.
I mean,
like, Blood Boil is pretty miserable.
If you choose to ban Blood Boil for now, then I completely understand. I think I've done my job here showcasing what the build can do against both other Warlocks and against the other classes, where I take off all my charms and still will destroy every other non-Warlock class with no charms.
Yep. If Max doesn't get a build ban after playing it, he hasn't really done his job.
But, you know, this is the new game, so we're going to see what keeps on happening with this game.
Yeah.
I'll be here to break builds as much as people are going to give me shit for it.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I appreciate you doing it. It's, without people like you doing that, the game suffers when people don't try to do things like that, you know? It's like the game isn't as young as it used to be, you know, where we have like all the time to figure this out in 20 years, you know. It's like DFC is now, the prime is now, and it's like we need players like you to figure this stuff out. So like I appreciate you doing this, man. This was crazy.
I appreciate DFC being a battleground where people can bring this kind of nonsense, and you know, where everybody else is quick to ban everything. It's like, hey, let's just see how this plays out, and just put some eyes on it.
Yep. Abyss was easy. I literally threw that together after 99ing a Warlock, and I was like, this is so busted. There I was in a pub game. Like, I think there was some pretty good duelers in there. And
I had pub game with you.
yeah, you were in there with me. I just learned it. I was like, oh, what do I do? Like, okay, I CT cast this. Oh, okay, I get it. And then I just fucking destroyed the whole room. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is not fair. That was easy. But like Blood Boil, you never would have known. It's kind of a combo-y sort of thing. You know, you need to keep the pets up. You need to manage your range, drop pets down on people. You know, keep the protection.
The very big breakthrough with me trying this build out was realizing I could just use Goatmen like traps, just cast them on top of people, and that kind of gets around the range restriction that Blood Boil has.
Yep.
And also lets me play more defensive, because now I can, like, instead of having the Goatmen just randomly walk around me, I can set up the Goatmen in locations where I want them to be traps.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's lame, but it works, you know?
Yep. I'm wondering now also, like, what if we take a really random approach with it? Like, Blood Boil doesn't work without pets, right?
Yeah.
Could just say no pets, and then fucking...
Well, I mean, if we don't have pets, you know...
You can, like, consume, but you can't, you know, I don't know. Either way, I feel like that makes it a little too weak, but...
I mean, there's no Blood Boil then, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
Crazy.
You know,
We'll figure it out. We'll give it some thought. I mean, I think Blood Boil ban is just the simplest. It makes... I think if we ban Blood Boil, matchups open a little more, which I felt myself feeling restricted in this one, and I was like, in the absence of Blood Boil, I feel like this wouldn't be, you know, because I knew GDA would probably be on one. I was like, he knows how powerful it is. I was like, Harlot might be on it too. I was like, and if they are, everybody is dead.
Well, I mean, any kind of Warlock is going to beat everything else. So, you know, it's kind of like, what's the next strongest thing? You ban Abyss, there's Blood Boil. You ban Blood Boil, well, now Echo still beats the majority of the characters, you know? So
yeah, but I don't know. I would actually like to see if that's the case. I don't know if it really is, but well, it could
pair
be.
Up some of them. We've seen so far one match. You've seen Foos against Necromancer, if I remember correctly.
Oh, yeah, yep. Yeah, he's Foos too, though. He's like really good.
Yeah.
You know,
I wouldn't mind calling out Foos for some Warlock v Warlock. I know that he's probably going to be like AFK, you know. But
hell yeah, dude, that'd be sick. But all right, man. Well, hey, thanks so much, Max. I appreciate you, dude. This is wild. This is a good build. It's a Max build, that's for sure. But all right, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, peace. GG's.
Jesus, boys. This guy, let me tell you, savage. Holy shit, boys. Is there no one else? Is there no one else? Well, Bill, let's bring him out of here in style, shall we? Boys, thanks so much for joining me here today. What a crazy day it's been. There may be some changes prior to DFC 200. I want to see some more locks, but they're so broken. It feels bad banning skills, man. It feels bad. It feels horrible banning any offensive skill. Like, man, it's a weird time for Diablo 2. Yeah. Yeah, at least the other classes are excelling at LLD versus Warlock. True, yeah. Yeah. It was you, Jagger. Fight of the night goes to Jagger. Easy. Yeah, exactly. I think so too, Fledgum. It's just, it sucks. You don't want to be in a spot, though, where you can't make matchups besides... Like, if you have someone sign up on a Warlock, and if you don't ban certain things, then they just can't be matched up against anybody else because they'll win. Like, that feels bad, too. So it's like... Never have we ever had to do this. But I think we will have to ban now 2 skills from the Warlock. Max has just obliterated everybody. He's shown how powerful it is. It's really crazy. Like, he's an incredible player. The guy's the grandfather of the kicks in. That title preceded him even before D2R. Just savage, creative guy. Literally brought the elephant sin into the DFC. Got that banned or restricted to some degree, which eventually was lifted. But yeah, guy is crazy. Like, all of his builds demoralizing for players. Like, it's crazy, man. But without him, we wouldn't know, and that's why I love it, man. It's always what we've been about. If it's broken, show me. Max continues to show us, right? So that's the theme of the DFC. If it's broken, show me. Blood Boil is pretty broken. It's really hard to fight it. Yeah. But boys, thanks so much for joining me, man. Yeah, lock only division might be the way. Thanks so much for joining me, boys. Let's go out of here in style. Let's jam it, Bill. Oh shit, that's my beat, baby. Dry your eyes, boys. We'll be back next week. Epic duels tonight, boys. You know what it is. DFC 200 next week. 200 episodes of DFC Unlimited. There's going to be a lot of violence, a lot of fighting and chain lock. Honored to be here with you guys, boys, every week. We will see you then. Peace.